November 22nd, 1963. Like all Americans who lived through that day, Robert F. Kennedy never forgot how he heard his brother had been shot. The Attorney General, who had just turned 38, was eating lunch, clam chowder, and tuna sandwiches with United States Attorney Robert Morgenthau and his assistant by the pool at Hickory Hill, his Civil War-era mansion in McLean, Virginia, outside the Capitol. It was a perfect fall day, the kind of bright, crisp Friday afternoon that makes a weekend seem full of promise. And the grounds of the rolling green estate were aflame with gold and red leaves from the shedding hickories, maples, and oaks that stood sentry over the property. Kennedy had just emerged from a midday swim, and as he talked and ate with the visiting lawmen, his trunks were still dripping. Around 1:45 p.m., the phone extension at the other end of the pool rang. Kennedy's wife, Ethel, picked it up. She held the receiver out to him. J. Edgar Hoover was calling. Bobby knew immediately something unusual had happened. The FBI director never phoned him at home. The two men regarded each other with a taut wariness that they both knew would only be broken when one of them left office. Each represented to the other what was wrong about America. "I have news for you," Hoover said. "The president's been shot." Hoover's voice was blunt and matter-of-fact. Kennedy would always remember not just the FBI chief's words, but his chilling tone. History cracked open for America on November 22, 1963, as playwright Tony Kushner observed years later. But the abyss that opened for Bobby Kennedy at that moment was the deepest of all. And it was Hoover, of all people, who brought him news of the apocalypse. "I think he told me with pleasure," Kennedy would recall. 20 minutes later, Hoover phoned again to deliver the final blow. "The president's dead," he said, and promptly hung up. Again, Kennedy would remember. His voice was oddly flat, not quite as excited as if he were reporting the fact that he had found a communist on the faculty of Howard University. Hoover's curt phone calls confirmed that the perfect communion between the two brothers, as the New York Times' Anthony Lewis described the bond between President John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, a fraternal relationship unprecedented in presidential history, was over. But they also clearly conveyed that Bobby had suffered a death of a different kind. His own power as Attorney General instantly started to fade, already to a point where the director of the FBI no longer felt compelled to show deference or even common human grace to his superior in the Justice Department. For the rest of the day and night, Bobby Kennedy would wrestle with his howling grief, crying or fighting against crying, since that was the Kennedy way, while using whatever power was still left him before the new administration settled firmly into place to figure out what had really happened in Dallas. He worked the phones at Hickory Hill. He met with a succession of people while waiting for Air Force One to return with the body of his brother, his brother's widow, and the new president. He accompanied his brother's remains to the autopsy at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and he stayed coiled and awake in the White House until early the next morning. Lit up with the clarity of shock, the electricity of adrenaline, he constructed the outlines of the crime. From his phone calls and conversations that day and into the following week, it's possible to trace the paths that Robert Kennedy pursued as he tried to unveil the mystery. With that amazing computer brain of his, he put it all together on the afternoon of November 22nd, his friend, journalist Jack Newfield, remarked. RFK's search for the truth about the crime of the century has long been an untold story, but it is deeply loaded with historic significance. Kennedy's investigative odyssey, which began with a frantic zeal immediately after his brother's assassination, and then secretly continued in fitful bursts until his own murder less than 5 years later, did not succeed in bringing the case to court. But Robert Kennedy was a central figure in the drama, not only as his brother's Attorney General and the second most powerful official in the Kennedy administration, but as JFK's principal emissary to the dark side of American power. And his hunt for the truth sheds a cold, bright light on the forces that he suspected were behind the murder of his brother. Bobby Kennedy was America's first assassination conspiracy theorist. Predictably, the first phone call that Bobby made on November 22nd after his initial conversation with Hoover was to Kenny O'Donnell. JFK's chief of staff had accompanied the president to Dallas and was with him at Parkland Memorial Hospital when he was pronounced dead at 2 p.m. Tough, taciturn Boston Irish, O'Donnell was second only to Bobby himself in his political guardianship of the president. A close friend since they roomed together at Harvard and played on the college football team, O'Donnell was the man Bobby would have wanted at the scene of a crisis if he couldn't be there himself. As a B-17 bombardier, he had flown 30 missions against Nazi Germany, was shot down, and then escaped from enemy prison. In his final legendary game as quarterback at Harvard, he ran for the winning touchdown against arch-rival Yale on a broken leg. Bobby ran upstairs to phone O'Donnell from his bedroom, while Morgenthau and his assistant were led to a TV set in the drawing room at Hickory Hill. Not finding O'Donnell at the hospital, Kennedy spoke instead to Secret Service agent Clint Hill, the only officer who had performed heroically on the president's behalf that afternoon. Images of Hill rushing to leap onto the back of JFK's moving limousine would forever become part of the iconography of that eerie day. It's not known precisely what Bobby learned that afternoon from the Secret Service man, but there was a darkness that immediately began growing in Hill and O'Donnell about what they'd seen and heard in Dallas. Neither man would ever be the same after November 22nd. O'Donnell was riding immediately behind Kennedy's limousine in the Dallas motorcade, just 10 feet away, along with fellow Boston Irish Dave Powers, the White House aide and court jester. They were front-row witnesses to the assassination. Powers would later say it felt as if they were riding into an ambush. O'Donnell and more than one Secret Service man would tell Bobby the same thing. They were caught in a crossfire. It was a conspiracy. Bobby Kennedy came to the same conclusion that afternoon. It was not a he who had killed his brother. It was a they. This is how he put it to his friend, Justice Department press spokesman Edwin Guthman. The former Pulitzer Prize-winning Seattle Times reporter had become close friends with Kennedy during the 1950s when they both put themselves on the line to investigate corruption and thuggery in the Teamsters Union. Guthman was one of Bobby's band of brothers, as the Attorney General years later inscribed a picture of his young, idealistic Justice Department team. The battle cry from Shakespeare's Henry V appealed to Bobby's sense of heroic mission. "We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. And gentlemen, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here." If the perfect communion between Jack and Bobby was at the heart of the Kennedy administration, it was this wider circle of brothers, all intensely devoted to the Kennedy cause, who gave the new frontier its blood and muscle. Bobby would quietly turn to several of these trusted aides to help him on his quest for the truth. Guthman was having lunch with a congressman from Seattle on Capitol Hill when someone came rushing in to tell them the president had been shot. He immediately drove to Hickory Hill, where he spent the rest of the afternoon with Bobby. By now, Kennedy family members were gathering at the Virginia estate. But Bobby was also surrounding himself with brothers like Guthman. The two men paced endlessly together, back and forth on the backyard lawn. "There's so much bitterness. I thought they would get one of us. But Jack, after all he'd been through, never worried about it," Kennedy told Guthman. "Bob said, I thought they would get me instead of the president," Guthman said, recalling the conversation years later. He distinctly said they. Guthman and others around Bobby that day thought they might be coming for the younger Kennedy next. So apparently did Bobby. He was normally opposed to tight security measures, which he found intrusive and perhaps even a sign of cowardice. "Kennedys don't need bodyguards," he had said, even after he began receiving death threats as the crime-busting Attorney General. But that afternoon, Kennedy allowed the Fairfax County Police, who rushed to Hickory Hill after the assassination without being summoned, to protect his home. Later, the police were replaced by federal marshals, who encircled Kennedy's estate after Guthman and other RFK aides spoke to Chief U.S. Marshal Jim McShane. Bobby trusted McShane and his men. James Joseph Patrick McShane was a street-tough Irish New York cop. He had worked with Bobby as an investigator for the Senate Rackets Committee in the late 1950s and had served as bodyguard for JFK during the presidential campaign. He and his men had put their lives on the line in the South, saving Martin Luther King Jr. from a howling mob that had surrounded a church in Montgomery, Alabama, where he was preaching in May 1961. The following year, McShane and his ragtag troops had again formed a thin, bloodied line in defense of James Meredith, the black student who set off a fiery white uprising when he enrolled at the University of Mississippi. McShane was built like a tank, had the crushed nose of the Golden Gloves boxing champ he once was, and the puffy face of a man who enjoyed booze in his off hours, observed one chronicler of his exploits. As a New York cop, he had survived 7 shootouts on the streets and received the NYPD's Medal of Honor. It's telling that Bobby turned to McShane and his band of federal irregulars in his hour of dread, and not Hoover's more professional G-men. Even when his brother was still alive, Bobby had learned that Hoover's men could not be trusted in the administration's most dire showdowns, like those in the South. Nor did he turn to the Secret Service for protection that day. He was already trying to figure out why the agency entrusted with the president's personal safety had failed his brother. With their youth, ambition, and deep sense of family entitlement, the Kennedys had come into office confident they could take charge of the federal government and put it at the service of their cause. But on November 22, Bobby Kennedy immediately suspected something had broken inside the government and that his brother had been cut down by one of its jagged shards. In these hours of unknown danger, Bobby followed his old tribal instincts, turning not to the appropriate government agencies, but to the tight band of brothers whom the Kennedys had always most relied upon. None of the intensely loyal men gathered around Kennedy at his home that day knew if Bobby's life too was now in danger. Nor did they know for certain in these fearful hours where the threat might come from or on whom they could depend. But they were sure that they could count on Jim McShane and his men. He was one of them. While McShane's marshals staked out the front gate at Hickory Hill and fanned out along the perimeters of the estate, Bobby worked to put faces to the conspiracy that he suspected was behind his brother's death, to find out who they were. No one knew more about the dark tensions within the Kennedy administration than he did. As President Kennedy struggled to command his government, clashing with hardliners in his national security bureaucracy, he had given more and more responsibility to his brother Bobby. Among the items in the Attorney General's bulging portfolio were the CIA, which the Kennedys were determined to overhaul after the agency led them into the Bay of Pigs disaster; the Mafia, which Bobby had declared war on, telling his fellow Justice Department crusaders that either they would succeed or the mob would run the country; and Cuba, the island nation around which raged so much Cold War sound and fury. When it came to administration policy on Cuba, Bobby was president. General Alexander Haig, one of the Pentagon's point men on the issue, would later say. The CIA, Mafia, and Cuba, Bobby knew they were intertwined. The CIA had formed a sinister alliance with underworld bosses to assassinate Fidel Castro, working with mob-connected Cuban exile leaders. Bobby thought he had severed the CIA-Mafia merger when the agency finally told him about it in May 1962. But he also knew the agency often defied higher authority. He would later describe CIA actions during the Bay of Pigs as virtually treason. It was this shadowy nexus, the CIA, Mafia, and Cuban exiles, that Kennedy immediately focused on during the afternoon of November 22nd.
After phoning Dallas, Kennedy made a call to CIA headquarters just down the highway in Langley, Virginia, where he often began his day, stopping there to work on Cuba-related business and trying to establish control over the agency's wilderness of mirrors for his brother. Bobby's phone call to Langley on the afternoon of November 22nd was a stunning outburst. Getting a ranking official on the phone, whose identity is still unknown, Kennedy confronted him in a voice vibrating with fury and pain. "Did your outfit have anything to do with this horror?" Kennedy erupted. Whatever the anonymous CIA official told Bobby that afternoon, it did not put his suspicions about the agency to rest. Later that day, Kennedy would take his question to the top of the CIA. John McCone, director of the agency, who was eating lunch in his Langley office when his aide Walter Elder burst in to tell him the news from Dallas. McCone immediately phoned Bobby, who told him to come right over to the house in McLean. McCone later recalled that he was with Bobby and Ethel in their second-floor library when Kennedy received the call telling him his brother was dead. "There was almost nothing we could say to one another," recalled McCone. "We were seized with the horror of it." After he called his mother, Rose, and Teddy to tell them Jack was gone, a steely Bobby, as McCone described him, took the CIA chief outside to the backyard and engaged him in a remarkable conversation that would extend off and on for 3 hours that afternoon. The Attorney General of the United States wanted to know whether the country's intelligence agency had assassinated the President of the United States. Bobby would later tell a close friend, "You know, at the time, I asked McCone if they had killed my brother, and I asked him in a way that he couldn't lie to me, and they hadn't." Bobby's remarks about his conversation with McCone have caused intense speculation. McCone, a fellow Catholic, shared a deep sense of faith with Bobby, as well as with Ethel, both of whom had consoled him after the death of his first wife. He once took a rosary ring that he carried around in his billfold for comfort to Rome, where he had a copy made and had it blessed by the Pope as a gift for Bobby. Perhaps Kennedy made McCone swear to tell him the truth, as one devout Catholic to another. In the days following the assassination, McCone would come to conclude that there had been 2 shooters in Dallas, in striking contrast to the official version of the crime as the work of a lone gunman, which was being ardently promoted by Hoover in the FBI. But there is no evidence that he ever came to suspect his own agency. Bobby accepted McCone's assurance about the CIA that afternoon.
But he also knew that McCone, a wealthy Republican businessman from California with no intelligence background, was not in firm control of his own agency. Kennedy himself knew more about the spy outfit's sinister exploits, including the mafia plots, than McCone did. His brother had replaced the CIA's legendary creator, Allen Dulles, with McCone after the agency's spectacular failure at the Bay of Pigs. But McCone never worked his way into the agency's old boy network that dated back to its origins in the OSS during World War II. And there was a sense he preferred to be left in the dark on the more unpleasant stuff, that his religious principles would not countenance some of the agency's black arts. Bobby would realize that while he had taken his question to the very top of the CIA, he had asked the wrong man. Kennedy also made inquiries about the mafia that day. The young Attorney General had built his reputation, before and after coming to the Justice Department, on a relentless crusade to crush the power of organized crime in America, which he felt was threatening to take control of the country's economy through corrupt labor unions like Jimmy Hoffa's Teamsters, as well as local, state, and federal government through payoffs to politicians, judges, and elected officials. While Hoover was still focusing on the empty shell of the Communist Party USA as public enemy number 1, RFK was convinced that the true enemy within was a corporate underworld that was gaining the power to overshadow the country's legitimate democratic institutions. Of course, it's a different era now.
"Maybe terrorism is a greater threat these days than organized crime," said Guthman recently, sitting in his cramped office at the USC Annenberg School of Journalism, where he still lectures. But if you look at what has happened in South and Central America, you can see Bob was right to worry about organized crime taking over our country. Where would we be if he hadn't recognized the power and importance of the mafia and the rackets? This was a time when the chief of the FBI, Hoover, was saying there was no such thing as organized crime. By hounding the gods of the underworld in a way no other attorney general had ever done, Bobby Kennedy knew that he had drawn their fiery wrath. He knew about the death threats made against him by Hoffa, whose control over the Teamsters' Golden Pension Fund made him the mafia's favorite banker. But he was undeterred. His last item of business before breaking for lunch on November 22nd was the prosecution of Chicago godfather Sam Giancana on political corruption charges. Before he got the call from Hoover, he was waiting to hear from New Orleans about the verdict in Mafia Lord Carlos Marcello's deportation hearing. And in Nashville, Walter Sheridan, the ace investigator who led Bobby's Get Hoffa squad, was monitoring the latest developments in the Justice Department's jury tampering case against the Teamster boss. On the evening of November 22nd, Bobby phoned Julius Drasnin in Chicago, an expert on union corruption for the National Labor Relations Board. He asked Drasnin to look into whether there was any mafia involvement in the killing of his brother. Drasnin knew this meant Sam Giancana, who had been overheard on FBI wiretaps raging against a Kennedy double-cross after claiming to deliver the Chicago vote to JFK in 1960. "We need help on this," Bobby told Drasnin that evening. "Maybe you can open some doors the mob. Anything you can pick up, let me know directly." But the man on whom Robert Kennedy relied more than any other to crawl into the country's darkest corners was Walter Sheridan, a former FBI man who had left the Bureau in disgust over Hoover's methods. He had first proved himself with Bobby as an investigator for the Senate Rackets Committee, where Kennedy served as chief counsel. A fellow Irish Catholic born on the exact same day as Bobby, November 20, 1925, he was as fearless as his boss in the crusade against crime and corruption. When the Kennedy Justice Department was escalating its drive against Hoffa, the death threats would not be directed solely at Bobby, but at his right-hand man Sheridan as well. On these occasions, the Sheridan family home would be turned into an armed bunker. There would be times when the house had numerous federal marshals in it, with numerous firearms stacked up behind the front door, like they were expecting a whole army to show up, recalled Sheridan's son. Shotguns, they were expecting trouble. "I was taken to school and choir practice and altar boy meetings by federal marshals. We couldn't leave home without them." This was on 2 occasions when Hoffa was on trial. Ted Kennedy later recalled, "My brother loved to tease Walter about his mild demeanor and quiet manner." But as Bobby wrote in The Enemy Within, Walter's angelic appearance hid a core of toughness. As any wrongdoer well knew, the angelic quality also represented the avenging angel. "It was Sheridan," said Ted Kennedy, "to whom Bobby turned when the world was on fire. You wanted Walter with you in any foxhole, and that is why he always seemed to get the most difficult assignments." Sheridan was not in Washington on November 22nd. He was sitting in a federal court building in Nashville, where Hoffa was awaiting trial, when an associate came running in and told him, "Walt, there has just been a news flash that the president has been shot in Dallas." Sheridan immediately phoned Bobby, but couldn't reach him. But the 2 brothers in arms would soon rejoin each other. And when Sheridan returned to the East Coast, Bobby's avenging angel would be given the most difficult assignment of his life: find out who killed the President of the United States. Robert Kennedy had one other phone conversation on November 22nd that sheds light on his thinking that afternoon. He spoke to Enrique Harry Ruiz Williams, a Bay of Pigs veteran who was his closest associate in the Cuban exile community. Kennedy stunned his friend by telling him point blank, "One of your guys did it." The venerable Washington journalist Haynes Johnson is the source for this story. Then a young reporter for the Washington Evening Star, Johnson had come to know both Ruiz Williams and Kennedy while researching a book on the Bay of Pigs. Johnson remembers almost coming to blows with Bobby, who wanted his book to focus on the Cuban heroes of the invasion, like Ruiz Williams, and not the Kennedy's administration's controversial actions during the ill-fated operation. "We had a very difficult conversation one afternoon at the Metropolitan Club in New York," recalled Johnson, sitting in the basement study of his Washington home. "He got very hard-eyed and didn't want to give me any information, and I said something to the effect, 'I'll be around here a lot longer than you and your brother,' and he got very mad. It's a remark even more unnerving now than it must have been then. I was young, foolish, and arrogant myself at the time," shrugged the journalist. Johnson started to storm out of the club, but Bobby jumped to his feet and, grabbing him by the shoulders, told him, "Don't go away, don't go away." It was the beginning of a warm relationship between the two men, the kind Bobby was in the habit of forming after first almost exchanging punches with a man. He was sort of a hard, passionate parish priest, the avenger type, all faith and justice, said Johnson. I always thought of Jack, on the other hand, like an English lord. On the afternoon of November 22nd, Johnson was planning to celebrate the completion of his book over lunch with Ruiz Williams, who had been one of his principal sources. On his way to the Ebbett Hotel, a drab establishment in downtown Washington where the CIA put up anti-Castro leaders like Ruiz Williams, Johnson heard the news from Dallas on his car radio. As soon as Johnson reached Ruiz Williams' cramped, sparsely furnished room, they phoned Kennedy. It was Ruiz Williams who spoke to him.
Harry stood there with the phone in his hand, and then he told me what Bobby said. It was a shocking thing. I'll never forget, Harry got this look on his face. After he hung up, Harry told me what Bobby had said. One of your guys did it. Who did Kennedy mean? When he first recounted the phone conversation in a 1981 article in the Washington Post, Johnson assumed Bobby was referring to accused assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, whose name might have been known to Kennedy by then, since he was arrested in Dallas at 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Later, Johnson concluded that Kennedy was probably pointing his finger in the general direction of Cuban exiles. In either case, it's important to note that Kennedy apparently never jumped to the conclusion that afternoon that Fidel Castro, the target of so much U.S. intrigue, was behind his brother's killing. It was the anti-Castro camp where Bobby's suspicions immediately flew, not pro-Castro agents. It seems that Bobby either immediately connected Oswald with anti-Castro Cuban exiles or suspected one of Ruiz Williams' fellow exile leaders in the crime. Bobby came to this conclusion despite the energetic efforts of the CIA, which almost immediately after the assassination began trying to pin the blame on Cuba's communist government. Hoover himself phoned Kennedy again around 4 that afternoon to inform him that Oswald had shuttled in and out of Cuba, which was untrue. In reality, Oswald, or someone impersonating him, had tried only once, without success, to enter Cuba through Mexico earlier that fall. In any case, the FBI chief failed to convince Bobby that the alleged assassin was a Castro agent. Kennedy did not mean to implicate Harry Ruiz Williams himself with his stunning assertion. The Cuban exile world was a snake pit, in Johnson's words, of competing anti-Castro conspirators, some aligned with the Kennedys, some with the CIA, some with the Mafia, and some with mixed or mysterious allegiances. Bobby trusted Ruiz Williams more than any other anti-Castro leader to bring order to this feverish world. I want you to take charge of the whole thing, Bobby had told Ruiz Williams earlier in 1963.
I'm not going to see any more Cubans unless they come through you, because they make me crazy. Throughout the year, Ruiz Williams was in almost daily contact with Kennedy, as the two plotted ways to topple Castro, with RFK strongly backing his friend's effort to form a coalition of the more responsible exile leaders. Ruiz Williams had completely charmed Bobby. A U.S.-trained mining engineer, he joined the Bay of Pigs Brigade. Though pushing 40, he was older than most of the other volunteers. After the invasion, badly wounded, lying in a makeshift field hospital, he still tried to shoot a visiting Castro with his .45, but the gun clicked empty. Despite his ordeal, Ruiz Williams came out of Cuban prison with a sense of proportion, unlike many of the other Bay of Pigs veterans, who were consumed with a poisonous hatred for both Castro and President Kennedy, whom they blamed for not coming to their rescue on the beaches of Cuba. He liked Bobby from the moment he met him, when he was invited to the Attorney General's office after his release. I was expecting to see a very impressive guy, very well dressed, and a big office and all that, Ruiz Williams later told Johnson. And when I got into his office, there was this young man with no coat on, his sleeves rolled up, his collar open, and his tie down. He looks at you very straight in the eyes, and his office is filled with things done by little children, paintings and things like that. I liked him right away. The feeling was mutual. Bobby invited Harry to Hickory Hill and took him on family skiing trips. Harry was an old-fashioned buccaneer type, recalled Johnson. He had these flashing black eyes and passion, and Bob Kennedy just liked him. He trusted him implicitly. But the other Cuban exile leaders were a different story. Bobby, his brother's vigilant watchman, knew he had to watch them. He sent Harry to Miami to help provide security for JFK before the president traveled to Florida in November 1963, after the Attorney General was informed of death threats there against his brother. Even though the city had offered the Democrats $600,000, Miami had already been ruled out by the administration as a site for the party's 1964 convention because it was feared that anti-Kennedy feeling among the Cubans there could explode. Another Bay of Pigs veteran, Angelo Morgado, said he was so alarmed by the murderous talk about President Kennedy in Miami's Cuban exile community that he approached Bobby through anti-Castro leader Manuel Artim and offered to keep an eye on the more dangerous element and report back to the Attorney General. Morgado said that he, Artim, the political leader of the Bay of Pigs Brigade, and brigade veteran Manuel Rebozo all met with Bobby at the Kennedy Mansion in Palm Beach, Florida in 1963 to tell him of their concerns. I was thinking we have to control and keep a sharp look on our Cubans, the ones that were hating Kennedy, recalled Morgado. I was afraid that one of our guys would go crazy. Bobby told us to come up with a plan and do it. He was fanatic about his brother. He would do anything to take care of him. A few months after the Kennedys took office in Washington, a New York Times Magazine profile of Bobby described him prowling the broader reaches of his brother's administration like a Welsh collie and with much the same quick-nipping protectiveness. Now, his brother was dead. And in the barrage of phone calls and conversations on November 22nd, it is clear to see where Bobby was hunting for the culprits. In those corners of the administration that had been his responsibility, the CIA, Mafia, Cuba. When Bobby Kennedy told his comrade-in-arms Harry Ruiz Williams, "One of your guys did it," he might as well have been saying, "One of our guys did it," or even, "One of my guys did it." Bobby was saying that his brother had been killed by someone in his own anti-Castro operation, or by someone suspicious in the anti-Castro exile world he should have been watching. He should have been on top of this. That's the way Bobby's mind worked. Around his neck hung a St. Michael medallion, symbol of righteous power. He was supposed to know where the darkness fell and how to keep his brother safe from it. His brother's death was his fault. This is certainly another wound that his brother's killers aimed to inflict. For they knew it would not be enough to assassinate the president. They would have to find a way to stop his avenging brother from coming after them as well, to hobble him with guilt and doubt. But this poison dart would take a while to work its enervating effects. On November 22nd and the days immediately after, Bobby Kennedy was a man on fire to find the truth. As dusk fell on the 22nd, RFK and Guthman drove from Hickory Hill to the Pentagon, where Kennedy joined Defense Secretary Robert McNamara and General Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. McNamara, the former Ford Motor president who had tried to tighten civilian control of the Pentagon, was the cabinet member most admired by the Kennedy brothers. Taylor, an intellectual military man who had fallen out of step with his colleagues for challenging the Eisenhower-era nuclear orthodoxy of massive retaliation, was also viewed as a Kennedy imposition at the Pentagon. Bobby would name a son after him. The Kennedy brothers' tensions with the military hierarchy were no less severe than those with the CIA. They were grateful to have two commanding presences like McNamara and Taylor in a military culture they otherwise thought of as a hostile camp. While Guthman remained in the E-ring, Kennedy, McNamara, and Taylor walked out to a Pentagon landing pad and boarded a helicopter for Andrews Air Force Base, where they waited in the gathering darkness for the arrival of Air Force One.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. McNamara said he could not recall if Kennedy discussed his suspicions about Dallas with him that evening. I don't have any recollection of him saying he thought A, B, or C did it. The presidential plane heading their way in the evening gloom was a vessel of dark thoughts. In the rear compartment, Jacqueline Kennedy and Kenny O'Donnell brooded by the coffin of her dead husband, drinking from dark tumblers of scotch that seemed to have no effect on them after the horrors of Dealey Plaza, even though the young widow had never tasted whiskey before. She shrugged off Admiral George Berkeley, the White House physician, when he gently tried to persuade her to change out of her gore-soaked pink Chanel suit. She was covered in rust-red stains. Her husband's blood was caked even under her bracelet. But she refused to scrub herself clean. "No," she hissed, "let them see what they've done." This would become one of the most indelible remarks from that haunted day, ever since William Manchester recorded it in his 1967 bestseller, The Death of a President. It's widely quoted but seldom analyzed.
Like Bobby's "I thought they would get me" instead of the president, Jackie's defiant statement was filled with implications too chilling for journalists or historians to dwell upon. The feeling took hold immediately within the Kennedy inner circle that day. They were facing an organized, not a lone, wayward malcontent. This is not to say that they were necessarily right, or that their convictions were shared by every core member of the new frontier. But a surprising number of Kennedy loyalists did reach the same desolate conclusion as Bobby and Jackie that day, and believed it for the rest of their lives. As Air Force One prepared to land, Jackie and O'Donnell decided that he and JFK's other close aides would carry the coffin off the plane. She pointedly told a White House military attaché, Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, "I want his friends to carry him down." And when another general came back to the rear of the plane to tell O'Donnell, "The Army is prepared to take the coffin off," O'Donnell shot back, "We'll take it off." But in the end, the military would have the final word. "Clear the area," McHugh ordered as soon as Air Force One taxied to a halt. "We'll take care of the coffin." This tussle over proprietorship of the presidential coffin would set the stage for a larger drama around the JFK autopsy at Bethesda Naval Hospital, which was ostensibly controlled by Bobby Kennedy on behalf of the family, but was actually in the hands of military officials. Bobby hurried to Jackie on Air Force One, brushing past Lyndon Johnson in a brusque manner the new president never forgot. "I want to see Jackie." LBJ's press secretary, Liz Carpenter, thought she heard him mumble. "Oh, Bobby," Jackie exhaled as he wrapped his arms around his blood-spattered widow. It was just like Bobby, she thought. He was always there when you needed him. Later, riding with him in the rear of an ambulance to Bethesda, next to the coffin, Jackie reported what had happened in the hot, bright streets of Dallas, the words rushing out of her for 20 minutes, as she told him about the sudden explosion of violence and the chaotic aftermath at Parkland Hospital. Bobby was also anxious to hear from the Secret Service men who had returned from Dallas that evening. In the ambulance, Kennedy slid open the plastic partition separating the rear from the front and spoke to Roy Kellerman, the agent who had ridden in the passenger seat of JFK's limousine in Dallas. "At the hospital, I'll come up and talk to you," Kellerman told the president's brother. "You do that," replied Kennedy, and shut the partition. As Kennedy later learned when he quizzed Kellerman, a lumbering Secret Service veteran so soft-spoken his fellow agents nicknamed him Gabby, the agent did not believe it was one man. Kellerman would later tell the Warren Commission that there have got to be more than 3 shots, gentlemen, proof there was more than one shooter, and that a flurry of shells flew into the vehicle. After her husband died, June would say that he always accepted that there was a conspiracy. According to one account, the chief of the Secret Service himself, James Rowley, also told Bobby that evening that his brother had been cut down in a crossfire by 3, perhaps 4 gunmen. The Secret Service believed the president was the victim of a powerful organization, Rowley informed Kennedy. By the time he testified before the Warren Commission months later, Rowley had changed his mind, telling the panel he believed Oswald alone had killed the president. But the night must have grown darker for Bobby on November 22nd when the head of the Secret Service told him of an organized plot more powerful than the presidency itself. As his brother's autopsy proceeded in the morgue below, Bobby and Jackie waited in a dreary 17th-floor suite in the stone tower of the Bethesda Naval Hospital. They were surrounded by a retinue that now included McNamara, JFK's close friend, Newsweek journalist Ben Bradley and his wife Toni, Bobby's sister, Jean Kennedy Smith, and Jackie's mother, Janet Auchincloss. While Bobby made a flurry of phone calls, the group consoled the young widow, still wearing her murder scene clothes. There was this totally doomed child, with that god-awful skirt, not saying anything, looking burned alive, Bradley would recall. Manchester, whose book remains the classic account of the post-assassination Kennedy drama, wrote that it was Bobby who was really in charge in the tower suite that evening, even making sure that his brother's personal possessions were removed from his White House bedroom to spare Jackie's feelings when she returned there. Manchester's portrait of a fully in command Bobby was later taken up by Kennedy critics such as journalists Seymour Hersh and Gus Russo, who depicted the Attorney General as a feverish cover-up artist that night, working into the early hours of the morning to make sure the autopsy report would not include any evidence of his brother's Addison's disease or chronic venereal afflictions that would have damaged the JFK legend. In reality, however, RFK's dominion over the grisly proceedings in the morgue below was far from complete. The family's medical representative, JFK's personal physician, Dr. Berkeley, was banished from the morgue soon after the 8-hour procedure began, and he joined the Kennedy group in the tower. The autopsy itself was in the hands of 3 inexperienced pathologists under the constant supervision of a cadre of high-ranking military men. So crowded was the small room with uniformed officers, Secret Service men, and FBI agents that a Navy autopsy photographer would describe the scene as a 3-ring circus. The report finally produced under this blanket of military supervision would contradict key findings of the emergency room surgeons who had first examined the mortally wounded president earlier in the day at Parkland Hospital, as well as the death certificate signed in Dallas by Dr. Berkeley. For instance, where Parkland doctors saw clear evidence of an entrance wound in the throat, indicating a shot from the front, the Bethesda report was edited to conclude it was an exit wound, conforming to the theory of Oswald as lone assassin, firing from the rear. Years later, one of the Bethesda pathologists, Dr. Pierre Fink, would testify in the case brought to court by flamboyant New Orleans prosecutor Tim Garrison, the only trial to come out of the Kennedy assassination, that it was the Kennedy family who had blocked him and his medical colleagues from properly examining JFK's throat wound by dissecting the bullet track and removing the neck organs. But the Kennedys placed no such limitations on the autopsy. The authorization form for the post-mortem examination, signed by Robert F.
Kennedy, on behalf of the president's widow, was left blank in the space that asked if the family preferred any restrictions on the procedure. Under persistent questioning from Garrison's assistant DA at the 1969 trial, Fink finally conceded that an Army general and 2 admirals were actually running the show in the crowded autopsy room, none of whom had medical credentials. Oh yes, there were admirals, and when you are a lieutenant colonel in the Army, you just follow orders, Fink told the New Orleans court. It is doubtful that Bobby, high in the 17th floor suite at Bethesda, was aware of how the story of his brother's assassination was being rewritten in the morgue down below. But he made one final attempt to take control after the autopsy was finally completed at well past 3 in the morning. Bobby took possession of his brother's brain and tissue samples, entrusting them to the care of Dr. Berkeley. Over the years, this would produce waves of morbid speculation, with some suggesting it was a sign of Bobby's gloomy, unsound mind at the time, and others arguing it was yet more proof of a family cover-up aimed at protecting the Camelot myth. Perhaps a more convincing explanation is that a deeply suspicious Bobby, with Berkeley's assistance, was desperately holding on to any physical evidence he thought might be vital in a credible investigation in the future, that is, one under his control. Kennedy's phone logs show that in February 1964, he also discussed taking possession of JFK's death limousine, which had been sent to a Detroit repair shop after the assassination, where his brother's secretary, Evelyn Lincoln, informed him it was to be done over for President Johnson. Perhaps the repair process, which would eliminate forensic evidence, could be stopped, Lincoln told RFK, if Kennedy declared that he wanted the limousine to be given to the library. Whether or not Kennedy was intent on collecting evidence for a future investigation, it is certain that Berkeley shared his dark thoughts about Dallas. Oddly, the president's physician, who should have been near the top of the Warren Commission's witness list, would never be called to testify. Nor was he questioned by the Secret Service or FBI. Nor was the death certificate he signed, which refuted the claim that JFK's throat wound was caused by a shot from behind, admitted into the official records. As far as government investigators were concerned, Berkeley was a non-person. But Dr. Berkeley left his ghost world briefly to put on record his true opinion of what had happened to President Kennedy. JFK was the target of a conspiracy, Berkeley told assassination researcher Henry Hurt on the telephone when he contacted him in 1982, refusing to elaborate. After years of public silence on the subject, this was a thunderclap. That night at Bethesda, when Berkeley was still down in the morgue, as all the beribboned men hovered over the president's cadaver, O'Donnell came down to retrieve Jackie Kennedy's wedding ring, which, in a spasm of grief, she had slipped on to the finger of her husband after he expired on the operating table at Parkland. O'Donnell knew she would want it. Berkeley insisted on taking it upstairs himself. There she was, in the very hospital suite he had reserved for her during the final days of her last ill-fated pregnancy. He gave it to her while words awkwardly worked their way out of him. There was nothing to say after the day they had been through together. She reached into her pocket and gave him one of the red roses she had been carrying in the motorcade, whose petals were slowly turning the wine-stained color of her splattered suit. He bowed his head. "This is the greatest treasure of my life," murmured the loyal doctor. It was after 4:30 in the morning when Bobby and Jackie finally returned to the White House with the body of the president. Bobby walked upstairs with Jackie and her mother to make sure they could get to sleep. A terrible sense of loss overwhelmed everybody who was present in the room, remembered family friend Charles Spaulding, and Bobby was trying to calm everybody and get them to bed. Later, he asked Spaulding to walk with him to the Lincoln Room, where he was going to sleep. His friend, realizing he was terribly distraught, urged him to take a sleeping pill, which he did. Then Spaulding closed the door. All this time he had been under control, and then I just heard him sobbing. He was saying, "Why, God? Why, God? Why?" He just gave way completely, and he was just racked with sobs, and the only person he could address himself to was, "Why, God? Why? What possible reason could there be in this?" After a brief, restless sleep, Bobby was up and walking the South grounds by 8 a.m. that Saturday. The White House was now filled with family, close friends, and aides. Among them was actor Peter Lawford, husband of Bobby's sister Pat, and his manager Milt Evans, who had flown in from Los Angeles the night before. JFK had always enjoyed the two Hollywood men's company, pumping them for show business gossip and taking them on impromptu White House tours to show off the pomp of his new domicile. "Did you ever think you'd be in the White House with the President of the United States looking at Gilbert Stuart's painting of Washington?" a bemused Kennedy asked the Hollywood agent. Now Evans was back in the White House and witness to another historical tableau. The cavernous East Room had been transformed into a black crepe-bedecked funeral hall, with the coffin of Evans' friend at the center, resting on a catafalque modeled on the one that had held the body of President Lincoln. A madcap mood of Irish mourning gripped the White House. "We had dinner that night. It was like an Irish wake," Evans recalled. "You'd never know there was a dead man upstairs in a coffin. Laughing, jokes, everything. At one point, Ethel took off her wig and put it on me. That family just turns off death. They grieve alone, by themselves, I think." Evans later came upon Bobby, who did not participate in the frantic dinner party, standing alone next to his brother's coffin. "I walked in and he had both hands on top of the coffin, with his head down. He was crying. I thought it was strange, because Bobby never showed his emotions. Evans had always thought of the younger brother as a cold fish. Every time we met him, he was nice to me, but it wasn't Jack. Oh, Jack, he was something else. They were so different. Bobby had his holy grail. He was out to do something. Jack was too, but you never knew it. Eventually you did, but he would never talk about it. But Evans was seeing another side of the younger Kennedy that weekend. His suffering seemed biblical. Years later, Peter Lawford would tell a friend that during the weekend at the White House, Bobby revealed that he thought JFK had been killed by a powerful plot that grew out of one of the government's secret anti-Castro operations. Bobby reportedly told Lawford and other family members that there was nothing he could do at that point since they were facing a formidable enemy and they no longer controlled the government.
During that gray, wet weekend, the tensions between the inner Kennedy circle and the national security team that had served the president continued to flare. Defense Secretary McNamara, who had convinced Jackie and Bobby Kennedy to lay the president to rest at Arlington National Cemetery across the Potomac from the Capitol, escorted groups of family and friends on 4 separate occasions to scout for a burial site in the cemetery. O'Donnell and the Irish Mafia, ever possessive of their fallen leader, were lobbying strenuously for Jack to be returned to the Boston soil from which he had sprung. On his second trip, McNamara, unprotected by raincoat, hat, or umbrella, was soon soaked to the bone in a sudden downpour. None of the attending generals, safely bundled up in their own rain gear, made even a polite attempt to extend their civilian boss some cover.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emphasis. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Artist and close family friend William Walton, who had been tapped by Jackie to help oversee the aesthetics of her husband's funeral, was flabbergasted by the military retinue's blatant show of disrespect for McNamara. The sodden McNamara weathered the storm and oversaw the successful selection of a site, high on the slope below the white-columned antebellum mansion of General Robert E. Lee. The defense secretary was told that this was the same spot where President Kennedy had stood admiring the view during a tour of Arlington Cemetery that he took a few weeks before his assassination. The young tour guide who escorted the president that day told McNamara that Kennedy had gazed across the Potomac at the Lincoln Memorial in the distance. The president said that it was so beautiful he could stay up there forever, the guide recalled. On Sunday afternoon at 12:21 Eastern Time, the second shock from Dallas struck the nation. Lee Harvey Oswald was gunned down on live television as he was being escorted through the basement of the Dallas Police Building. His murderer, a burly nightclub owner named Jack Ruby, who shouted, "You killed the president, you rat!"
as he shot Oswald mortally in the stomach, professed to be distraught about the pain that the alleged assassin had caused the Kennedy family. But the killing had the feeling of a gangland hit meant to silence the accused, Oswald, before he could talk. In fact, Lyndon Johnson aide George Reedy thought the TV channel he was watching had cut away from coverage of the Kennedy funeral preparations to play an old Edward G. Robinson gangster movie when he first saw the shooting out of the corner of his eye. The brazen elimination of first the president and then his accused assassin sent a deep shudder through Washington circles. On the phone with Bill Walton, Agnes Meyer, the aging, blunt-spoken mother of Washington Post publisher Katharine Graham, growled, "What is this? Some kind of very banana republic?" Even former President Eisenhower was put in the same bitter frame of mind. It reminded him of a tour he had made of Haiti's National Palace back in the 1930s when he was a young major. Reading the dates on the marble busts of the former heads of state that lined the wall, he was shocked to realize that 2/3 of them had been slain in office. His own country, he reassured himself, would never succumb to this type of political bloodlust. Now he wasn't so sure. It was a worked-up Lyndon Johnson who told Bobby Kennedy about the shooting of Oswald. Entering the Blue Room of the White House, the new president greeted the surprised Attorney General by urging him to do something. "We've got to get involved. It's giving the United States a bad name around the world." LBJ accurately predicted the world reaction. Newspapers in the free and communist camps alike howled about the grotesque display in Dallas, as the Daily Herald of London described the back-to-back murders and openly wondered whether Oswald was killed to keep him from talking, in the words of a Paris newspaper. But it's uncertain how sincere Johnson was in his appeal for Bobby to join him in taking action. At this point, LBJ was still resisting calls for even a decorous investigation along the lines of the future Warren Commission. The new president seemed more concerned about the public relations aspect of the debacle in Dallas than in its actual legal resolution. In any case, Kennedy, filled with loathing for a man he immediately regarded as a usurper, never accepted the new president's challenge to work with him on the mystery of November 22. Such an alliance would have been the only way for the monumental crime to have been solved. If these dueling halves of the Kennedy legacy, antagonists out of a Shakespearean court drama, had been able to put aside their storied mutual contempt, history would have been different. But this would have been so far out of character for both men that it was never a possibility. Later on Sunday, Milt Evans stood in the living room of the White House's presidential quarters with Peter Lawford, watching in grim disbelief as the TV played the shooting of Oswald over and over again. Bobby came in, looked at the television, and then went over and turned it off. He didn't say anything, just turned it off. Bobby didn't want to dwell openly on the morbid spectacle in Dallas, but he wanted to quietly figure it out. It was a pattern established that first weekend, and he stuck to it for the rest of his life. He refused to cooperate with the two major public investigations of his brother's murder during his lifetime, the Warren Commission and Jim Garrison's probe, for reasons that are both understandable and perplexing. But he doggedly pursued his own secret avenues of scrutiny in a determined effort to find the truth. And Jack Ruby was one of his first investigative targets. There was no one in America with more acute investigative instincts than Robert Kennedy when it came to organized crime. And Jack Ruby had mob written all over him. If Bobby could not have figured this out himself, anonymous tipsters quickly emerged to point him in the right direction. 1 week after Ruby blasted his way into the national spotlight, an unsigned communication was sent to the Attorney General and former CIA Director Allen Dulles from an informer who claimed that Ruby was a mob fingerman or hitman. "If my memory serves me right," wrote the informer, Jack Ruby was visiting syndicate members in San Diego between the last months of 1961 and early months of 1962. The meeting of the syndicate members was at the Brass Rail, a bar-restaurant. It is used as a homosexual bar, much as the New York Syndicate under the former Gallo Gang used some dozen homosexual bars as fronts. Immediately after Oswald was gunned down, Bobby put his right-hand man, Walt Sheridan, on Ruby. An FBI memo dated November 24, 1963, shows that within hours of the shooting, Sheridan turned up evidence that Ruby had been paid off in Chicago by a close associate of Jimmy Hoffa. According to the memo, Sheridan reported that Ruby had picked up a bundle of money from Alan M. Dorfman, Hoffa's chief advisor on Teamster pension funds and the stepson of Paul Dorfman, the labor boss's main link to the Chicago mob. Robert Peloquin, an attorney in the Justice Department's Criminal Division, was quickly dispatched to Chicago to check out the story about the Ruby payoff. Informed of this mission by the chief of the Chicago FBI office in a November 25 memo, an irritated J. Edgar Hoover scribbled on the document, "I do wish department would mind its own business and let us mind ours." A few days later, Julius Drasnin, the federal labor lawyer whom Bobby had asked to look into a possible Chicago Mafia role in the assassination, provided further evidence about Ruby's background as a mob enforcer. Drasnin submitted a report on November 27 that detailed Ruby's labor racketeering activities and his penchant for armed violence. Later, Kennedy would remark that when he saw Ruby's phone records, the list was almost a duplicate of the people I called before the Rackets Committee. Bobby,
At the time of the assassination, Kennedy was backing a bill, H.R. 4158, which would have given the Attorney General the authority to appoint the agents who protected the president, instead of the Secret Service. Rowley, the agency's chief, acknowledged in his testimony before the Warren Commission that he was adamantly opposed to the bill, asserting that the transfer of authority to RFK's office would confuse and be a conflict in jurisdiction. On Tuesday, 4 days after the assassination, Kennedy spoke again with Clint Hill, following up the phone conversation he had with him on November 22 when the Secret Service agent was still in Dallas. There is no record of this conversation, but the security lapses in Dallas were so flagrant, Kennedy would certainly have wanted to know what happened from an agent like Hill, whom the family deeply trusted. Clint Hill, he loved us, he was the first man in the car, Jackie would later tell Theodore H. White. The Secret Service had selected an unsafe motorcade route through downtown Dallas, culminating in the slow hairpin turn onto Elm Street where the president met his death. The tall buildings, grassy knoll, and overpass that turned Dealey Plaza into a perfect crossfire shooting gallery were not secured. Motorcycle patrolmen protecting the presidential limousine followed loosely behind, instead of tightly surrounding the vehicle. There were no Secret Service men on the limousine's running boards, and agents were also ordered to stay off the rear of the vehicle. The Secret Service later spread the story that it was JFK himself, anxious that the crowd's view of the first couple not be obscured, who insisted on this. But this has been effectively refuted by researcher Vincent Palomara, who interviewed numerous agents, all of whom said the order came from Secret Service officials, not the president. Clint Hill, riding in the Secret Service follow-up car, was the only agent to sprint for the limousine when the shots rang out. He did this despite being ordered to stay put by the agent in charge of his vehicle, Emory P. Roberts. Hill reached the limousine as the First Lady was crawling onto the trunk, where, he realized to his horror, she was trying to retrieve a piece of her husband's skull. He clambered aboard the car and pushed Jackie safely back in. Despite his heroism, Hill was plagued for years afterwards by the fact that he had not reached the limousine sooner. In 1975, after retiring from the Secret Service, he agreed to be interviewed by Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes. On camera, the former agent's face was convulsed with pain.
At one point, Wallace later recalled, Hill broke down in sobs, but he insisted on continuing with the interview. His eyes rimmed in red, his head jerking as he fought to choke his emotions, Hill dragged on a cigarette and forced himself back to Dealey Plaza. If he had only reacted a split second sooner, he could have taken the fatal headshot instead of Kennedy, said Hill. And that would have been all right with you? Wallace asked. That would have been fine with me. You got there in less than 2 seconds, Clint. You surely don't have any sense of guilt about that. Yes, I certainly do. I have a great deal of guilt about that. Had I turned in a different direction, I'd have made it. It's my fault, and I'll live with that to my grave. Remembering the interview years later, Wallace wrote, I've never interviewed a more tormented man. It surely is one of the more poignant ironies of November 22nd that a man who performed more bravely than anyone else there that day was one of the most severely punished. On the Monday following the assassination, Bobby put aside his investigative work to bury his brother. In his funeral tailcoat, he marched past the solemn crowds lining the streets, following the flag-draped gun carriage that carried his brother from the Capitol Rotunda to St. Matthew's Cathedral and then his final resting place in Arlington. Walking slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue with Jackie and Teddy, he retraced the steps that Jack had taken 1,000 days earlier to begin his presidency. In the old news footage, the utter bleakness of the day is all written in Bobby's eyes. Ed Guthman and Nicholas Katzenbach, the Deputy Attorney General, had tried to prevail upon Bobby to ride in a closed limousine for security reasons instead of walking in the funeral procession, but he waved him off. It was the beginning of a recurring dispute between Guthman and Bobby over his safety that would drag on until the day he died. He was never afraid. After his brother was killed, a bunch of us would talk to him about getting security, but he always brushed it off. By midnight, the friends and family who had filled the White House for the funeral had deserted it, leaving only the president's brother and widow. "Shall we go visit our friend?" Bobby suggested. The two drove past the Lincoln Memorial and over the Potomac to the sloping lawn below the Lee Mansion, whose panoramic vista Jack had marveled at weeks earlier. In the night gloom, brightened only by the grave's fluttering eternal flame, the two knelt and prayed. The day after the funeral, the Kennedys began converging as usual for Thanksgiving at the family compound in Hyannisport. Jackie arrived by plane with her children, Caroline and John Jr., after visiting her husband's grave in the morning. Teddy and his family also flew to the compound, as well as his sisters Pat, Eunice, and Jean and their families. It was a bleak day on the Cape that Thanksgiving, the New York Times reported. The landscape, rust-colored with the dead leaves of scrub oaks, seemed more desolate than the gray, restless waters of Nantucket Sound. The Times reported that when Jackie arrived, she went directly to her father-in-law's house, avoiding her own, which was filled with mementos of the late president. One of the more touching, the newspaper observed, was a watercolor painting in the hall commemorating a happier family gathering, with a touch of Kennedy humor. It depicted a victorious JFK returning to his family's cheers at the prow of his racing sloop Victorian, in a pose that called to mind Washington crossing the Delaware, after winning his party's presidential nomination in Los Angeles. Bobby could not face Thanksgiving at Hyannisport, with a clan now hollowed of the two men who had once been its center, Jack and Joe, the powerful patriarch who had been robbed of speech and confined to a wheelchair since suffering a stroke in 1961. Instead, Bobby stayed at Hickory Hill for the holiday with Ethel and their 7 children. About 20 people, the usual mixture of Justice Department colleagues and press friends, were invited. Bloody Marys were served. Bobby and Ethel were putting up their usual good fronts, recalled Sheridan, who had just returned from Mahaffey trial in Nashville. But you could tell, looking at him, of the strain. Bobby steered Sheridan away from the party. He wanted to know what his investigator was finding out about the assassination. Sheridan suspected the Teamster boss was involved. I remember telling him what Hoffa had said when John Kennedy was killed. "I didn't want to tell him, but he made me tell him," recalled Sheridan. "Hoffa was down in Miami in some restaurant when the word came of the assassination, and he got up on the table and cheered. At least that's what we heard." That weekend, Bobby took his family to the Kennedy Mansion in Palm Beach, where he gathered around him the band of brothers who had fought alongside him, from the 1950s underworld probes to the New Frontier Crusades, including Sheridan, Guthman, and White. It was a wrenching weekend, with Bobby alternating possessed by numbing grief and savage anger.
Salinger, the former San Francisco journalist whose life Bobby had forever transformed after recruiting him for his Senate rackets investigation, remembered the weekend years later with a shudder. "I mean, he was the most shattered man I had ever seen in my life. He was virtually non-functioning. He would walk for hours by himself. From time to time, he'd organize a touch football game. But they were really vicious games. I mean, it seemed to me the way he was getting his feelings out was in, knocking people down. Somebody, in fact, broke a leg during one of those games. I mean, they were really, really tough." Bobby also continued to be driven by investigative zeal that weekend. He conferred with Sheridan about Oswald and Ruby. Bobby asked him to fly to Dallas and make some private inquiries. The key name was Marina Oswald. He wanted Walt to check in to see what she really knew, Richard Goodwin told me. The thing about Bob was he was going to deal with the truth, whatever it was, Guthman said. He was going to work hard to find it out. And the people who worked for him, like Walter, that's the way it was for them too. He was someone Bob trusted totally. He was a first-class investigator. It was always hard facts with Walter. There was not going to be any mess. After sending Sheridan to Dallas, Bobby dispatched another trusted Kennedy family intimate, Bill Walton, to Moscow 1 week after the assassination. Walton carried with him a secret message for the Soviet government from Bobby and Jackie. It was the most astounding mission undertaken at the request of the Kennedy family in those astounding days after the death of JFK. William Walton was the ideal man to play the role of confidential courier. There was no one the Kennedys trusted more. If Bobby had his loyal band of brothers, JFK attracted the devotion of his own circle of male friends. And none of these men enjoyed a more easy compatibility with the president than Walton, whom JFK fondly called Billy Boy. "I was always surprised that he thought I was as close a friend as he did," Walton recalled years later. "He kept drawing me into things. I was even in his bedroom in the White House. I never expected to be there. Finally, we shared a profound connection. I think he was deeply fond of me. I was of him. I haven't had many male friends as close as he became finally. I was not subservient to him in the way you see so many people. My position was independent. And to tell you the truth, he thought I was a lot more famous than he was." Walton met Kennedy in the late 1940s in Georgetown, where the young unwed congressman was living with his sister Eunice, and Walton was turning the second floor of his Victorian-style home into a studio, after leaving journalism to try his hand at painting. Walton, a former Time magazine war correspondent who won a Bronze Star after parachuting into Normandy with General James Gavin's 82nd Airborne Division, had known JFK's late brother and sister, Joe and Kick, in London. He flew one mission with Joe's naval aviation outfit about a month before the eldest Kennedy brother died on a treacherous bombing run. 8 years older than JFK, Walton must have conjured memories of his heroic older brother in Jack. But if Walton had the resume of a man's man, he was equally at ease in the company of women, with whom his relationships tended to be sweet and safe and jolly, in the words of one such female companion, Martha Gellhorn, the distinguished war reporter and ex-wife of Ernest Hemingway. Walton also enjoyed a sweet and safe friendship with Jackie Kennedy. He met her in Washington before she was married, when she was just a wonderful-looking, kooky, young, inquiring photographer for the now-defunct Times-Herald. He immediately was drawn to her fey elfin quality and her curiosity about books and art. She liked his bohemian style, with his fondness for wearing tight blue jeans and work shirts years before it became a popular look, and his love of gossip.
Walton was 20 years older than the wide-eyed gamine, but he had a wonderful boyish spirit and crooked grin that brought to Gellhorn's mind a clever and funny Halloween pumpkin. Like other women, Jackie was also surely drawn to Walton's valiant effort at single fatherhood, raising son Matthew and daughter Frances by himself after he was divorced from his mentally unstable wife. After the Kennedys moved into the White House, the first couple made Walton a frequent sidekick, finally giving him an official role in 1963 as the chairman of the Fine Arts Commission, where he and Jackie joined hands to save Washington's historic blocks from the wrecking balls of Philistine developers. She sent him flirtatious notes on White House stationery, including a collage featuring a photo of Walton with the inevitable cigarette in hand and the inscription, "Hate cigarettes, but I simply can't resist those Marlboro men. Will you be my Valentine?" He was in a unique position, Walton later noted, because he was equally close to both Jack and Jackie. They each confided their secrets in him, and they used him to communicate with each other. I figured out later that I was a real link for both of them. You can well imagine how tough that period is in anybody's life. It is the eye of the hurricane. Walton, witty, worldly, dishy, helped ground them both. They could act around him as if they were still the young, carefree couple they had been back in Georgetown. One summer day, Walton brought an architectural model of his proposed renovations for Lafayette Square, which JFK had taken a strong interest in, to Hyannisport, where the Kennedys were vacationing. Jack got down on the floor and just loved it and played with it. And Jackie came in and said, "You too," Walton recalled with a laugh. And later, another time, she caught us on his bedroom floor. He was supposed to be taking a nap, meaning he'd just had on his underpants, and it was like 2:30 in the afternoon. He'd had a little sleep, and then I'd been let in because I had a crisis on something that had to be decided that afternoon. We're on the floor with another, and she went out and got her camera and took pictures and sent me a copy of it. And it said, "The President and the Czar," because the newspapers had started calling me Czar of Lafayette Square. Bill thinks that Jack's flirtatiousness with men is a part of his sexual drive and vanity, Walton's friend Gore Vidal recorded in his journal in September 1961. Vidal, who years later called his friend the only civilizing influence in that White House, enjoyed encouraging Jackie's own naughty side. That summer, he teamed up with Walton to escort Jackie, whom he had a family connection, on an adventure in Provincetown, already a gay mecca. Jackie and Bill Walton arrive at the Moores Motel at 5:30, Vidal wrote in his journal. That morning, Jackie had been pondering over the phone to me, should she wear a blonde wig with braids in order not to be recognized. Instead, she wears a silk bandana, a jacket, capri pants, and looks dazzling. Bill wears a dark blue sports shirt and the usual lopsided grin. They came into my room at the motel, no one about. Jackie flung herself on the bed, free. The First Lady of the United States and her male companions then plunged into a night of frivolity that could surely never be repeated in today's dreary political climate with its all-seeing media eye. They attended a performance of Shaw's Mrs. Warren's Profession at the Provincetown Playhouse, bad enough considering the scandalous history of the play about prostitution and the hypocrisy of Victorian high society, which was banned in Britain for 8 years after it was written in 1894. But after the play, the merry trio then went bar hopping, ending up in a dimly lit watering hole whose upstairs bar was frequented by lesbians. Jackie was fascinated, but dared not look in, Vidal noted.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice, technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion, strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Bill Walton was very discreet about his sexual yearnings, which, by this point in his life, were decidedly homosexual. Friends like Vidal, who ran into him again that September in Provincetown, cruising the Atlantic House, very relaxed, certainly knew, as did fellow JFK pals like Ben Bradley, who assumed he was gay as a goose. Did JFK and Jackie know? The ever-discreet Walton, who died in 1994, never said whether he revealed his sexuality to the first couple. Walton's son, Matthew, said he would bet 1,000 to 1 against it. Still, the three shared sexual confidences, and Jack was comfortable enough to ask Walton to squire his mistresses to White House events. If JFK was aware of his friend's secret life, he was clearly self-assured enough about his own sexuality not to feel threatened by it. In fact, as Walton remarked to Vidal, he seemed to thrive on male as well as female adoration. Bobby, on the other hand, did not share his brother's casual polymorphous perversity. Vidal, who carried on a notorious feud with the younger Kennedy through much of the 1960s, sensed homosexual panic in Bobby's taut, angry attitude toward men such as himself. "I couldn't stand Bobby," said Vidal, recalling the two men's poisoned relationship years later. "There are certain visceral dislikes that surface in people. It surfaced in me, certainly, and in him." Vidal thought Bobby had the blunt personality of an Irish cop. The two people Bobby most hated, a rare distinction because he hated so many people, were Jimmy Hoffa and me, the author remarked. Despite the whiff of homophobia in Vidal's nostrils, Bobby never seemed discomforted by Walton. They had worked closely together in the 1960 presidential campaign. Bill had everybody's ear. He had direct access to Jack and Bobby, said Justin Feldman, a Kennedy organizer who loaned space in his New York law office to Walton during the campaign. They completely trusted him. Bobby talked to him several times a day during the campaign. The Kennedys trusted him with the tough assignments. At one point, Bobby didn't like the stories being written about Jack by a reporter in the New York Post. "I was sitting with Walton in our office when he got Bobby on the speakerphone to discuss the situation. Bill told him, 'Mission accomplished.' Bobby said, 'How did you do that?' Walton said, 'Soren is coming to work for us. You'll be paying him $1,000 a week.' Bobby, the driving engine behind his brother's campaign, valued loyalty to his family's political cause above all else. And he knew Walton was deeply devoted. 'My father was a believer,' Matthew Walton recalled. 'You might call him an idealist in the sense that there was nothing in it for him, certainly not money. He never really believed in a political movement before JFK. Bill was disinterested. He was not out to get glory for himself. Nor was he feathering his nest in the current tradition,' added Vidal. He wanted nothing for himself other than to be amused, which he was by court life. When his service to Jack came to a stunning end on November 22nd, Walton was overcome.
He was leaving the West Wing lobby with Pat Moynihan shortly before JFK's death was officially announced, when Moynihan pointed to the White House flag, which had just been lowered. "Bill, you might as well see that." Walton visibly sagged. "Let's walk out the way he would have expected us to," said Walton, trying to hold himself together. But he couldn't. Moynihan had to help him into a cab at the Northwest Gate. But there was still the family, Bobby and Jackie, and they needed Walton again that week after he had helped oversee a proper ceremonial departure for his friend. They were to entrust him with a final, highly confidential task. "He was exactly the person that you would pick for a mission like this," said Vidal. Bill Walton had been scheduled to fly to the Soviet Union on November 22nd, at the request of JFK, to help open a dialogue with Russian artists. The artistic exchange mission was part of Kennedy's peace offensive, which was gathering momentum that year, with his eloquent olive branch speech at American University in June and the nuclear test ban treaty in August. Walton was to visit Leningrad and Moscow, where he would spend the next 2 weeks. Moscow was in the grip of its usual frigid winter, and Walton was fighting a bad cold, blowing his nose into a red handkerchief as he went unflaggingly about his busy schedule. He chatted with Russian artists at the USIA exhibit and visited their studios, the state-sanctioned variety as well as underground ones. He went to a poetry reading in a crowded hall, where passionate young fans ran to the stage to scribble questions on bits of paper for the poets after they finished their recitals. Poets in Moscow have fans as devoted as American bobby socks are to movie stars, a bemused Walton later observed. They debate the relative achievements of their heroes and heroines. Walton was also invited to take tea with Mrs. Khrushchev at the House of Friendship, a government-sponsored club where foreign dignitaries were feted. The wife of the Soviet leader immediately turned the conversation to Jackie Kennedy, whom she had met in Vienna during the 1961 summit. "She is so strong and so brave," she said, her eyes welling up. "My heart aches for her, and for the 2 children who probably won't even remember their father." Everywhere Walton went in Leningrad and Moscow, people wanted to talk about his dead friend. "When I arrived, he had been dead a week," Walton later recalled. Tough old bureaucrats would brush aside a tear as they spoke of him. "In several studios, the painter stood in 1 minute of silence before we began our talk about the arts. In one house, the cook, crippled by age, hobbled on crutches from the kitchen, and with tears coursing down her cheeks, gave me a handful of paper flowers to put on John Kennedy's grave. The emotion was so genuine, the feeling so deep, that one wondered how this young man, in such a brief presidency, could have gotten through to the people of this distant land." The Russians Walton met credited the young president with trying to ease the doomsday terror of the Cold War. He was a man of peace. This, observed Walton, was the universal epitaph for his friend as he traveled the land held in mutual nuclear bondage with the United States. "I could see that President Kennedy's death was as disrupting to the USSR as to everyone else. With him, the Russian leaders felt they had established personal contact. Over and over, they emphasized how much more important personal connections are than cumbersome diplomatic contacts between great powers." Among those Walton spoke with about the violent transformation of the U.S. government was Soviet journalist Alexei Aujube, the son-in-law of Khrushchev. Over 3 glasses of throat-soothing hot tea and a cognac, Walton tried to reassure the well-connected Izvestia editor that America had not been taken over by a reactionary clique. He asserted that President Johnson has indicated a real desire to continue JFK's policies. Walton must have bit his tongue as he passed along these assurances about LBJ, as one report of the meeting later observed. For he detested the new president, and the feeling was mutual. Like Bobby, he shuddered to think of the Texan occupying JFK's office. Vidal, who carried on a notorious feud with the younger Kennedy through much of the 1960s, sensed homosexual panic in Bobby's taut, angry attitude toward men such as himself. "I couldn't stand Bobby," said Vidal, recalling the 2 men's poisoned relationship years later. there are certain visceral dislikes that surface in people.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor niche with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, etc. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Despite what he told Ajubi over tea and cognac, Bill Walton had a much more disturbing secret message for the Soviet government, which he delivered as soon as he arrived in Moscow. Bobby had asked Walton to meet with Georgy Bolshakov, a Soviet agent formerly stationed in Washington, through whom the Kennedys had communicated confidential messages to Khrushchev at critical points in their administration, including the Cuban Missile Crisis. The squat, pug-nosed, jovial Bolshakov was a frequent visitor to Bobby's Virginia home and to his spacious Justice Department suite, where he would sweep unannounced into the Attorney General's office, with Kennedy's diligent secretary Angie Novello running frantically after him. So closely associated was he with Kennedy's circles that Newsweek dubbed him the Russian New Frontiersman. Official Washington frowned on the back channel between the Kennedys and Bolshakov, but that did not deter Bobby from pursuing the relationship. One time, Bob wanted to invite Georgie to a party of government officials on board the presidential yacht, the Sequoia, recalled James Symington, the Attorney General's administrative assistant, in a recent interview. But McCone from the CIA said, "If he gets on the boat, I get off." McCone was appalled at the idea of swanning around with some Soviet agent. But Bob was looser than that. Bob had no illusions about Bolshakov. He had no illusions about anyone. He knew perfectly well what Bolshakov was, but he knew how to read him. It was impossible for JFK and Khrushchev to speak directly, so it was important for the Kennedys to have a back channel to communicate with the Kremlin. Now Bobby was using Bolshakov one more time to relay a top-secret message to the Soviet leader. The Attorney General instructed Walton to go directly to Bolshakov in Moscow, without first checking in to his quarters at the U.S. Embassy. Bobby did not want the new U.S. Ambassador Foy Kohler, whom he regarded as anti-Kennedy, to know about the Bolshakov meeting. Kohler was a hardliner who thought Khrushchev was more dangerous than Stalin. "He gave me the creeps," Bobby later recalled of Kohler, adding that he didn't regard him as someone who could really get anything done with the Russians. Kohler was equally cold to Kennedy. During the 1961 Berlin crisis, when Kohler was the State Department official in charge of the Soviet Union, he remembered,
Bobby would sit there across the table with those cold blue eyes, as if to say, "You jerk, if you ever let my brother down, I'm going to knife you." Walton delivered his remarkable message to Bolshakov at Moscow's ornate Sovietskaya restaurant. What he heard must have reminded the Russian of an unsettling encounter he had had with Bobby the year before in Washington. As Bolshakov came out of an August 1962 meeting with JFK at the White House, where he was asked to relay a conciliatory message to Khrushchev, Bobby heatedly confronted his Russian friend. "Gosh darn it, Georgie, doesn't Premier Khrushchev realize the president's position? Every step he takes to meet Premier Khrushchev halfway costs my brother a lot of effort. In a gust of blind hate, his enemies may go to any length, including killing him." Now, in Moscow, Bobby Kennedy's representative was reporting that the Attorney General's worst fears had come true. What Walton told Bolshakov over their meal at the Sovietskaya stunned the Russian. He said that Bobby and Jackie believed that the president had been killed by a large political conspiracy. "Perhaps there was only one assassin, but he did not act alone," Walton said, continuing the message from the Kennedys. There were others behind Lee Harvey Oswald's gun. J.F. Hoover had told both Bobby and Jackie that Oswald was a communist agent. But despite the alleged assassin's well-publicized defection to the Soviet Union and his attention-grabbing stunts on behalf of Fidel Castro, the Kennedys made it clear that they did not believe he was acting on foreign orders. They were convinced that JFK was the victim of U.S. opponents. And, Walton told Bolshakov, Dallas was the ideal location for such a crime. Despite this provocative remark, the Kennedy Courier apparently did not mean to implicate President Johnson in the crime. But he shared with Bolshakov the Kennedys' true scornful feelings about JFK's successor. Johnson was a clever time server who would be incapable of realizing Kennedy's unfinished plans. More pro-business than JFK, Johnson was certain to stock his administration with a legion of corporate representatives. The one hope for peaceful relations between the two countries was Robert McNamara. Walton described the defense secretary as completely sharing the views of President Kennedy on matters of war and peace. Walton then discussed Bobby's political future. He said he planned to stay on as Attorney General through 1964, and then he planned to run for governor of Massachusetts, an idea Kennedy had already floated in the press. He would use this office as a political base for an eventual race for the presidency. If he succeeded in returning to the White House, he would resume his brother's quest for détente with the Soviet Union. Some Russians he spoke with, added Walton, regarded Bobby as more of a hardliner toward Moscow than President Kennedy. This is untrue, Walton assured Bolshakov. The younger brother might have a tougher shell than JFK had, Walton acknowledged. But Robert agreed completely with his brother and, more importantly, actively sought to bring John F. Kennedy's ideas to fruition. The remarkable meeting between Walton and Bolshakov was first recounted in One Hell of a Gamble, a widely praised 1997 book about the Cuban Missile Crisis by Timothy Naftali, a Yale scholar at the time and now director of the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, and Alexander Fursenko, chairman of the History Department at the Russian Academy of Sciences. Though the book itself, which was based on secret documents from a variety of Soviet agencies and government bodies, including the KGB and Politburo, attracted wide coverage in such publications as the New York Times, Washington Post, Business Week, Foreign Affairs, The Economist, and The Nation, none of these reviews saw fit to highlight Walton's extraordinary mission on behalf of the Kennedys. Certainly one of the book's more eye-popping disclosures. Newsweek's Evan Thomas, a dean of Washington journalism, did zero in on the book's account of the Moscow mission in his 2000 biography of Robert Kennedy, wagging his finger at Kennedy for this irresponsible and potentially mischievous act of backdoor diplomacy. But Thomas completely ignored the most provocative part of Kennedy's communication, his views on the assassination, and focused solely on Bobby's anti-Johnson sentiments and political ambitions. Bobby's astonishing secret message to Moscow, one of the most revealing glimpses we have from those days of his thinking about the assassination, would disappear down the media hole as soon as it was made public. Bolshakov immediately delivered a report on what Walton told him to his superiors at the GRU, the Soviet Military Intelligence Agency. It undoubtedly added to the gloom at the Kremlin, where the Kennedy assassination was already viewed as a backlash by hardline elements in the U.S. national security establishment against JFK's bid for rapprochement with the Soviets. When Khrushchev heard about Kennedy's death, he had broken down and wept. He just wandered around his office for several days, like he was in a daze, a Soviet official told Pierre Salinger. Robert Kennedy's post-Dallas back-channel message to Moscow is a stunning historical footnote. The man who bared his soul to the Soviets that week is, after all, the same man who had served as counsel for the notorious red-biting senator from Wisconsin, Joe McCarthy.
The man who led the administration's relentless drive to overthrow Fidel Castro and stop the spread of communism in Latin America. The man so enthralled by the adventures of James Bond, the supremely elegant and implacable foil of Soviet skullduggery, that he wrote fan letters to Bond's creator, Ian Fleming. Robert Kennedy's views of the Soviet threat had, like his brothers, become more complex with time and experience. But the Soviet Union was still his country's most feared enemy, with whom his brother had parried and thrust all over the world, from Berlin to Cuba to Southeast Asia. Nonetheless, the ground beneath his feet had given way for Bobby Kennedy on November 22nd. The world was, in an instant, deeply different. The enemy lines no longer seemed so certain that week. Suddenly, the Attorney General of the United States regarded the government of our leading enemy as less alien than our own. He was eager to share his darkest suspicions with Moscow, taking pains to hide this extraordinary communication from the U.S. Embassy there. What is even more remarkable than the fact that Kennedy engaged in an irresponsible act of backdoor diplomacy is the fact that such an intensely patriotic man, someone who was viscerally anti-communist, felt driven to do so. There is no other conclusion to reach. In the days following his brother's bloody ouster, Robert Kennedy placed more trust in the Soviet government than the one he served. Why did Kennedy feel so estranged from his own government that he was willing to take such an extreme step? To understand his conspiratorial frame of mind in the days after Dallas, we must understand the inner workings and tensions of the Kennedy administration in the years leading to the assassination. John F. Kennedy's body was not long in the ground when his administration began to be enshrouded in the gauzy myths of Camelot. Years later, these myths would be shredded by the counter-legend of a decadent monarch, a sexually frenzied and heavily medicated leader whose reckless personal behavior put his nation at risk. Neither of these versions conveys the essential truth of the Kennedy administration. Missing from the vast body of literature on the Kennedy years, including the sentimental memoirs, revisionist exposés, and standard text, is a sense of the deep tumult at the heart of the administration. The Kennedy government was at war with itself. 1961, John Kennedy was haunted by the specter of cataclysmic war. An avid reader of history from boyhood on, he was acutely aware of how the Great War had been stumbled into by the great powers, decimating the flower of Europe's youth and leaving behind scarring images of muddy, blood-soaked trenches and the dead stillness of poisoned air. "All war is stupid," he had written home from the Pacific in 1943 while fighting the next war, the one that World War I, the war to end all war, had led to. The death of his older brother Joe in a fiery aerial explosion over the English Channel during a suicidal mission brought home the raw misery of it all. He was very close to my brother Joe, and it was a devastating loss to him personally, and he saw the enormous impact that it had on my father, Ted Kennedy told me.
He was a very different person when he came back from the war. I think this burned inside of him. But it was the Cold War, with its constant threat of instant annihilation, that confirmed the ultimate absurdity of war. Kennedy came to recognize that war in the nuclear age was unthinkable. I think that the principal reason Kennedy ran for the presidency was he thought the Eisenhower Dulles policy of massive retaliation and all of that was heading the country toward nuclear war, said Theodore Sorensen, contemplating his days with JFK years later in the offices of his Manhattan law firm. He felt the policy of massive retaliation, in which we supposedly kept the peace by saying if you step 1 foot over the line in West Berlin or somewhere else, we will respond by annihilating you with nuclear weapons. He thought that was mad. He also felt it was a policy that had no credibility and would not prevent Soviet pressures or incursions in one place or another. But John Kennedy did not run for the White House in 1960 against the scowling anti-communist Richard Nixon as a peace candidate. He was too politically shrewd for that. Kennedy had seen the owlish, high-minded Adlai Stevenson, darling of the Democratic Party's liberal establishment, soundly defeated twice by Republican war hero Dwight Eisenhower. From the McCarthy era on, flag-waving Republican candidates had beaten their Democratic opponents by portraying them as soft and effete defeatists, no match for our brutal and implacable enemies. It was a winning political formula that Republicans would use throughout the Cold War and then successfully retool, at least for a time, with the War on Terror. John Kennedy, however, was no Adlai Stevenson. The party's liberal wing, regally presided over by the sainted widow of the Democratic's glorious past, hated him for it, scorning Kennedy as slick and vague, a gutless wonder in Harry Truman's bitter formulation. Mrs. Roosevelt, with reason, how the author of Profiles in Courage, a book extolling political leaders who put principle ahead of expediency, could have avoided taking a stand against McCarthyism, the greatest threat to American democracy of the day. If only the glamorous young senator had a little less profile and a little more courage, she tartly remarked. But the Kennedy family had no interest in being beautiful losers like Stevenson, whose inevitable defeats were embraced by liberals as confirmation of their own natural superiority. Winning was always the goal with the Kennedys, and they knew how to do it. The Kennedy brothers might have been raised in Brahmin comfort and been educated at the most elite New England schools, but when it came to the brawling world of politics, they were not that far removed from the Irish saloons of their forefathers. In his 1960 presidential race, John Kennedy faced the most cunning and dirty politician on post-war America's national stage, Richard Nixon. JFK beat him by playing every bit as dirty, and more importantly, by grabbing the war club that Republicans like Nixon used to beat Democratic contenders and using it against Tricky Dick instead. Kennedy stunned Nixon by thumping his chest louder than his opponent on the nuclear arms race and on Cuba, where Fidel Castro's revolutionary government was dramatically breaking away from U.S. dominance. Prodded by his Georgetown friend Joseph Alsop, a syndicated newspaper columnist with close ties to the CIA, JFK sold voters on the alarming idea that we were falling dangerously behind the Soviets in the nuclear arms race. The missile gap turned out to be a myth, the creation of Air Force intelligence analysts and credulous newsmen, as Kennedy would be informed by a Pentagon arms expert soon after moving into the White House. But during the campaign, the missile gap hue and cry succeeded in putting Nixon on the defensive, as did Kennedy's clarion call to support Cuban freedom fighters in their crusade to take back the island from Castro. Nixon felt especially flummoxed by Kennedy's call for liberating Cuba, since the vice president was plotting to do just that, along with the CIA and a band of Cuban immigrants. Because he was obligated not to reveal the top-secret plan, Nixon was tongue-tied during the fourth and final presidential debate when Kennedy called for Cuba's liberation. I had no choice but to take a completely opposite stand and attack Kennedy's advocacy of open intervention in Cuba, Nixon wrote in his 1978 memoirs. I shocked and disappointed many of my own supporters. In that debate, Kennedy conveyed the image to 60 million people that he was tougher on Castro and communism than I was. Nixon, a master of the black arts of electoral politics, had finally met his match.
Kennedy edged out Nixon by a whisper of a margin on Election Day. But liberal JFK supporters like John Kenneth Galbraith, the economist who had been Kennedy's tutor at Harvard and esteemed advisor in the campaign, worried about the costs of victory, especially JFK's promise to help free Cuba. Journalists and historians have made much of the Kennedy family's alleged deal with Chicago mobsters to deliver votes in their key city. But no pact would prove more decisive or more costly to Kennedy than the one he made with Vulcan, god of fire and metal. By invoking the gods of weapons and war, Kennedy succeeded in banishing the Democrats' image of Stevensonian weakness and replacing it with a vigorous new muscularity. But the champions of aggressive foreign policy who thrilled to Kennedy's militaristic rhetoric now expected the new president to deliver. As Kennedy prepared to take office, they eagerly awaited a massive U.S. arms buildup and a bold effort to roll back communism in Cuba. If the new president was committed to expanding America's nuclear arsenal, he was even more determined never to use it. This seemingly contradictory position was vividly displayed in Kennedy's ringing inaugural address. The speech revealed a man with one foot in the Cold War and one foot in a new world he saw coming, as Kennedy advisor Harris Wofford described the new president. With its double-edged message of bellicose vigilance and pacific idealism, the speech appealed to a broad political spectrum. While Kennedy vowed the nation would pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty, he also dispensed with the usual Soviet-bashing rhetoric and invited our enemy to join us in a new quest for peace, before the dark powers of destruction unleashed by science engulf all humanity in planned or accidental self-destruction. Likewise, he offered a post-colonial vision to the Third World, and Latin America in particular, where the United States would help in casting off the chains of poverty in an alliance for progress. But immediately followed this with a veiled warning to those revolutionary groups in the region who sought to follow Castro's path, vowing to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in the Americas. The inaugural was an inspired work of oratory, whose soaring rhetoric succeeded in making its aggressive interventionism, as well as its ambitious humanitarianism, seem of a whole. Calling on powers both dark and light in our nature, it was cheered by everyone from Norman Thomas on the left to Barry Goldwater on the right. Only a speech this deftly written could have thrilled both the pacifist poet Robert Lowell, who had served prison time during World War II as a conscientious objector, and one of that war's most ferocious lions, Admiral Arleigh Burke. After Kennedy's speech, Lowell was moved to declare his joy that, at long last, the Goths have left the White House. Old 31-knot Burke, President Eisenhower's crusty, saber-rattling chief of naval operations, and certainly a man Lowell would have considered one of those Goths, was no less enthused. I was there along with the other chiefs, and I have never heard a better speech, Burke later recalled. I thought, this is a magnificent speech. It's the best statement of the policies in which I believe that I have ever heard. I was extremely proud on that day.
As Kennedy neared his trumpet blast of a conclusion that inaugural day, hatless and coatless in the biting, bright winter air, warmed only by the passion of his soon-to-be famous words, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you." He took a sweeping part of the nation with him through a membrane in time, entering the next decade and a new era, in author Thurston Clarke's words. Electrified by the bold poetry of JFK's vision that day, many more Americans were willing to follow him through that membrane into the future than had voted for him in November. Looking back, Ted Sorensen, Kennedy's essential collaborator, saw nothing contradictory about the inaugural address. It embodied, he said, Kennedy's fundamental philosophy of peace through strength. The line in the inaugural address that is the most important is not, "Ask not what your country can do for you." It's, "For only when our arms are sufficient beyond doubt can we be certain beyond doubt that they will never be employed." That was the Kennedy policy in a nutshell. He wasn't for unilateral disarmament. On the contrary, he wanted to build an overwhelming nuclear advantage so we'd never have to use them. The Soviets would never dare challenge us. It's one thing to write a speech that artfully weaves together opposing views and unites opposing constituencies in a burst of applause. It's another to govern consistently based on such a delicately balanced philosophy. The world of power has a way of reducing subtleties and complexities to their lowest common denominator. Ted Sorensen's experience in the first year of the Kennedy White House is revealing in this regard. Sorensen was more than just John Kennedy's speechwriter. He was one of the better angels of his nature. He helped Kennedy stay in touch with the liberal conscience that underlied the president's carefully manufactured political enterprise. He knew how to tap into the soaring vision in JFK and how to give it wing in Kennedy's speeches. Hired at the age of 25 to be a writer and advisor for Kennedy as the rising politician entered the Senate in 1953, Sorensen quickly learned how to crawl inside his employer and channel his thoughts. "Ted Sorensen is getting to be a mirror image of me, reflecting even what I am thinking," Kennedy told his old Navy crony Paul Red Fay. During the decade they spent together, Sorensen would later say, "John F. Kennedy was the only human being who mattered to me." Sorensen's first marriage would become a victim of his devotion to Kennedy. He separated from his wife Camelia during the 1960 presidential campaign and divorced her in July 1963 after 14 years of marriage. Still bitter from his loss, Nixon lashed into the two men's eloquent political partnership in an interview with Redbook magazine in June 1962, charging Kennedy was a puppet who echoed his speechmaker during the 1960 campaign. It's easier for Kennedy to get up and read Sorensen's speeches, but I don't think it's responsible unless he believes it deeply himself. Jackie Kennedy, forced to yield much of her husband to Sorensen, especially during the 1960 race, had a better grasp of the dynamic between JFK and the man nearly a decade his junior. Far from a puppet master, the devoted Sorensen was a little boy in so many ways who almost puffs himself up when he talks to Jack, Jackie told a reporter during the campaign with ill-concealed spite. Nixon himself was more generous in his appraisal of Sorensen, telling Redbook that Sorensen has the rare gift of being an intellectual who can completely sublimate his style to another intellectual, a kind of passionate self-effacement, and the apt description of Thurston Clarke, who carefully analyzed the working relationship between the two men in his 2004 study of the JFK inaugural, Ask Not. Right-wing opponents of President Kennedy, searching for vulnerabilities in his administration during its first year, sensed something weak and exposed in Kennedy's unique relationship with Sorensen. The speechwriter was not like the rough-and-tumble Irish mafia political operators surrounding Kennedy. The studious young aide, with his slicked-down hair and horn-rimmed glasses, represented JFK's more intellectual and idealistic side. More important, while Kennedy had created a winning political persona as the World War II hero of PT-19 fame, Sorensen embodied the anti-war sentiments that JFK's enemies suspected were really in command of the new presidency, despite its tough rhetoric.
To these conservative critics, there was something weak and feminine about the team of boyishly handsome, tousled-haired young men who had taken over the government from the reliable old general who had commanded it before them. And in the fall of 1961, these critics zeroed in on Sorensen, the elegant voice of the administration, as the symbol of its weakness. Unlike Kennedy and many of his other top men, Ted Sorensen had never gone to war and never even served in the military. He had registered in 1948 as a conscientious objector and later escaped service in the Korean War as a father. "I was not against service, I was against killing," Sorensen told me years later. "I'm not sure that pure pacifists would describe me as a pacifist. I was willing to risk my life. I believed, and still do, that there is such a thing as just wars. I think ridding the world of Hitler was justified." Born into a Unitarian household in Lincoln, Nebraska, Sorensen was raised to view war with a deeply skeptical eye. His father, a crusading attorney and progressive politician named C.A. Sorensen, had sailed on Henry Ford's peace ship to Stockholm in 1916 as part of the automobile pioneers' desperate attempt to head off World War I by convening a European peace conference. The attorney, who was also counsel to the women's suffrage movement, met his Russian Jewish wife Annis Chaikin when he represented the ardent young feminist against charges of radicalism and pacifism during World War I. Their son Ted would meet his first wife, Camellia, a Quaker who shared the Sorensen family's anti-war philosophy, when she came to attend services at their Unitarian church, since there was no Friends Meeting House in Lincoln. Knowing Ted Sorensen's background as a Unitarian and conscientious objector, President Kennedy was careful to keep him out of high-tension meetings with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, like one that took place in the White House during the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis. "I'm sure that would have provoked them further," said Sorensen, chuckling today at the polarities JFK had to manage within his administration. "I don't think they ever regarded me as one of their strongest advocates," the former CO dryly added. But Kennedy's opponents would not allow him to keep Sorensen's beliefs discreetly concealed. In September 1961, the White House aide's pacifism exploded as a public issue when Walter Trohan, the Washington bureau chief of the anti-Kennedy Chicago Tribune, wrote that the man behind President Kennedy's rocking chair in a world with war tensions escaped military service as a conscientious objector. Republican presidential hopeful Barry Goldwater promptly turned the Tribune article into a political issue by inserting it into the congressional record, remarking, "I can't help but wonder at the thoughts of the fathers and mothers of American boys who are right now being called up for active military service when they learn that one of the president's closest advisors is an objector because of conscience." Sorensen insists today that Kennedy simply brushed aside the controversy. It didn't bother the president at all. But it was just one more unsettling fact about the new administration that gnawed at the national security chiefs who believed that the country's defense rested first and foremost on their shoulders, no matter who occupied the Oval Office. They knew, of course, about family patriarch Joe Kennedy's shameful record of appeasement toward the Nazis, which cut short his service as President Roosevelt's ambassador to England and ruined his political future. Now they saw his son surround himself in the White House with men they regarded as Cold War appeasers. From the very beginning of his administration, the young president himself was regarded with a wary suspicion by Washington's warrior culture. They feared JFK was a lightweight who might very well put the nation at risk, a physically and morally compromised man whose victory had been purchased by his cunning crook of a father. For these men, Kennedy's inauguration was not an occasion for celebration.
During the inaugural ceremony, while waiting for a luncheon in Eisenhower's honor at the exclusive F Street Club, a group of senior military officials, including Admiral Arthur Radford, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, stood grimly watching the TV as the new president called upon the nation to follow him into the future. The military men were focused less on Kennedy's inspiring words than on his forehead, which was perspiring profusely in the frigid winter air. "He's all hopped up," shouted out General Howard Snyder, the retiring White House physician. Snyder, who had access to FBI and Secret Service files on Kennedy, told Radford that Kennedy, who suffered from Addison's disease, was prescribed a shot of cortisone every morning to keep him in good operating condition, and on this particularly stressful day, he had obviously been administered an extra dose, resulting in his heavily beaded brow. Snyder worried aloud about the nation being placed in the hands of a man so obviously medically impaired. "I hate to think of what might happen to the country if Kennedy is required at 3 a.m. to make a decision affecting the national security." It would not be long before Kennedy did face the first such crisis of his administration, and the way he handled it confirmed the warrior elite's worst fears about him. Jack Kennedy and the CIA seemed made for each other. The spy agency's cloak-and-dagger daring-do appealed to the James Bond-loving imagination of the young president. But the agency's main attraction was its promise of accomplishing strategic objectives on the cheap and sly, without embroiling the nation in the rampant, unpredictable violence of all-out war. Kennedy had moved smoothly through the Georgetown social milieu of the CIA's bright, young, Ivy League-educated men. Joe Alsop, Groton 28, Harvard 32, who presided over salon gatherings frequented by the CIA elite with his unique combination of effete mannerism and Cold War machismo, helped pave the rising young politician's entrance into this world. Among those he introduced to Kennedy was his old Groton friend Richard Bissell, who had been plucked from academia by spymaster Allen Dulles and later groomed as his successor. Some CIA hands were still wary of Kennedy from the McCarthy days, when Jack looked the other way while Bobby served as counsel for the demagogue, whose witch hunt grew so feverish that its flames began to lick at the CIA itself, menacing bright young idealists in its top ranks like Cord Meyer and William Bundy. Until Dulles boldly told the boozy politician with the 5 o'clock shadow of a movie crook to take his business elsewhere. The waspy agency's snubbing of the crude, publicity-grubbing Irish Catholic McCarthy echoed the Kennedys' own treatment at the hands of the Protestant establishment. But Jack was too smooth to bring up old tribal resentments like this as he deftly navigated his way through the intelligence culture during his run-up to the presidency. Bissell was a tall, bespectacled man whose professorial bearing concealed a ruthless character. His wealthy Connecticut family had colonial roots, with one ancestor serving as a spy for General George Washington. Like Dulles, who came from a family of secretaries of state and international financiers, he had a proprietary sense about America. During the 1960 campaign, Bissell responded enthusiastically to Kennedy's aggressive international posture, seeing in him someone like himself, a bright young leader who would not be content with the global status quo, but would seek to roll back the advances of communism, not simply waving the big nuclear stick, but by confronting the Soviets with a variety of counterinsurgency and espionage methods more suited to the world of modern conflict.
Meeting privately with Kennedy during the campaign, Bissell, who still worked for a Republican administration, told him he could not flaunt his choice for president, but made no secret of his support for Kennedy. The Republican Dulles, hedging the agency's bets, voted for Nixon. But Nixon would nurse a deep resentment against the agency for the rest of his life, believing that the CIA director secretly briefed his Democratic opponent about the Bay of Pigs plan, giving Kennedy an edge in the final debate. He also suspected the agency helped tip the election to Kennedy by delaying the Cuba invasion until after the election, depriving Nixon of an October surprise. After Kennedy's victory, Bissell wrote a friend that he looked forward to the new administration because I think Kennedy is surrounded by a group of men with a much livelier awareness than the Republicans of the extreme crisis that we are living in. What I really mean is that the Democrats will be far less inhibited in trying to do something about it. My guess is that Washington will be a more lively and interesting place in which to live and work. Dulles, for his part, did not expect any significant change in his role under Kennedy. The spy master and his late brother, Eisenhower's Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, had largely run America's foreign policy between the two of them during the 1950s. And he expected to continue the family's policies undisturbed under the new, inexperienced president. Kennedy confidant Bill Walton was stunned to hear Dulles declare his sense of entitlement out loud at a dinner party at journalist Walter Lippmann's home after Kennedy took office. After dinner, Walton recalled, the men sat around a while in an old-fashioned way, and he started boasting that he was still carrying out his brother Foster's foreign policy. He said, "You know, that's a much better policy. I've chosen to follow that one." The loyal Walton, who detested Dulles, the feelings were mutual, rang his friend in the White House at dawn and told Kennedy everything the CIA director had said the night before. "That's outrageous," a furious Kennedy responded. "Did he really say that?" For Dulles and Bissell, the world had been their espionage playground under Eisenhower, with their agents romping freely from Iran to Guatemala to Indonesia to the Congo. Under Kennedy, their splendid monkey business as agency masterminds referred to their 1954 military coup in Guatemala promised to become even more unrestrained. Ike made an effort to tighten the reins on Dulles and his outfit in his second term, but he finally threw up his hands. "I'm not going to be able to change Allen," Eisenhower conceded to his national security advisor, Gordon Bray. He learned to live with a CIA director who firmly believed that the gentlemen of U.S. intelligence were not bound by the same moral code that other mortals were. Dulles and Bissell were sublimely untroubled by any scruples when they plotted the overthrow of the duly elected government of Guatemala's president Jacobo Arbenz, who was deemed too left-wing and too hostile to the continued reign of United Fruit, the corporate colossus that was represented by the Dulles brothers' former Wall Street law firm. Indeed, the top two CIA officials waved the coup's success as a gleaming trophy when, less than 3 months after Kennedy took office, they persuaded the new president to go ahead with the CIA operation against Castro that had been set in motion by Eisenhower the year before. Bissell, the principal architect of the Arbenz coup, would reassemble the key members of his Guatemala team for the Bay of Pigs operation, including Tracy Barnes, David Atlee Phillips, Howard Hunt, and David Sanchez Morales. These men would soon find, however, that Cuba was no Guatemala. The doomed Bay of Pigs mission would lead to the downfall of spymaster Allen Dulles and the ambitious man in line to succeed him, Richard Bissell. And it would abruptly terminate JFK's romance with the spy agency, turning the Kennedy brothers and their national security apparatus explosively against one another. It was the evening of Tuesday, April 18, 1961, the day after some 1,500 U.S.-trained Cuban exiles landed on the moonlit shores of their native land to wage war on Fidel Castro. By Tuesday, the invaders' situation was dire, with what remained of Castro's motley air force in control of the skies over the Bay of Pigs, and the exile brigade pinned down by relentless enemy fire in the vast Ciélaga de Zapata swamp surrounding the landing site, whose primordial muck was infested with crocodiles, mosquitoes, and huge buzzing flies. The brigada supplies and ammunition were running low. It was agonizingly clear to CIA officials in Washington that their attempted liberation of Cuba was hours from a crushing, degrading defeat. The mood at Quarters I, the old Army barracks near the Lincoln Memorial that still served as the CIA's headquarters, was frantic. White House advisor Walt Rostow, already established as the administration's hardliner against Third World insurgency, drove over to the CIA quarters in his Volkswagen to check in with Bissell, his old Yale professor.
He found the normally unflappable espionage wizard unshaven and haggard, surrounded by a number of his distraught men, several of whom were shouting and demanding that Bissell do more to save the brave Cubans the CIA had sent into battle. "We've got to persuade the president. The president must send the Air Force in," one of Bissell's men pleaded. Kennedy had repeatedly made it clear to Dulles and Bissell that he would not commit the full military might of the United States to the Bay of Pigs operation. He knew that such a display of gunboat diplomacy would destroy his effort to transform the United States' image in the hemisphere from bullying Yankee imperialists to benevolent partners for reform in the new Alliance for Progress he had promised in his inaugural. And he feared that such a heavy-booted action might provoke a dangerous countermove by the Soviets against West Berlin. The president insisted that the exiles' invasion not create a lot of noise, a stricture he would continue to place on all anti-Castro operations during his days in office, to the immense frustration of the CIA and Pentagon. To make sure that the brigade soldiers themselves knew that they could not expect to be reinforced by the U.S. Marines, he had sent a military aide to their Central American training camps to deliver the message directly. Kennedy, who was intrigued by the legend of Fidel Castro, the only other leader in the hemisphere whose charisma could rival his own, was taken by the idea that the Bay of Pigs invaders could slip quietly into Cuba and start an insurgency in the mountains, as the bearded revolutionary had done almost 5 years earlier. The prospect of the Cuban people themselves taking back their country from the communist dictator was vastly preferable in Kennedy's mind to a counter-revolution enforced by U.S. bayonets. But that evening at Quarter's Eye, Rostow realized that Bissell and the other CIA men had never truly believed that Kennedy would stick to his ban on direct U.S. intervention. It was inconceivable to them that the president would let openly fail when he had all this American power, Rostow later wrote. In the heat of battle, the CIA expected Kennedy to cave and send in warplanes and troops. Realizing it was the agency's last chance to convince Kennedy to do so, Rostow prevailed on Bissell to go to the White House to make his case one final time directly to the president. Rostow phoned Kenny O'Donnell, who by now also realized the invasion was going in the Gosh House, and reaching him in the Oval Office, set up a meeting for late that night. It was minutes before midnight when the extraordinary meeting convened.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Kennedy, McNamara, Vice President Johnson, and Secretary of State Dean Rusk had all just come from the annual congressional reception in the East Room and were still wearing their white ties and black tails. They were joined by General Lyman Lemnitzer, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Admiral Burke, the Navy Chief, both of whom were in full-dress uniform. Bissell presented his case for U.S. intervention to the assembled group in urgent tones, acutely aware of the desperation of those whose lives were on the line, he later recalled. The invasion was on the brink of failure, he told them, but there was still hope. Burke was very much on my side, recalled Bissell. The two men implored Kennedy to unleash the military. Let me take 2 jets and shoot down the enemy aircraft, pleaded Burke. Kennedy refused. He reminded Bissell and Burke that he had warned them over and over again that he would not commit U.S. combat forces to save the operation. The president was beginning to realize that his top military and intelligence chiefs did not take his instructions that seriously. Kennedy would later learn that the Bay of Pigs operation had been riddled with insubordinate behavior. Up until the moment he finally approved the invasion, Kennedy repeatedly emphasized to Bissell that he reserved the right to abort the operation. But Bissell had sent a very different message to the military leaders of the Bay of Pigs Brigade in their Guatemala training camp. They were informed that there are forces in the administration trying to block the invasion, and if these forces succeeded, the brigade leaders were to mutiny against their U.S. advisors and proceed with the invasion. This stunning act of CIA defiance would provoke a public furor when it was later revealed by Haynes Johnson in his 1964 book about the Bay of Pigs. Burke, it was subsequently disclosed, had also flirted with insubordination on the first day of the invasion, leaning on his orders in the polite description of a sympathetic chronicler, and sending the U.S. aircraft carrier Essex and helicopter landing ship Boxer close to Cuban shore, in violation of Kennedy's order to keep U.S. ships 50 miles away. The blunt-spoken admiral grew increasingly angry during the midnight White House meeting as Kennedy repeatedly brushed aside his and Bissell's pleas. Finally, Burke asked for just 1 destroyer, so he could knock the hell out of Castro's tanks. What if Castro's forces return the fire and hit the destroyer? Kennedy appropriately asked. Then we'll knock the hell out of them, roared the admiral. The man who had commanded a destroyer squadron in the South Pacific during World War II, winning fame as 31K Burke for his speed and daring during the battles of Empress Augusta Bay and Cape St. George, was grappling with someone who had been a junior ensign on a PT boat in the same seas. And the blustery Navy commander was appalled to find himself in such an ignominious position. But the junior ensign was now president, and he was not easily intimidated. Burke, I don't want the United States involved in this, Kennedy snapped, beginning to lose his own temper. Hell, Mr. President, the Navy chief shot back loudly, but we are involved. Burke wanted to be as forceful as I could be in talking to the president, he later recalled. But Kennedy was unmoved. As the meeting finally came to an end shortly before 3 a.m., the president stood by his decision to keep U.S. forces out of the Bay of Pigs, and the mission met its doom later that day, with more than 200 brigadistas killed and nearly 1,200 captured and marched off to Castro's prisons. The country's military and intelligence chiefs had clearly believed they could sandbag the young, untested commander-in-chief into joining the battle. But he had stunned them by refusing to escalate the fighting. They were sure I'd give in to them and send the go-ahead order to the Essex, Kennedy said to Dave Powers. They couldn't believe that a new president like me wouldn't panic and try to save his own face. Well, they had me figured all wrong. What JFK suspected about the CIA, that the agency knew all along that its plan was doomed to fail unless Kennedy could be panicked into sending in U.S. forces at the 11th hour, was confirmed years later. In 2005, a secret internal CIA history of the Bay of Pigs was finally released to the public.
The 300-page document contained proof that Bissell concealed the operation's bleak prospects from Kennedy when he briefed him about it for the first time shortly after JFK's election. The internal history quoted a CIA memo dated November 15, 1960, that was prepared for Bissell before the Kennedy briefing. In it, the agency conceded that our concept to secure a beach with airstrip is now seen to be unachievable, except as joint agency DoD action. In other words, the CIA knew that it couldn't accomplish this type of overt paramilitary mission without direct Pentagon participation, and committed that to paper, and then went ahead and tried it anyway, explained Peter Kornblue of the National Security Archive, the George Washington University-based research group that made public the CIA document. Furthermore, there is no evidence that Bissell informed Kennedy of the CIA's bleak assessment. It is also now known that the CIA still pushed ahead with the ill-fated mission, even after it discovered that the cover for the clandestine invasion had been blown. One of the operation's key CIA planners, Jacob Esterline, later admitted to a government panel that the agency discovered in advance that the plan had been leaked to Soviet intelligence. There was some indication that the Soviets somewhere around the 9th had gotten the date of the 17th, Esterline said, in secret testimony that was later revealed through the indefatigable National Security Archive. Charles Bartlett, the Washington correspondent for the Chattanooga Times, an old Kennedy friend who had introduced JFK to his future wife at a 1951 dinner party, also got advance word about the invasion. Not from his friend in the White House, but from Castro's former Washington lobbyist, Ernesto Betancourt. He came to see me after Kennedy had just been in office a few weeks, Bartlett recently recalled. And he said, "The CIA is about to make a huge mistake. Terrible things are about to happen, and Castro knows all about it." I was walking around the Oval Office later, and it would have been easy to tell Jack, but I figured he had all these pressing appointments, let's not hit him with another one. So I took the information to Allen Dulles. It was the stupidest very thing I've ever done. He was sitting there in his office at the CIA smoking his pipe. He said, "Oh, I don't know anything about this. I'll look into it and give you a call." So I get a call about 5 days later, but by then the boats were already going ashore. Dulles was really the wrong guy to tell. Dulles clearly did not care whether Castro and his Soviet patrons knew the invasion was coming, because his agency regarded the band of Cuban exiles who were about to hit the beaches as mere cannon fodder, a device to trigger the real invasion by the U.S. military, one that would be so overwhelming it would quickly sweep aside any resistance. When this cynical calculation failed, short-circuited by the surprisingly resolute Kennedy, Dulles and the CIA High Command were stunned. For years they had gotten their way in Washington, with the Dulles brothers running the government as a family franchise, and the secretive agency deceiving and manipulating President Eisenhower under the convenient Cold War cover that dangerous times called for drastic measures. But now a new president was signaling that those days were over. Dulles believed that great actions require great determination, and at the decisive moment of the Bay of Pigs,
On the evening the invasion collapsed, sitting down for dinner with Richard Nixon, the man who had spearheaded the plan as vice president, a visibly distraught Dulles asked for a drink, exclaiming to Nixon, "This is the worst day of my life." Nixon agreed that Kennedy lost his nerve when he failed to send in U.S. warplanes to cover the invasion. This lament about the lack of air cover would become the central fixation of Kennedy critics for decades to come. They were convinced that airstrikes could have saved the day for the would-be liberators of Cuba. As for Bissell, the chief architect of the Bay of Pigs, would remain silent about the disaster until shortly before his death in 1994. In his final interview, the former CIA Golden Boy, whose glittering intelligence career would come to an end in the Zapata Swamp, made a strange, unnerving remark about his one-time White House patron. "I was probably taken in by Kennedy's charisma. He was such a complicated mix of accomplishments and mistakes that when he died, my children didn't know whether to laugh or cry." The Bay of Pigs catastrophe sent shockwaves through the agency, particularly among the agents who had worked closely with the Cuban émigrés on the operation. CIA men muttered darkly among themselves that Kennedy was guilty of criminal negligence, or even worse. Years later, Robert Maheo, the shadowy private intelligence operator whom the CIA had asked to serve as a go-between with the mafia in their plots to kill Castro, would testify bitterly to the Church Committee that the bloodiest crimes in the whole Cuba saga were not those committed by mobsters or CIA agents, but by President Kennedy. I think I rattled some cages. I said something like, "Senator, I find it difficult to understand all the time and money that is being spent to determine if our country plotted to murder a foreign leader, a murder that never took place, when there is no to turn the spotlight on the murders that in fact did take place," recalled Maheo in his memoir. I tell you, everybody jumped out of their seats. "Are you saying that murders actually took place?" Church asked. I said yes, but my explanation wasn't what he was expecting. The murders I meant were the boys killed during the botched Bay of Pigs invasion. Anti-Kennedy spleen seeped into the Cuban exiles from their CIA handlers, like Howard Hunt. The night Kennedy was elected, the Cuban barrio in Miami went wild with joy, noted Hunt in his 1973 memoir, since JFK's campaign rhetoric had raised exuberant expectations about the overthrow of Castro. But after the Bay of Pigs, the hatred of Kennedy became just as florid in Little Havana. The United States now owed the Cuban people a blood debt so tremendous that it can never be paid, Hunt declared. Captain Eduardo Ferrer, who led the Exile Air Force, bluntly explained the shift in opinion about Kennedy. The failure was Kennedy's fault. Kennedy was a little bit immature, a little bit chicken. Today, 90% of the Cubans are Republicans because of Kennedy, that difficult person. The Bay of Pigs disaster was also viewed with great distress in the Pentagon, where Kennedy's hesitation was seen as sending a dangerous signal of U.S. weakness to Moscow. "Pulling out the rug," said Joint Chiefs Chairman General Lemnitzer, "was unbelievable, absolutely reprehensible, almost criminal." General Lauris Norstad, Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe, told a friend that the failed invasion was the worst American defeat since the War of 1812. Their big mistake was that they didn't realize the tremendous importance of the operation or the effect it would have on the world, said Admiral Burke in an oral history for the Naval Institute over a decade later, still furious at Kennedy and his civilian team. They didn't realize the power of the United States or how to use the power of the United States. It was a game to them. They were inexperienced people. Mr. Kennedy, Burke added, was a very bad president. He permitted himself to jeopardize the nation. The heavens ripped open for the Kennedy administration following the Cuba crisis, and they never came back together. Cuba was the Iraq of its day, no more than a swath of sugarcane afloat in the Caribbean. But to the national security elite who determined such things, it was where the forces of good and evil were arrayed against one another, the epicenter of a struggle that would come close to a literally earth-shattering climax. And in his first test in this supreme confrontation, Kennedy was judged by military and intelligence officials to be a dangerously weak link at the top of the chain of command. He would never again enjoy their complete trust or loyalty. President Kennedy, for his part, was equally estranged from his national security team after the Bay of Pigs. "I've got to do something about those CIA difficult people," he raged. He also lashed out at the Joint Chiefs, with their rows of colorful ribbons that boasted of all their military experience. Those difficult people with all the fruit salad just sat there nodding, saying it would work. While the president famously took responsibility for the debacle in public, CIA and Pentagon officials knew that he privately spread the word that they were to blame. Never again, he told liberal advisors like Arthur Schlesinger Jr., would he be overawed by professional military advice.
Weeks after the fiasco, playing checkers at his Cape Cod family compound with his World War II pal Red Fay, whom he had installed as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Kennedy was still fuming. "Nobody is going to force me to do anything I don't think is in the best interest of the country," he said, referring to the intense pressures that had been put on him to escalate the Bay of Pigs fighting. "We're not going to plunge into an irresponsible action just because a fanatical fringe in this country puts so-called national pride above national reason." Kennedy grew more passionate, thinking about the carnage that would have resulted from an all-out U.S. assault on the island. "Do you think I'm going to carry on my conscience the responsibility for the wanton maiming and killing of children like our children we saw here this evening? Do you think I'm going to cause a nuclear exchange? For what? Because I was forced into doing something that I didn't think was proper and right? Well, if you or anybody else thinks I am, he's crazy." In his fury, Kennedy threatened to shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. He did not follow through on this vow, but after waiting for a politically expedient interval, he did fire Dulles and Bissell. And shortly after the Cuba fiasco, when the Joint Chiefs urged him to respond to the advances of communist insurgents in Laos by invading the remote Southeast Asian country, Kennedy did not hesitate to rebuff their advice. After the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy had contempt for the Joint Chiefs, Schlesinger recalled before his death in early 2007, over drinks in the hushed, stately rooms of New York's Century Club. "I remember going into his office in the spring of 1961, where he waved some cables at me from General Lemnitzer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who was then in Laos on an inspection tour. And Kennedy said, 'If it hadn't been for the Bay of Pigs, I might have been impressed by this.' I think JFK's war hero status allowed him to defy the Joint Chiefs. He dismissed them as a bunch of old men. He thought Lemnitzer was a dope." But Kennedy was acutely aware of how formidable the institutional powers were that he confronted. While still reeling from the Bay of Pigs, the president took his concerns to an old family friend, liberal Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas. "The episode seared him," said Douglas, recalling their conversation.
He had experienced the extreme power that these groups had, these various insidious influences of the CIA and the Pentagon on civilian policy, and I think it raised in his own mind the specter. Can Jack Kennedy, President of the United States, ever be strong enough to really rule these two powerful agencies? I think it had a profound effect. It shook him up. Since he had won the White House by the slimmest of margins, Kennedy thought it politically wise to retain icons from the Eisenhower era like Dulles in his administration, even though friends like journalist Ben Bradlee had urged him to replace the aging godfather of American intelligence. In the case of Dulles, his reappointment might also have been a reward for his discreet and wildly political assistance to the Kennedy campaign. JFK came into government the successor to President Eisenhower, who was a great general, a great military figure. He retained the same people in all these key positions whom President Eisenhower had, recalled Bobby Kennedy in a 1964 oral history. Allen Dulles was there, Lemnitzer was there, the same Joint Chiefs of Staff. He didn't attempt to move any of these people out. They had had the experience, they had had the background, they evidently were trusted by his predecessor, so he thought he could trust them. But when he realized he could not, Kennedy moved to get rid of this old guard or sideline them. After the cataclysm in Cuba, JFK pulled away from these national security wise men and began to surround himself with his most trusted personal advisors, men who had fought with him in the political trenches and were known for their intense loyalty as well as liberal passion. Sorensen, O'Donnell, Salinger, Schlesinger, Galbraith. He asked Sorensen to start advising him on foreign affairs, even though the young aide had never traveled beyond the country's borders. Above all, Kennedy turned to his brother. On the morning that the Cuba mission began to fail, Kennedy tracked down Bobby at a newspaper editors' convention in Williamsburg, Virginia, where he was speaking,
urgently asking his brother to come back here. Like Sorensen, Bobby had no foreign policy experience, but he would move into the center of national security decision-making for the rest of his brother's presidency. Kennedy offered his younger brother the CIA, but Bobby thought it politically ill-advised. While he rejected the position of CIA director, however, the Attorney General began to unofficially take on the responsibility of supervising the agency for his brother. At this juncture, it seemed JFK would have put Bobby in charge of every vital part of his government if he could have. This is the point where the Kennedy administration began becoming a family affair, in the words of Berkeley scholar Peter Dale Scott, with the two Kennedys at the center, encircled by the small group of men they considered their band of brothers. Kennedy couldn't work through the CIA, the Pentagon, or even the State Department. There was so little institutional support in Washington for the Kennedys' policies, Scott observed. Their close relationship fortified the two brothers, gave them confidence that they could take charge of a government that was in many ways hostile to their enterprise. They were totally loyal to each other, recalled Fred Dutton, who served as JFK's cabinet secretary, in an interview not long before his death in 2005. They almost didn't need to communicate with each other. They almost knew what the other person was thinking and doing. Bob's sole focus was to make sure everything was working for his brother. He gave him everything. He did all the unpleasant tasks for Jack. Bob had no problem running interference for his brother, handling the messy things. He was willing to be Mr. Bad Guy. Cabinet members felt excluded from the meshing of fraternal minds that often replaced formal discussions, Dutton said. The two brothers often held these sessions by themselves. They'd go off in the corner of the room away from the rest of the cabinet and staff. During a crisis like the Bay of Pigs, you'd see them talking off to the side of the room. There was a level of conversation they engaged in that not even the senior staff was privy to. In the beginning, Bobby brought a militant energy to foreign policy councils, especially on Cuba, a reflection of his youthful anti-communism and his deep resentment over the humiliation his brother suffered at the hands of Castro. But over time, he would fall under the sway of his brother's more temperate personality and philosophy. John Kennedy was more viscerally anti-war than has been recognized in some quarters, where he has continued to be portrayed as an aggressive Cold Warrior, even a forerunner to Ronald Reagan. "I am almost a peace-at-any-price president," he once confided to Bill Walton. Brought into the presidency the knowledge of history that many presidents didn't have when they became president, recalled Robert McNamara during a 40th anniversary retrospective on the administration at the Kennedy Library. And I think his view was that the primary responsibility of the president is to keep the nation out of war if at all possible. While Kennedy's foreign policy councils included hawks like Dean Acheson and Paul Nitz, what set apart his presidency from previous Cold War administrations was the surprising presence of pacifists like Sorensen and global visionaries like Chester Bowles, who sought to align the United States with the revolutionary nationalism sweeping the developing world. And it was these voices of peace and progressivism to which JFK seemed more attuned, as Acheson discovered during the 1961 Berlin crisis when the president rejected his bellicose counsel, prompting Truman's old mustachioed Secretary of State to harump about Kennedy. "Gentlemen, you might as well face it. This nation is without leadership." After Bowles, a liberal patrician from the Stevenson wing of the party, took office as Kennedy's #2 man at the State Department, he lost no time in recruiting other innovative foreign policy thinkers, including legendary CBS newsman Edward R. Murrow, George Kennan, and Roger Hilsman. The wave of progressive policymakers brought to Washington by the new Kennedy administration shook the centurions of the old order. J. Edgar Hoover tried mightily to block Murrow's appointment as head of the United States Information Agency, digging as far back as his childhood to find subversive evidence about the television journalist who had antagonized the FBI chief with his broadsides against the anti-communist excesses of Joe McCarthy. But Murrow finally was confirmed by the Senate, And with Kennedy's backing, he promptly began cleansing the agency of its hardline Cold War propaganda and rehabilitating victims of the McCarthy-era blacklist by finding jobs for them in his agency. As Murrow told senators during his confirmation hearing, the fundamental message that Kennedy wanted delivered to the world was that we as a nation are not allergic to change and have no desire to sanctify the status quo. When McCarthy's old Senate ally Bork Hickenlooper of Iowa brought up Murrow's muckraking CBS documentaries and asked why we couldn't follow the Soviet lead and keep our propaganda more upbeat, the newsman, barely restraining himself, shot back, "Because we live in a free society, and you couldn't convincingly tell the American story if you masked all its flaws." To his deep disappointment, Murrow would never become more than a second-string advisor for Kennedy.
But the president still valued his voice at National Security Council meetings, where he could be counted on to help JFK fend off the more alarming militaristic proposals. His advice on the Bay of Pigs was one of the few in Kennedy's circle to warn against it, calling the venture unworthy of a great power and destined to fail. Went unheeded. But Kennedy made certain his voice was heard on other issues, from nuclear arms control to Vietnam. Young foreign policy maverick Roger Hilsman would consider him a staunch ally in the movement within the Kennedy administration to shift U.S. policy from its regimented Cold War line. Never before in the Cold War had Washington's halls of power seen the likes of men like Sorensen, Bowles, and Murrow. These men's very presence in high-level national security meetings, along with the president's boyish-looking brother, was seen as an affront by the military and espionage chieftains, who prided themselves on having won a global war against fascist dictatorships and were now pursuing a Cold War victory over communist dictatorships. The national security elite regarded these Kennedy reformers as fuzzy-thinking intruders, out of their depth in the deadly serious arena of global hostilities. One of the crusading liberals on the Kennedy team who attracted the most suspicion was Richard Goodwin, the 31-year-old White House aide who had moved from his entry-level post as Sorensen's speechwriting assistant to the president's point man on Latin America. Goodwin had no foreign service or national security experience. He was simply a young Boston liberal who shared the president's reform instincts when it came to Latin America. In the months after the Bay of Pigs, President Kennedy would signal his disgust with the national security establishment by making the freewheeling Goodwin his chief advisor on Cuba. Goodwin's brief stewardship of the explosive Cuba issue is a colorful and little-known chapter in the Kennedy presidency. It vividly demonstrated the Kennedys' ambivalent approach toward the Castro regime, and it soon provoked a sharp backlash. Che Guevara was stalking Dick Goodwin. Cuba's economic minister, whose revolutionary charisma rivaled that of Fidel Castro himself, knew where the young Kennedy aide would be that night. At a birthday party for a diplomat that was being held in a small apartment in a quiet, dark residential neighborhood of Montevideo, Uruguay's capital city. Guevara arrived at the diplomat's party about an hour after Goodwin, with 2 bodyguards in tow, wearing his trademark olive fatigues, black beret, and combat boots. The Cuban slowly circled the buffet table, sampling the heavy cream cakes that are a Uruguayan specialty. Women broke away from their tangos to swarm around the handsome bearded revolutionary leader, a fate to which he was accustomed. But, as Goodwin later recalled, I had no doubt he had come to talk with me. Had I been wiser and more experienced, I probably would have left. But what the hell, I told myself, in the highest tradition of Kennedy-style machismo, an American didn't have to run away just because Che Guevara had arrived. If he got in hot water for meeting with the enemy, the White House aide rationalized, he could point out it was just a chance encounter. But the real reason he stayed, Goodwin admitted, was curiosity about this romantic figure of revolution. I wanted to talk with him. Guevara had chosen his prey well. Goodwin was one of the young, progressive new frontiersmen who seemed to be open to a dialogue with the enemy.
To Washington hardliners, he represented the worst of the administration, an intellectual, dreamy-eyed product of Harvard Law who had rejected a sober career in corporate law to tilted windmills on behalf of the American people. As a congressional investigator, Goodwin had helped expose fraud in popular TV game shows. He then was hired by the equally idealistic Ted Sorensen to work under him as a junior speechwriter for the White House-bound Senator John Kennedy. In the White House, Goodwin specialized in Latin American affairs, helping JFK develop the bold Alliance for Progress program that promised to shift U.S. policy away from propping up oligarchies and military dictatorships toward uplifting the poverty-plagued masses. The product of a Jewish working-class neighborhood in Boston, Goodwin, with his wild foliage of eyebrows and unruly hair, brought an ethnic brashness to Washington's traditional waspy foreign policy councils. When controversy began to swirl around JFK's reform-minded Latin policy aides like Goodwin during the early months of the administration, the president came to their defense. "My experience in government," Kennedy told a news conference in June 1961, "is that when things are non-controversial, beautifully coordinated, and all the rest, it may be that there is not much going on. We are attempting to do something about Latin America, and there is bound to be ferment. If the ferment produces a useful result, it will be worthwhile." There was a pungent air of ferment that night in August 1961 in Montevideo. Guevara surely knew it was his last chance to speak with Goodwin before the young Kennedy official returned home. From a conference of Latin American finance ministers where the new Alliance for Progress had been warmly endorsed by every representative except Che. The two men had been cautiously circling around each other during the 12-day conference, which was held 90 miles away from the shabbiness of Montevideo, in a converted casino at the Uruguayan resort of Punta del Este. Guevara had noticed that Goodwin liked to relieve the tedium of the meetings by smoking cigars, and he delivered a challenge to him through an Argentinian delegate. I bet he wouldn't dare smoke Cuban cigars. When Goodwin relayed word that he certainly would if he could get his hands on some, the Cuban leader promptly sent him a polished mahogany box, beautifully decorated with an inlaid Cuban seal amid a rainbow of national colors, filled with aromatic Havanas. With the gift was a typewritten note from Guevara. "Since I have no greeting card, I have to write. Since to write to an enemy is difficult, I limit myself to extending my hand." Coming just 4 months after the U.S.-backed Bay of Pigs invasion, it was a remarkable gesture on the part of the revolutionary leader. When Guevara followed up the next day by inviting Goodwin to sit down with him for an informal talk, the Kennedy aide quickly got clearance from the chief of the U.S. delegation, Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon. But on the final day of the conference, Guevara, who the press had already proclaimed was stealing the show at the conference, his impassioned oratory easily outshining the businesslike efforts of the pinstriped former Wall Street banker Dillon, delivered a fiery denunciation of the Alliance for Progress. He pointed out, with some accuracy, that Kennedy's generous program should be credited to the Cuban Revolution, since the United States had been blissfully unconcerned with Latin American poverty until Castro and Guevara's bearded guerrillas paraded victoriously into Havana. He then denounced the alliance as a futile effort to reform Latin societies because one cannot expect the privileged to make a revolution against their own interests. Real change in the medieval barrios and fields would come only through the armed uprising of the oppressed, as it had in Cuba. Dillon quickly responded with harsh words of his own, declaring that the United States eagerly awaited the day when the people of Cuba once more have regained their freedom from the foreign domination and control to which they are presently subjected. The meeting with Guevara, Dillon informed Goodwin, was off. But Guevara was not easily deterred. He now had Goodwin cornered in the narrow confines of the Montevideo apartment.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. After the revolutionary made it known that he wanted to speak with Goodwin, the two men were introduced. Goodwin immediately told him that he would be happy to listen to whatever he had to say, but he had no authority to negotiate anything. That was fine with Guevara, and they retreated to a small sitting room where they could hear each other over the party's samba music. At first, Guevara sat on the floor, with Goodwin quickly following suit so Che could not out-proletarianize the American. But when the Brazilian and Argentinian officials who were acting as intermediaries for the momentous meeting insisted the two men take the seats in the room, Guevara settled into a couch, and Goodwin sat facing him in a heavily upholstered chair. In a confidential memo on the meeting that Goodwin later wrote, he observed that behind the beard, Che's features are quite soft, almost feminine, and his manner is intense. He has a good sense of humor. The Goodwin-Guevara encounter was loaded with political meaning. There they sat, their knees almost touching. On one side of the room was the man whose intense visage, with the dashing beret and beard, was already achieving iconic status. A man who had rejected the privileges of his affluent Buenos Aires upbringing to become a doctor for the destitute and scorned, and then, after observing firsthand how the CIA destroyed a progressive, democratically elected government in Guatemala, had dedicated himself to the armed liberation of Latin America. On the other was an idealistic young American who believed, like the youthful president he served, a man who had also broken from the narrow interests of his wealthy background, that the oppressive oligarchies that dominated the region could be peacefully transformed if the forces of the democratic left in those countries received the powerful support of the United States. One was a legendary revolutionary. The other drew on revolutionary rhetoric to infuse the president's speeches and policies with the same sense of passion. We are the revolutionary generation in a revolutionary world, Goodwin would proudly announce to a gathering of young volunteers for the Peace Corps, Kennedy's International Assistance Program, that would inspire imitative efforts by Fidel Castro. Guevara broke the ice that evening with a sharp joke.
thanking Goodwin's government for the Bay of Pigs, since the stunning Cuban victory helped consolidate the Castro regime's control over the country. Goodwin said perhaps Guevara's government would return the favor and attack the U.S. military base at Guantanamo, a provocative act that Che knew would lead to an invasion of his country. In fact, as Che had accurately charged in a speech at the Punta del Este conference, some Washington officials wanted to stage such an assault as a pretext for war. "Oh no," Guevara replied with a laugh. "We would never be so foolish as that." As the tensions in the small room lifted, Guevara got to the heart of the matter. He realized that a true understanding between the two countries was impossible, but he floated the possibility of a modus vivendi. To achieve this state of coexistence, Che suggested that his government would be willing to address the Kennedy administration's two major concerns about Cuba. It would agree not to make any political or military alliances with Moscow, to ensure Washington that Cuba would not become the Soviet outpost it feared. His government would also reconsider its unofficial policy of aiding insurrections in other Latin countries, a policy that the Kennedy administration denounced as exporting revolution. In return for these agreements, Guevara said, the United States would promise not to support the overthrow of the Cuban government by force, and would lift the trade embargo that had been imposed on the country. It was nearly 6 in the morning when the discussion finally ended. Guevara and Goodwin rose and shook hands, promising not to reveal the meeting to anyone except their respective leaders, Castro and Kennedy. "I liked him a lot, actually," Goodwin recalled many years later over a pasta dinner at a favorite restaurant in a mini-mall not far from his home in Concord, Massachusetts. "We got along well, talking all night long, until dawn. He was hoping to find a way for our two countries to live together. He laid the whole thing out. He was very honest." After bidding farewell to each other that dawn, the two men walked into the next room, where a few hardy couples were still dancing. The Kennedy aide then rushed back to his hotel and made notes of their remarkable conversation, before the presidential 707 carrying the American delegation flew back to Andrews Air Force Base. When Goodwin returned to the White House and reported on his meeting with the infamous Che Guevara to JFK, the president showed no annoyance with his young aide's act of freelance diplomacy, only curiosity about the charismatic revolutionary and what he had to say. While talking with Goodwin, Kennedy spied him holding the contraband box of Cuban cigars, which were outlawed under the U.S. trade ban. "Are they good?" the president asked. "They're the best," Goodwin replied, prompting Kennedy to immediately open Che's gift and sample one of the Havanas. "You should have smoked the first one," Kennedy told Goodwin. "It's too late now, Mr. President," he responded. Kennedy gave a sheepish grin and continued puffing on the illicit Cuban export. Kennedy asked Goodwin to write up a complete account and circulate it to Rusk, Bundy, and the others. The memo Goodwin produced for the Foreign Policy High Command was properly restrained, but his enthusiasm for Guevara's peace feeler was nonetheless obvious. And Che apparently felt the same excitement about the meeting. The morning after their night-long talk, the Argentinian diplomat who had helped arrange the meeting phoned Goodwin to say that Guevara had thought the conversation quite profitable and had told him that it was much easier to talk to someone of the newer generation. This no doubt appealed to Goodwin's boss, whose youthful restlessness often drove him also to circumvent his government's clogged and cautious bureaucratic channels. Goodwin sent a second memo to Kennedy on Cuba policy in the wake of the Punta del Este conference and his marathon conversation with Che. "Don't make Cuba a geopolitical obsession," the aide advised Kennedy. "It only inflames anti-U.S. passions in the region and strengthens Castro's hand." The flurry of excitement in the Kennedy White House over the Cuban Peace Initiative was quickly doused by bitter political fallout from the meeting. Che was an electric rail in hemisphere politics, a crackling force that could not only ignite major upheavals in the anxiety-ridden ruling classes of Latin America, but also convulse the giant to the north. When word of the Che Goodwin encounter got back to Washington, it set off a political storm. A Republican congressman denounced Goodwin's so-called chance meeting with Guevara and charged that the young Kennedy aide was a kid playing with fire. Goodwin was forced to explain himself before a Senate subcommittee. Fortunately for the administration, it was chaired by a sympathetic Wayne Morse of Oregon, and Goodwin's appearance quickly turned into a pleasant session, in the words of the New York Times. But the right would not let go of the incident, and months later,
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. If someone like Dick Goodwin was the White House's point man on Cuba, what did that say about the administration's anti-Castro resolve? Hardliners suspected that the Kennedy brothers' war of words with the Castro brothers was just that, words. Secretly, the Kennedys were prepared to live with this communist outpost, charged their conservative critics, no matter how inflamed their rhetoric grew, or how loudly Bobby hectored the CIA to destabilize the Castro regime. Chronicles of the Kennedy administration inevitably focus on the brothers' so-called Cuba obsession. There is no denying that Cuba's revolutionary government was a major focus for the brothers. But it was not simply a morbid one. John Kennedy had an intellectual and even playful curiosity about the Cuban experiment and its leaders that would eventually lead him to explore openings in the Cold Wall that had been erected between the two nations. Guevara's August 1961 Montevideo peace gambit would prove premature, but it would not be the last time that President Kennedy would consider such a bold chess move with Cuba. In fact, he never shut off the option, as his right-wing critics suspected. Montevideo became a running theme of his presidency. The back-channel escapade, the valiant attempt to end-run the dead, bureaucratic forces of Cold War stasis and break through to a less dangerous world. In the midst of the Guevara storm, JFK expressed irritation with Goodwin's Cuban flirtation. But the truth is, Kennedy was just as fascinated by Cuba's charismatic leaders. Journalist Laura Noble, who, like her husband, Fletcher, covered the Kennedy White House as well as the Cuban Revolution for Look magazine, observed JFK's personal obsession with Guevara. Noble, one of the few women journalists whom Kennedy respected, had a bantering relationship with him. She often challenged him on his Latin policies, a special area of interest for her. He tweaked her for what he thought was her overly sympathetic coverage of the seductive Guevara. When I'd talk to Kennedy, he would ask me about Guevara, and when I went to Cuba, Guevara would talk about Kennedy, as an imperialist, of course, Noble later recalled. They were both cool, pragmatic, very smart characters. That's when he said, "Something gives me the feeling you're attracted to Che." That made me sore as hell. I felt put down. I protested. Hadn't he seen the photo of me and Che arguing during the interview? "Yes," said the president, "but that kind of hostility often leads to something else." New York Times reporter Tad Schultz, another Latin America correspondent who enjoyed good access to Kennedy, saw JFK's fascination with Guevara's boss, Fidel Castro, as well. "The fascination was mutual," observed Schultz, who came to know the Cuban leader while writing a 1986 biography of him. "Both men," wrote Schultz, "had superb minds and a vision of history. They had never met, but were fascinated by each other as adversaries and as national leaders. I know it from discussing Castro with Kennedy in the short years when they were simultaneously in power, and discussing Kennedy with Castro over a quarter of a century later. As president, Kennedy felt politically compelled to keep the heat on Castro, whom national security hardliners and the media, particularly Henry Luce's hawkish Time and Life magazines, had succeeded in turning into a bearded bogeyman. But after the Bay of Pigs, JFK clearly preferred to clash with Castro ideologically rather than militarily. Kennedy was confident that he could compete with Castro's charisma for the hearts and minds of the Latin American public. With his youth, Catholicism, movie star looks, and progressive appeal, JFK thought he could outmarket even the dashing Fidel and Che in the war of ideas, selling democratic reform as an alternative to armed revolution. Kennedy did, in fact, succeed in electrifying Latin America during his brief presidency, during which he made 3 trips to the region. Huge crowds inevitably greeted his appearances with a frantic adoration that threatened not just Castro, but the beribboned generals and wealthy despots who stiffly greeted the American president. On Kennedy's trip to Bogota, Colombia in December 1961, a crowd of 500,000, nearly half the city's population, poured into the streets to greet him. While there, Kennedy attacked dictatorships of the left and the right, and declared that his Alliance for Progress program could only be accomplished within the framework of democratic societies. At a dinner hosted by Colombia's president, Kennedy insisted that democracy had an unparalleled power to reshape societies, and that it could meet new needs without violence, without repression. Castro was intrigued by Kennedy's Latin America offensive, years later admitting to Schultz that JFK's Alliance for Progress was an intelligent strategy that sought the same goals as the early phase of the Cuban Revolution, including agrarian reform, social justice, and a better distribution of wealth. But, like Guevara, he believed it was doomed to fail because the region's ruling cliques would not allow real reform. Castro's predictions seemed borne out during the Kennedy years, when reactionary forces responded to the winds of change that the Alliance for Progress had helped set loose in the continent by overthrowing democracies in Brazil, Argentina, and Peru. The administration made known its displeasure at these anti-democratic coups, withholding recognition of the puppet government that replaced President Arturo Frondizi in Buenos Aires for nearly 3 weeks, longer than it took the Soviet Union, and slapping economic, diplomatic, and military sanctions on the military junta that took over following the July 1962 push in Peru. The New York Times proclaimed Kennedy's response to the Peruvian coup the most significant turn in U.S. hemispheric foreign policy since the inception of the Alliance for Progress 16 months ago.
Kennedy's action put the administration on the side of democratic reform, in a region where the U.S. historically supported repression. Eduardo Frei, one of Chile's last democratic presidents before his country's 1973 fall into military tyranny, expressed his amazement over Kennedy's progressive policies in a letter to Dick Goodwin, which the aide framed and hung in his White House office. Latins were astonished that this young Yankee was trying to force them to agree on radical social change. It was as if the positions of decades had been reversed. President Kennedy was serious about reforming U.S. policy in Latin America, according to Goodwin. Soon after moving into the White House, Kennedy summoned Goodwin to the Oval Office, where the aide found him poring over congratulatory telegrams from Latin leaders. "There's even one from that bastard Somoza," said Kennedy, referring to Nicaragua's gangster-like dictator, saying that my election has given him new hope for Nicaragua's democracy. Draft an answer saying that's my hope too, democracy for Nicaragua. That ought to scare him. Later in their conversation, Kennedy ripped into the United States Latin policy, in impassioned language that could have come from Castro or Guevara. "We can't embrace every ten-horn dictator who tells us he's anti-communist while he's sitting on the necks of his own people. And the United States government is not the representative of private business. Do you know in Chile the American copper companies control about 80% of all the foreign exchange? We wouldn't stand for that here, and there's no reason they should stand for it. All those people want is a chance for a decent life, and we've let them think that we're on the side of those who are holding them down. There's a revolution going on down there, and I want to be on the right side of it. Hell, we are on the right side."
The former Kennedy advisor is now standing in the study of his Concord home as an evening snow falls gently outside. His mane has grown long now. His eyebrows are more impressively lawless than ever. The room is crowded with Kennedy memorabilia. He picks up an object, a box with a polished sheen. It's empty of Chesson cigars now, but he's kept it all these years as a reminder of a different time, when anything seemed possible. Looking back, Goodwin now sees a link between Kennedy and Guevara as children of the 60s. Despite their obvious political differences, they both believed that the world could be changed through heroic exertions. That is why, as the times changed, he would write in Remembering America, his memoir of the decade, leaders like this would have no successors. There would be no place for romantics in the triumphant ascendance of bureaucracy. Goodwin said that as a young progressive White House aide, he never felt any personal antagonism from hardline opponents in the government, except when I dealt with Latin America. Then I got it from these old-line CIA guys down there who would be pulling off various capers. They were totally Cold Warriors. Kennedy took a longer view of our future and the hemisphere, of how to build a solid bulwark of democracy there. But they were fighting the Cold War. They were just concerned with individuals and regimes, whether we liked them or didn't like them. And anybody who seemed the least like a socialist was a threat. Whereas that was not Kennedy. He wanted to ally himself with the democratic left in Latin America, so he had a whole different outlook and approach. Dick Goodwin was a benign influence in White House foreign policy councils. His advice that President Kennedy defuse the Cuba crisis by simply ignoring Castro became the prevailing sentiment in the White House in the months after Punta del Este. In a September 1, 1961 memo, he told the president that our public posture toward Cuba should be as quiet as possible. Kennedy agreed. The Castro threat should be handled through a multilateral Latin American strategy, involving economic and diplomatic measures, the president told a visiting South American leader, rather than turning it into a high-drama showdown of Castro versus Kennedy, because a debate of this kind would only enhance Castro's prestige. As long as the maverick Goodwin was in the West Wing, the president was assured of a partner in his ongoing battles with the hardliners on Latin policy. But, as with Chester Bowles, the young aide increasingly became a target of conservatives and JFK's own foreign policy bureaucracy, which resented Goodwin's trespassing on its turf. The Cold War regime that had taken over in Washington after World War II, dominating the presidencies of Democrat Truman as well as Republican Eisenhower, was not prepared to cede power to the new Kennedy government. This was soon made clear to the president's team by the nation's top military commanders. "Certainly, we did not control the Joint Chiefs of Staff," said Arthur Schlesinger when asked near the end of his life about the extent to which President Kennedy controlled his own government. The eminent historian who played the roles of court chronicler and roving liberal conscience in the Kennedy White House spoke in a voice feeble with age. But his words were nonetheless chilling, considering the high nuclear stakes of the Kennedy years. In a 1994 interview with the Boston Globe, Schlesinger elaborated on Kennedy's fears about the military. Kennedy's concern was not that Khrushchev would initiate something, but that something would go wrong in a Dr. Strangelove kind of way, he said, referring to Stanley Kubrick's macabre Cold War satire in which a rabidly anti-communist Air Force general loses his marbles and launches World War III. Haunted by fears of an accidental nuclear war, Kennedy strived to keep tight controls right down the line. But he never fully succeeded. President Kennedy's tensions with the Joint Chiefs during his first year in office were aggravated by the strenuous efforts of his Defense Secretary Robert McNamara to gain control of the military-industrial complex. The increasingly powerful conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry that Eisenhower warned about as he bade farewell to the nation in what would become his most famous speech. The old general could have added belligerent members of Congress to this militaristic nexus, and in fact, his original draft called it a military-industrial congressional complex, as well as the octopus of far-right organizations, retired military officers associations, and defense industry trade groups that had sprung up during the Cold War to lobby for higher arms spending. During his 8 years in office, Eisenhower battled heroically to restrain the defense budget against relentless pressure from this complex. But he did little to change the Cold War policies that fueled this militaristic fervor. Kennedy, on the other hand, came into office committed to a major defense buildup as well as a de-escalation of the Cold War. By pumping more money into the military-industrial complex, he made it even more powerful, complicating his efforts to slow the momentum towards war. While presiding over a massive arms buildup, Defense Secretary McNamara simultaneously tried to impose rational controls over the spending, bringing a cost-benefit managerial philosophy from his days as a Ford executive that was alien to the Pentagon, where the military services indulged freely in expensive cost overruns and duplicate weapon systems. The military chiefs, backed by their defense industry and congressional allies, strongly resisted as McNamara and his young horn-rimmed whiz kids tried to take control of the defense spending process. The warrior culture also raged against the efforts of McNamara and the young defense intellectuals from the Rand Corporation he brought into the Pentagon to transform the country's nuclear strategy. Alarmed by the massive overkill of the Joint Chiefs' SIOP, Single Integrated Operational Plan, the military blueprint that called for a planet-threatening fusillade of nuclear fire in the event of war, Kennedy and McNamara ordered the exploration of limited nuclear war scenarios and sought to impose tighter civilian controls over the country's vast nuclear arsenal. War in the nuclear age, Kennedy told advisers, was too important to be left in the hands of generals. General Curtis LeMay, the cigar-chomping, notoriously gung-ho Air Force chief upon whom actor Sterling Hayden would model the demented General Jack D. Ripper in Dr. Strangelove, made no secret of his loathing for the administration. "Everyone that came in with the Kennedy administration were the most egotistical people that I ever saw in my life," snarled LeMay. "They had no faith in the military. They had no respect for the military at all. They felt that the Harvard Business School method of solving problems would solve any problem in the world.
As a matter of fact, I had a man tell me, "No, General, this is not the kind of weapon system that you want to use. This is what you need." This man was in knee pants when I was commanding the division in combat. He had no experience in the use of weapons at all. Years after he left the Air Force, in an oral history for the Lyndon Johnson Library, LeMay was still venting in remarkably savage terms, calling the Kennedy crowd ruthless, vindictive, morally debased vermin whom LBJ should have stepped on when he took over the White House like the cockroaches they were. Despite the Kennedy team's ruthless reputation, LeMay showed no reluctance to publicly challenge the administration's defense policies during its first year in office. The Air Force chief stunned the Capitol in July when Washington Post columnist Marquise Childs reported that he casually predicted that nuclear war would break out in the final weeks of the year.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. LeMay made the hair-raising announcement to a senator's wife at a Georgetown dinner party, telling the shocked woman that war was inevitable and that it would likely incinerate such major U.S. cities as Washington, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Detroit, as well as level most Soviet cities. Asked by the senator's wife if there was anywhere she could flee to safety with her children and grandchildren, LeMay advised her she might try deserted sagebrush country in the far west. After the ensuing uproar in Washington, LeMay felt compelled to deny the story, but Kennedy officials knew it reflected the Air Force general's true beliefs. Years later, an elderly McNamara reflected on the man who ran his Air Force. As always, the former defense secretary was coolly rational in his assessment of LeMay, but his description of the man who presided over most of the nation's nuclear arsenal was no less jolting for its matter-of-fact tone. Here was a top military leader, McNamara acknowledged, who frankly and firmly advocated a preemptive nuclear war to rid the world of the Soviet threat. LeMay clearly had a different view of the Soviet problem than most of the rest of us did, McNamara said. LeMay's view was very simple. He thought the West, and the U.S. in particular, was going to have to fight a nuclear war with the Soviet Union, and he was absolutely certain of that.
Therefore, he believed that we should fight it sooner rather than later, when we had a greater advantage in nuclear power, and it would result in fewer casualties in the United States. McNamara took issue with his Air Force chief, telling him that even though the United States enjoyed a clear nuclear advantage over the Soviet Union, we could not be certain of destroying the enemy's ability to respond. I believed then, and I think I was absolutely right, that we did not have a first strike capability. We couldn't launch our 5,000 missiles and destroy so many of their 350 missiles that we could be assured that the remainder would not inflict unacceptable damage on us. Therefore, LeMay and I were just totally opposed. I told him, "Look, you're probably right that if we had to fight a war with the Soviet Union, we'd have fewer casualties today than if we had to do it later. But it's not clear that we have to fight them, so for God's sake, let's try to avoid it." Kennedy and McNamara, despite their early explorations into how nuclear war might be managed, would finally conclude that there was no such thing as a winnable nuclear war, considering how many people would be vaporized or poisoned in such a holocaust. But LeMay was of a different opinion. "It depends on how you define win," said McNamara. LeMay defined it as ending up with more nuclear warheads than your opponent had. I would define win as no more than acceptable casualties. McNamara managed to stay on civil terms with LeMay, whom he had served as an analyst during World War II when the general was first making his name as a Shiva of war, laying waste to much of Japan with his infamous firebombing campaign. "I thought he was the ablest combat commander of any senior military man I met during my 3 years of service in World War II," McNamara said. But other members of Kennedy's national security team had decidedly hostile encounters with LeMay and his top Air Force commanders. Carl Kaysen, one of the Harvard scholars brought into the White House as an advisor, recalled a particularly toxic meeting with LeMay's longtime associate, General Thomas Power of the Strategic Air Command, a man even LeMay considered not stable and a sadist. "I went out to SAC for a meeting with Tom Power, with Adam Yarmolinsky," Kaysen recalled. "He just acted extraordinarily hostile to us. In fact, as we compared notes later, we felt that we might never get out of there. His attitude was, 'What the hell are you civilians doing here at SAC talking about our nuclear strategy and messing around? It's none of your business.'" Kennedy personally despised LeMay. "I don't want that man near me again," he once spat out after walking out on one of the general's briefings. A jerk like LeMay. Kennedy didn't trust him as far as he could throw a marble pillar, Charles Daly, one of Kennedy's White House political aides, says today. But in June 1961, Kennedy felt politically compelled to promote LeMay to the Joint Chiefs as commander of the Air Force. He wanted to be protected on his right flank, Kaysen explained. JFK knew that if he pushed LeMay into retirement, he would create an uproar in the Air Force and there would be one more retired general on the political circuit, denouncing his no-win policies. General David Shoup, head of the Marine Corps, was the only member of the Joint Chiefs with whom Kennedy was able to build a decent relationship. A few days after promoting LeMay, Kennedy, deeply estranged from his top military men, would prevail on Maxwell Taylor, the maverick military thinker who had fallen out of step with Eisenhower, to come out of retirement and take a specially created position in the White House as his military advisor. The Joint Chiefs immediately recognized the move for what it was, a defiant attempt to keep them out of his hair. In summer 1961, Kennedy came under increasing pressure from military and intelligence officials to consider launching a preemptive nuclear strike against the Soviet Union. The president was informed that far from suffering a missile gap, the United States actually enjoyed a growing lead in land-based nuclear missiles. According to a national intelligence estimate delivered that year, the Soviets had only 4 intercontinental ballistic missiles in place, all of them on low alert at a test site, while the U.S. had 185 ICBMs and over 3,400 deliverable nuclear bombs at the time. This clear window of nuclear superiority would eventually close as Soviet nuclear weapons production began to catch up. While it remained open, Washington was a hothouse of militaristic fever, which accounts for LeMay's intemperate remarks about an imminent nuclear war at the July dinner party. On July 20, at a National Security Council meeting, Kennedy was presented an official plan for a surprise nuclear attack by the Joint Chiefs Chairman General Lemnitzer and Allen Dulles, who would remain at the helm of the CIA until the fall. Lemnitzer, whose intellectual abilities the president found wanting, presented the doomsday plan as though it were for a kindergarten class, according to Schlesinger, and a disgusted Kennedy got up in the middle of the meeting and walked out. "And we call ourselves the human race," he bitterly remarked to Secretary of State Dean Rusk afterwards. The relationship between Kennedy and his Joint Chiefs reached a new low, in the words of New York Times military correspondent Hanson Baldwin, that month when the president ordered FBI agents to invade the military commander's Pentagon offices to determine the source of a press leak about military contingency plans to deal with the developing Berlin crisis. Kennedy's action was degrading, the chiefs complained to Baldwin, one of their more sympathetic ears in the press, and they predicted that the leaks would not be pinned on them. Years later, in an oral history for the U.S. Naval Institute, Baldwin would charge that he too had been subjected to an FBI probe during the Kennedy presidency when Bobby dispatched agents to investigate an article he wrote about Soviet missile defenses. "The Kennedys used intimidation and pressure to force people into line," said Baldwin, reflecting a point of view widely held in the military world he covered. "From my observation of many years in Washington, dealing with many presidents back to FDR, the Kennedys were the most retributive and the most ruthless of any of them." By the last week of July, Kennedy
Nuclear conflict, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Nuclear conflict was very much in the air that week, wrote University of Texas political historian James K. Galbraith, the son of John Kenneth Galbraith, in a revealing article about the first strike pressures on Kennedy. Khrushchev was escalating tensions over Berlin, the divided city that had long been a Cold War flashpoint,
by threatening to let his East German clients close off access to West Berlin. Kennedy's generals and hardline advisors like Acheson, who were convinced that the president's failure of will at the Bay of Pigs had led directly to his humiliation at the hands of a bullying Khrushchev at the Vienna summit in June, thought he was in danger of being pushed around yet again in Berlin. They urged him to take a firm stand, and Kennedy asked his advisors for a Berlin scenario that envisioned a limited nuclear war. But in the end, JFK threaded the needle on Berlin, as he would do repeatedly during his administration, avoiding either an explosive confrontation or embarrassing capitulation through an artful dance combining tough speech, symbolic military measures, and back-channel diplomacy. The Berlin Wall was allowed to remain intact when constructed in August of 1961. A symbolic column of soldiers was sent through to West Berlin, and a fallout shelter program was undertaken in the United States, noted Galbraith, but did not engage the Soviets. LeMay's nuclear Armageddon would be averted, at least until the next showdown. As usual, the military found Kennedy's moderation unsatisfying. General Lucius Clay, the hero of the 1948-49 Berlin blockade, whom Kennedy had installed as his top military envoy in the divided city during the latest crisis, seemed anxious to find ways to challenge the tense but peaceful truce that prevailed in Berlin during the fall. In October, Clay precipitated a nerve-wracking confrontation with the Russians at the Berlin Wall, the first time in history that American and Soviet tanks had ever faced each other. Valentin Phelan, Soviet ambassador to West Germany, said Moscow later learned that Clay had ordered his tank commanders to knock down the Berlin Wall as he had instructed them to practice doing in a nearby forest without informing the White House. If that had happened, Phelan said, the Soviet tanks would have returned fire, and we would have slid closer to the Third World War than ever. Just the kind of accidental inferno sparked by trigger-happy generals that Kennedy deeply feared. In the midst of this unnerving showdown, Kennedy felt compelled to soothe not only Soviet pride, but that of his military commander. "I know you people over there haven't lost your nerve," he told Clay over the phone. The confrontational general was not mollified by this presidential pat on the back, however. "Mr. President," he shot back, "we're not worried about our nerves. We're worrying about those of you people in Washington." In the end, Kennedy succeeded in outmaneuvering his general, secretly instructing Bobby, the little brother whom Clay said he could not abide, to communicate with his back-channel Soviet friend Georgy Bolshakov and work out a mutual withdrawal of the opposing tanks without damage to each other's prestige. It was the crusty World War II vintage commanders like Burke and LeMay with whom Kennedy clashed most fiercely during his first year in the White House. But his supporters in Washington worried that JFK's problems with the military ran deeper than that. Arkansas Senator J. William Fulbright, one of Kennedy's closest allies on the Hill, was among those who viewed with alarm the rise of what he saw as a politicized military culture, one that was extremely right-wing and blatantly insubordinate. The far-right indoctrination of the military had its roots in the Eisenhower era, McNamara aide Joseph Califano later noted, when a 1958 National Security Council directive encouraged the military to educate its troops and the public about the dangers of communism, tasks many officers pursued with gusto. Ironically, Califano observed, Bobby Kennedy had played a role in kicking off this propaganda offensive when he was counsel for the McClellan Committee, which reacted to the widely publicized brainwashing of U.S. POWs in North Korea by calling for more effective anti-communist indoctrination in the ranks. By the time Kennedy entered the White House, there was widespread right-wing agitation within the military, with anti-communist seminars and conferences sponsored by the military proliferating on bases at home and overseas, and far-right films and tracts by groups like the John Birch Society flooding the barracks. The controversy over the politicization of the military exploded into public view in the spring when the Overseas Weekly, an independent newspaper popular with GIs stationed abroad for its racy tabloid fare, broke a story about the flamboyant indoctrination efforts of Major General Edwin A. Walker, commander of the 24th Infantry, a crack frontline division in West Germany. Walker, a hero in World War II in Korea, had always been something of an eccentric. He volunteered to lead a paratroopers unit against the Nazis without ever having jumped from a plane. "How do you put this thing on?" a puzzled Walker asked a subordinate as his plane lifted off the ground for his first jump. But the war in Korea set him on his collision course with civilian authority, after he became convinced that America's elected officials wanted no better than a stalemate with international communism. A die-hard segregationist, he was further disillusioned when he was ordered by President Eisenhower to lead the Army unit that enforced the integration of Little Rock schools in 1957. The following year, Walker joined the loony right John Birch Society, whose candy-maker founder had famously denounced Eisenhower as a dedicated, conscious agent of the communist conspiracy, and began lavishing Bircher propaganda on the men under his command. The general, a lifelong bachelor who grew up on a Texas ranch, found it hard to distinguish American liberalism from godless communism. Among the targets of his wrath were Eleanor Roosevelt, Adlai Stevenson, Mad Magazine, and Harvard University. General Walker, reported an aide, thought Harvard was the bad place, the factory where they made communists. He was sure death on Harvard. This was undoubtedly one more source of his estrangement from the Kennedy White House, which was practically a hiring hall for the elite university. Walker believed the administration was stocked with no-win Ivy Leaguers and confirmed communists like Edward R. Murrow, whose appointment as Kennedy's USIA director caused the general to practically have a tantrum, according to Newsweek. In April, the Overseas Weekly reported that Walker not only communicated his low opinion of leading American liberals and Kennedy officials in speeches to his troops, but instructed them how to vote, using a political index prepared by a group so far to the right that it didn't even give Barry Goldwater a perfect score. In doing so, Walker broke various Army regulations and federal laws, including the Hatch Act, which prohibits political activity by government employees. In June, Walker was relieved of his command and transferred to the Army's European headquarters in Heidelberg, a relatively mild reprimand considering his violations. But Walker's punishment immediately made him a martyr in far-right circles, both in and out of the military. The ensuing political melee quickly demonstrated that Walker's extremist agitation had an alarmingly wide base of support in the officer corps, where Hanson Baldwin reported that he was regarded as a soldier. And
it was revealed that Walker's indoctrination program had been endorsed by none other than General Lemnitzer, the country's top military leader, who wrote in a letter to the far-right officer that he found his efforts most interesting and useful. As the military establishment flexed its political muscle, two young legislative aides to Senator Fulbright looked on with growing apprehension. They saw the political effects of this right-wing agitation back in the senator's home state of Arkansas, where military officers were joining with Christian fundamentalists in an anti-communist crusade that targeted liberal politicians and legislation as subversive. They looked overseas at the restive right-wing generals in France who, angry at President de Gaulle's attempts to reach a peaceful settlement of the Algerian War, were threatening to overthrow him. In September, de Gaulle would be the target of an unsuccessful assassination attempt by right-wing extremists. And they wondered if there was the growing possibility of such a coup in Washington. The two aides took their fears to Senator Fulbright, who cornered McNamara at a party and urged him to take action. Soon after receiving a memo on the dangers of rising militarism that was prepared by Fulbright's aides, the Defense Secretary issued a directive that limited military officers' ability to promote right-wing causes at public events. McNamara and Fulbright were immediately denounced by South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond, a major general in the Army Reserve, and other congressional mouthpieces for the military-industrial complex. Thurmond charged that McNamara's directive was a dastardly attempt to intimidate the commanders of the U.S. Armed Forces and constitutes a serious blow to the security of the United States. Fulbright decided to stand up on the Senate floor to answer Thurmond and take his message about the menace of militarism before the American people. The man who had grown up on an Arkansas hog farm to become a Rhodes Scholar, university president, and chairman of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee had been considered a potential Secretary of State by Kennedy. Indeed, the brilliant, independent-minded statesman, one of the few who warned the new president against the Bay of Pigs invasion, could have been featured in a sequel to Kennedy's Profiles in Courage if it had not been for the residue of segregationism he carried with him from his home state and which cost him the top post in the State Department. Fulbright was the only member of the Senate to vote against funds for Joe McCarthy's witch hunt expedition during the fevered height of his Inquisition. On August 2, the tall, lanky Fulbright rose to his feet and, in his soft Ozarks drawl, offered the nation a civics lesson in the vital importance of keeping the military out of political affairs in a democracy. Fulbright's speech echoed the passage in Eisenhower's farewell address that warned against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. If the country allowed such a disastrous rise of misplaced power, Ike had counseled, it would endanger our liberties or democratic processes. But Eisenhower himself had helped create the Frankenstein of a politicized military with his 1958 directive on the indoctrination of troops. Now Fulbright was telling his fellow citizens it was time for the military to return to its barracks and leave the political arena to elected officials. Fulbright declared that military officers at the highest levels, including the National War College, were being steeped in propaganda produced by far-right groups with the approval of the Joint Chiefs. They were being indoctrinated with the message that sellouts in Washington were undercutting the military's effort to defeat communism. They were being taught that President Kennedy's domestic legislative program, including continuation of the graduated income tax, expansion of Social Security, particularly medical care under Social Security, and federal aid to education, was another front in the communist assault on America. If the military is infected with the virus of right-wing radicalism, the danger is worthy of attention, Fulbright told his Senate colleagues and the public. If, by the process of the military educating the public, the fevers of both groups are raised, the danger is great indeed. As he reached his conclusion, Fulbright dramatically raised the specter of a military coup, invoking the revolt of the French generals as an example of the ultimate danger. The Washington echo chamber quickly picked up Fulbright's dire warning, with columnist Marcus Childs writing that in one country after another in recent years, the intervention of the military in politics has had disastrous consequences. They do not have the right to impose their political opinions on the troops whom they command. Nor is theirs the right to try to share policy by public speeches that directly oppose what the government is undertaking. Syndicated columnist Drew Pearson also rang the alarm bell, writing that certain Pentagon brass hats were lining up with industrial right-wingers to foment a sort of neo-fascism despite the fact they were wearing Uncle Sam's uniform. In reaction, Strom Thurmond pushed the Senate Armed Services Committee to open hearings on the muzzling of the military. In September, McNamara was hauled before the committee, where Thurmond and his colleagues hammered him for 6 hours one day on his censorship of military officers. The military establishment is an instrument, not a shaper, of national policy, the slick-haired, bespectacled defense secretary reminded his Senate interrogators in his supremely rational Mr. Spock fashion.
McNamara was testifying in the marble-walled caucus room of the old Senate office building, the same hearing room that was the scene of McCarthy's downfall 7 years earlier during the Army McCarthy hearings. But the extremist fervor that filled the caucus room that day made it clear that the spirit of McCarthy was still alive in Washington. Throughout his testimony, McNamara was loudly booed by the 250 spectators in the room, while Thurmond was cheered. As a weary McNamara finished his testimony that day, he was swarmed by dozens of suburban housewives wearing Stop Communism tags who had trooped to Capitol Hill to support Thurmond's crusade. Newsweek later reported that an attractive mother of 4 in a blue frock trapped McNamara as he stuffed his briefcase and demanded whether he had read General Walker's Strangelovian pro-blue propaganda literature. When he politely murmured that he had not, the woman exploded. "You haven't? Why, it's the best statement against communism. I believe our armed forces should get this material." The same month, as the Armed Services Committee forced McNamara to defend his injunction against political activism in the military, the Army brazenly signaled its defiance of the order by staging another anti-communist spectacle. In late September, the 4th U.S. Army sponsored a 2-day propaganda show that drew thousands of people to San Antonio's Municipal Auditorium, where reactionary speakers like General A.C. Wedemir denounced the Kennedy administration for appeasing the Soviet Union and the Episcopal Church for supporting the civil rights activism of the Freedom Riders. The following month, in response to the San Antonio Rebellion and other anti-Kennedy seminars organized by the military, McNamara felt compelled to issue another ban against political agitation in the ranks. And once again, the Armed Services Committee announced it would subject the McNamara crackdown to congressional scrutiny. The Cold War lobby was on the offensive, with retired military leaders and other far-right activists loudly calling for the impeachment of the president and other prominent liberals like Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. One retired Marine colonel went further and called for Warren's hanging, while a retired Marine general suggested a coup was in order if the traitors could not be voted out. Kennedy finally grew exasperated. In October, while hosting an off-the-record luncheon with a group of Texas newspaper publishers in the White House, Kennedy was crudely confronted by the reactionary publisher of the Dallas Morning News, E.M. Ted Dealey. As the president idly chatted with the newspaper businessmen, the Texan stunned the gathering by haranguing Kennedy directly to his face, reading from a 500-word statement that he suddenly whipped from his pocket, in which he berated the commander-in-chief as if he were an errant copyboy. "We can annihilate Russia and should make that clear to the Soviet government," Dealey lectured Kennedy. "But unfortunately," he continued, "the general opinion of the grassroots thinking in this country is that you and your administration are weak sisters. We need a man on horseback to lead this nation, and many people in Texas and the Southwest think that you are riding Caroline's tricycle." Kennedy flushed visibly and fixed Dealey with a hard look. "The difference between you and me, Mr. Dealey," Kennedy shot back, "is that I was elected president of this country and you were not. I have the responsibility for the lives of 180 million Americans, which you have not. Wars are easier to talk about than they are to fight. I'm just as tough as you are, and I didn't get elected president by arriving at soft judgments." Kennedy had been slow to react to the threat from the extreme right. That August, when the subject of the John Birch Society had come up in conversation with Gore Vidal over canapés and vin rosé at Hyannis Port, JFK seemed to airily dismiss the danger. "The president took the frenzy of the far right a lot less seriously than I," Vidal observed. But by the fall, Kennedy's attitude was no longer complacent. He dispatched Bobby to meet with the Reuther brothers. They discussed over breakfast how the liberal leaders of the United Auto Workers Union could help mount an effective media campaign to counter the thunder from the right. The president also asked his staff to begin giving him monthly reports on far-right activities and ordered the director of the IRS to investigate organizations receiving tax exemptions. But most important, Kennedy realized, it was time for the President of the United States to personally speak out. He needed to take to the road and explain to the American public why his pragmatic policies to extricate the country and the world from the Cold War's death grip made more sense than the simplistic, militaristic approach of the right. Kennedy turned once again to Sorensen, whose eloquence he always called upon when he needed a passionate rejoinder to his critics and a stirring appeal to the American people's better instincts. JFK would travel widely that fall, delivering several key speeches on how America should navigate its way through the long twilight struggle of the Cold War. His travels would take him from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, on the doorstep of his senatorial nemesis, South Carolina's Thurmond, to Los Angeles, then a bastion of right-wing ferment and home to a quarter of the John Birch Society's membership. In directly confronting his critics, Kennedy would be forced to clarify what he stood for and what America's role should be in a fast-changing world where heroes are removed from their tombs, history rewritten, the names of cities changed overnight. After being battered by cold warriors for nearly a year, Kennedy finally stepped into the ring that fall and began to fight for what he believed, to define his administration. The battle was at last joined. It was Saturday evening, November 18, 1961. On stage at the Hollywood Palladium, the cavernous dining and dancing hall where Lawrence Welk and his champagne music makers normally presided on weekends, the President of the United States was giving his right-wing critics hell. To raucous applause from the 2,500 assembled Democrats, Kennedy, chopping the air for emphasis, scorched the crusades of suspicion and discordant voices of extremism that were echoing throughout the land.
For months, the president had been forced to listen to their incessant din, the cries of treason in high places from the John Birch Society, whose paranoia had found fertile ground in regions with large fundamentalist populations like the Los Angeles basin. The loud complaints from generals and admirals about Kennedy's no-win policy. The charges of weakness and cowardice from Texas blowhards like publisher Dealey, the calls from vigilante groups like the Minutemen for Americans to arm themselves in preparation for the imminent day when Washington would fall to communist hands. Now, Kennedy, standing on the gold foil-lined stage in front of a giant reproduction of the presidential seal, was slashing back at all this madness in a speech that targeted his fanatic enemies with icy precision. In periods of high tension like the Cold War, Kennedy told his audience, there have always been those on the fringes of our society who have fought to escape their own responsibility by finding a simple solution, an appealing slogan, or a convenient scapegoat. In the current period of heightened peril, with the world held hostage by the constant threat of nuclear war, this paranoid strain in American politics was flourishing, Kennedy observed. Men who are unwilling to face up to the danger from without are convinced that the real danger is from within. They look suspiciously at their neighbors and their leaders. They call for a man on horseback because they do not trust the people. They find treason in our churches, in our highest court, and even in the treatment of our water. This last twist of the presidential knife was directed at the colorful theory, popular in far-right circles at the time, that the fluoridation of water was a communist plot. They equate the Democratic Party with the welfare state with socialism, and socialism with communism. They object, quite rightly, to politics intruding on the military, but they are very anxious for the military to engage in politics. But, Kennedy concluded, he was confident that Americans, whose basic good sense has always prevailed, would reject these counsels of fear and suspicion. Kennedy's hard-hitting speech, which the Los Angeles Times would the next day call a scornful 21-gun presidential blast, was loudly cheered by the Democratic Party faithful who filled the Palladium that night, including Hollywood celebrities like Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole, and Ralph Bellamy, who helped provide the evening's entertainment. But outside the Palladium, where the paranoid legions Kennedy had lashed out at were noisily gathered, it was a different story. An estimated 3,000 right-wing protesters, more than the number of Kennedy supporters gathered inside, paraded up and down on both sides of the street, spilling off the sidewalks and snarling traffic. Wearing red, white, and blue paper hats, they shouted anti-Kennedy slogans, sang God Bless America, and waved signs reading Unmuzzle the military, disarmament is suicide, get the Reds out of the State Department, and stamp out communism. Kennedy, who was ushered quickly into the Palladium hours before he spoke, did not see the armies of the night who were massing against him. But the next day, he would be forced to confront their passions in a surprising place. Kennedy, who loved to bask in the sun and celebrity atmosphere of Southern California, woke the next morning.
His motorcad, which consisted of only 2 police cars, one in front of the president's convertible and one in back, and a car filled with reporters, glided through Santa Monica to its destination, the Spanish-style oceanfront home of Kennedy's sister Pat and her husband Peter Lawford. There, the president would enjoy himself, swimming in the pool and dining with Hollywood friends Angie Dickinson and Mrs. Billy Wilder on a lunch of cold vichyssoise, stuffed brandied squab with wild rice, a vegetable dish of peas and onions, and mixed green salad with Italian dressing, all finished off by chocolate tarts and coffee. But Kennedy's Sunday did not begin so smoothly. That morning, he and his old political crony Dave Powers were driven from the Beverly Hilton to the nearby Church of the Good Shepherd on Santa Monica Boulevard. After settling into a pew 10 rows from the front, Kennedy soon found himself and the other worshipers being lectured about the necessity of vigilance in a dangerous world in a sermon delivered by Father Alfred Kilp. It was immediately clear what kind of message Father Kilp was sending the presidential captive in his audience. Catholics took pride in the first member of their faith to win the White House. But Kennedy's church, with its strong anti-communist legacy, had also become a beachhead for the John Birch Society. Robert Welch, founder of the group, claimed that 40% of its membership was Catholic, and he proudly displayed a letter from none other than Cardinal Cushing, the Kennedys' favorite prelate, praising Welch as a dedicated anti-communist. In his sermon, Father Kilp invoked the terrible vision of an America under communist rule, one where Catholic schools would be closed and churches turned into such profane uses as theaters or even garages. "Be alert, pray, and meditate," the priest counseled his flock, "because if you do not, you may wake up and find yourself a second-rate citizen of a satellite nation or a dispossessed Catholic." The day after Kennedy was lectured in his own church about the need for anti-communist vigilance, he came under strong return fire from the John Birch Society itself, whose leaders were stung by the president's frontal assault on them as a band of paranoid fanatics. Kennedy's fiery speech at the Hollywood Palladium was another example of "talk tough and carry a big pillow," declared John Rousselot, a Bircher congressman from San Gabriel. "The only thing we can be assured of is that the organized powder-puff left wing will herald this speech as a great blow for sound diplomacy and peace in our time." Kennedy's anti-right campaign also drew an angry response from Senator Barry Goldwater, around whom the growing conservative movement was gathering as the standard-bearer to face Kennedy in 1964. "The real radicals in American politics," sniped Goldwater at an Atlanta press conference, "were in the White House. The Arizonan called Kennedy a wagon master who is riding on the left wheel all the time." The explosions on the political right as Kennedy took off from Los Angeles International Airport on Sunday night to return to Washington demonstrated that he had hit his targets. Kennedy's eloquent offensive in fall 1961 was a turning point in his administration. His muscular response to the zealotry of the far right gave the American people a clear view of the path along which he wanted to lead them out of the gloomy Cold War thicket. JFK's coast-to-coast counterattack on his right-wing opponents had begun with an October 12 speech at the University of North Carolina's Kenan Stadium, where he disparaged those thundering patriots who believed America's challenges in the world could be resolved by swaggering and sloganeering. "We shall be neither red nor dead, but alive and free," declared Kennedy in the final line of his speech, alluding to the morbid right-wing slogan of the day, "I'd rather be dead than red." After Chapel Hill, Kennedy came west, launching another barrage against the right in Seattle on November 16, before heading south to John Birch country in Los Angeles for the most spectacular showdown in his anti-right speaking tour. In his speech at the University of Washington, the president reiterated his theme that there was nothing soft about averting nuclear war and that America showed its true strength by refraining from using its military might until all other avenues were exhausted. And he made a startling declaration that seemed to retreat from the aggressive posture struck in his inaugural speech. Despite its overwhelming power, he said, the United States could not play the role of global sentinel. We must face the fact that the United States is neither omnipotent or omniscient, that we are only 6% of the world's population, that we cannot impose our will upon the other 94%, that we cannot fight every wrong or reverse each adversity, and that therefore there cannot be an American solution to every world problem. To those on the right who believed in America's divine and unlimited powers, this was nothing less than sacrilege. "You must read the University of Washington speech," said its co-author Ted Sorensen years later, sitting in his law office at Paul Weiss, a bronze bust of the man he served on his desk. It's one of Kennedy's great speeches on foreign policy, a direct refutation of the hardliners. Had Kennedy lived, there is no doubt in my mind we would have laid the groundwork for détente. The Cold War would have ended much sooner than it did. I think my brother had a very healthy sense about the power of this country, Ted Kennedy recently remarked. He had a sense of its military power, but also of its moral power,
and how both could be used with a sense of proportion, which is very rare for a young leader. You don't see that kind of judgment even in older people. During his Western speaking tour, JFK invited his White House predecessor to ride with him in his helicopter during a swing through Texas to attend the funeral of legendary Speaker of the House Sam Rayburn. Kennedy and Eisenhower were later spotted standing next to the whirlybird on the tarmac at Perrin Air Force Base, locked in animated conversation. Mr. Kennedy gestured repeatedly with his left hand and appeared to be explaining something to General Eisenhower, the Associated Press later reported. General Eisenhower listened intently and shook his head affirmatively several times. The two men then shook hands and parted. 5 days later, on November 18, the old general added his influential voice to Kennedy's campaign against the rise of extremists in the country and the politicalization of the military. Speaking out during an interview with Walter Cronkite of CBS News, the World War II hero said it was bad practice, very bad for an officer, even when testifying on Capitol Hill, to express opinions that are contrary to the president. "I don't think the United States needs super patriots," Eisenhower declared. "We need patriotism, honestly practiced by all of us, and we don't need these people that are more patriotic than you or anybody else." But the super patriots in Washington soon demonstrated their power again. 1 week after Kennedy returned to the Capitol from Los Angeles in an administration shuffle that would become known in Beltway circles as the Thanksgiving Day Massacre, the president served the head of his most prominent liberal foreign policy maker, Chester Bowles, to his baying critics on the right. Bowles, it was announced on November 26, was being removed as Under-Secretary of State and being given a vague Flying Dutchman role in the administration as a roving ambassador. The man who had seen himself as a counterweight to the forces of militarism within Kennedy's government would now, to his opponent's glee, be dispatched far from the center of power, winding up literally halfway around the world by summer 1963 when he was posted as ambassador to India.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying.
The self-described foreign policy radical who had urged the president to abolish the CIA after the Bay of Pigs would cause his enemies no more trouble for the rest of Kennedy's tenure. In the State Department, the old guard, who had recoiled from Bowles' efforts to align the United States with the revolutionary ferment sweeping through the Third World, raised glasses to toast Bowles' downfall. The trouble with Bowles, sneered one veteran diplomat, was that when he saw a band of black baboons beating tom-toms, saw George Washington's. During an emotional meeting in Bowles' office, Sorensen told his fellow Unitarian liberal that he was a victim of Washington's powerful Cold War lobby. But the number 2 man at the State Department was not helped by his sour relationship with Bobby Kennedy, who had never forgiven Bowles for refusing to campaign for his brother in the 1960 Wisconsin primary out of allegiance to fellow liberal Hubert Humphrey, and for what Bobby believed was a cowardly attempt to run for cover after the Bay of Pigs fiasco. The two had also clashed in early June during discussions about how to handle the rapidly deteriorating situation in the Dominican Republic, where plotters would soon assassinate the vicious dictator Rafael Trujillo, and the Kennedys were eager to see a stable, U.S.-friendly government installed. The tone of meeting was deeply disturbing, Bowles would later write in a confidential memo. Bob Kennedy was clearly looking for an excuse to move in on the island. At one point he suggested, apparently seriously, that we might have to blow up the consulate to provide the rationale. The entire spirit of this meeting was profoundly distressing and worrisome, and I left at 8 p.m. with a feeling that this spirit, which I had seen demonstrated on this occasion and others at the White House by those so close to the president, constitutes a further danger of half-cocked action by people with almost no foreign policy experience, who are interested in action for action's sake, and the devil take thee. When Bowles succeeded in blocking Bobby's intervention plans, the young Kennedy, still very much in his hot-headed phase, particularly when it came to Caribbean political intrigue, dismissed him as a gutless jerk. Bowles' downfall highlighted a weak strain in the Kennedy presidency. So eager were the brothers to prove their toughness that they sometimes made examples of their liberal cohorts rather than stand firm against their public lynching. The McCarthy years had pounded into heads a sense of inferiority, insecurity, and a sense that they weren't quite trusted by the members of the establishment, Bowles later reflected. They needed the blood of sacrificial lambs like Bowles to prove they could be equally as merciless as Republican Cold Warriors. It was the president's own misfortune. Kennedy's inability to bring out the best and draw on the wisdom of Bowles was the president's loss, remarked Kennedy aide Harris Wofford. He badly needed someone close to him who had a basic moral reference point. The Thanksgiving massacre also claimed another liberal victim, Dick Goodwin. Kennedy bowed to the political pressure by transferring his freewheeling Cuba point man to the State Department, where the young Jew, in Goodwin's words, would be kept under tight WASP supervision. Goodwin's enemies crowed over his demotion, telling the Washington Daily News that a major irritant in Latin American policy had now been removed. Kennedy would continue to phone Goodwin with questions about Latin policy, but it wasn't the same. Goodwin felt like a rejected lover, banished to a hostile wing of the president's government, where he would not last long. He would later escape to Sergeant Shriver's more hospitable Peace Corps. And on November 22, 1963, he was to be named a special consultant on the arts, a post far removed from the inner foreign policy councils where he could cause his enemies trouble. Robert Kennedy later said that his brother regarded 1961 as a very mean year. His confidence in his own national security team had been shattered by the humiliation in Cuba. He had been bullied on the one side by Khrushchev and by his own military chiefs on the other. The world had slithered closer to extinction during the Berlin crisis. Really again? Exhaled Kennedy, when just as the global situation seemed at its darkest, he learned that the Soviets were resuming nuclear weapons testing. "I want to get off," said JFK after a particularly gloomy White House meeting held to discuss this latest destabilizing development. "Get off what?" Bobby asked him. "Get off the planet." The president was in a reflective mood on the Saturday evening after Thanksgiving. He was spending the holiday weekend with family and friends up at Hyannis Port. After working all day on his forthcoming budget, he joined the festive group at his father's house in the family compound, where everyone was gathering for cocktails and dinner. After the plates were cleared away, Kennedy suggested that his friend Red Fay, whom he had made Assistant Secretary of the Navy, as Admiral Burke rightly and bitterly suspected, primarily to enjoy his lively company, entertain the group with his trademark rendition of Hooray for Hollywood. After Grand Old Lovable, as Kennedy called his Republican friend, finished the song, Teddy, the best singer in the family, belted out Heart of My Heart, and Sister Eunice also took her turn in the spotlight. Then everyone insisted that the president himself entertain them. "Do you know September Song?" Kennedy asked Teddy's wife Joan, who was playing piano. It was an odd selection, considering the frivolity of the evening. Written by Kurt Weill, the German Jewish composer who had fled the Nazis in 1933 after his avant-garde musicals sparked fascist riots, the song was a little masterpiece of melancholic beauty. Though Weill wrote it for Knickerbocker Holiday, his 1938 effort to adapt to the lighter moods of the Broadway stage, September Song was suffused with the wistful world weariness of old Europe. Joan played the song's haunting chorus, and Jack began to sing. "Oh, it's a long, long while from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September. When the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, one hasn't got time for the waiting game." A hush fell over the room as Kennedy delivered the next lines of the song in a speaking voice. "Oh, the days dwindle down to a precious few, September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you." The following month, Kennedy's small group of confidants grew smaller, when 6 days before Christmas, his father suffered a stroke while playing golf in Palm Beach. It was the final blow in this harshest of years. The hard-charging entrepreneur, who had been deeply wired into the highest and lowest enclaves of power, from kings to mobsters, had put all of his relentless drive and paternal devotion at the service of his sons. Joe Kennedy's emotional tides rose and fell with those of his son in the White House. When Jack was reduced to tears by the Bay of Pigs debacle, Joe had spent much of the day on the phone with him and Bobby. At end, I asked him how he was feeling, his wife Rose later recorded in her diary, and he said, "Dying," the result of trying to bring up Jack's morale. Now the once powerful patriarch could no longer offer his son solace or counsel, his speech reduced to one word by his calamity, the word "no," which he uttered. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable.
This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Barnes. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Considering how often his son sought his counsel, it's likely that Bobby had brought this disturbing information, which was now in the hands of the blackmailing Hoover, to his father. The old man knew what savage enemies that mafia bosses and the reptilian FBI chief could be for his already beleaguered sons. The stress on the father must have been terrible, and now he was unable to help them. The tragedy was Joe Kennedy getting a stroke, Gore Vidal said. He could have settled the problem with the mafia in 2 minutes. Vidal has long suspected that the mafia played a key role in the events in Dallas. I lived for years in a house in southern Italy. When the chief of police of all Italy arrives in Palermo, in an open car with his wife, they blow him up in public view for everyone to see, in precisely the same scene that happened in Dallas. Typical mafia killing. With his father incapacitated, it would fall to Bobby, the son Joe knew was as hard as he was, to try to protect the family. Bobby's a tough one. Hell, keep the Kennedys together, you can bet, the old man once said. As the brothers' enemies proliferated in places high and low, the task seemed daunting. Bobby Kennedy rarely shouted or raised his voice when he got angry, but there was no mistaking his mood when he was not pleased with you. When he lost his temper, he would fix you with an icy cold look. You knew you were wiped out, recalled Fred Dutton, who as a Kennedy insider from JFK's 1960 presidential race to RFK's 1968 run, saw him in various states of pique. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon of May 14, 1962, the Attorney General's glinting blue eyes were focused sharply on 2 men from the CIA who were sitting in his spacious, walnut-paneled office on the 5th floor of the Justice Department. CIA counsel Lawrence Houston and Colonel Sheffield Edwards, the agency's chief of security, had been summoned by Kennedy to discuss a highly delicate matter. The Attorney General wanted them to explain why the agency was trying to block the prosecution of a private eye who had been caught the year before bugging the telephone in comedian Dan Rowan's Las Vegas hotel room. The case would expose national security secrets, the CIA men told Kennedy, because the private eye had been hired by the shadowy CIA intermediary Robert Maheu as a favor to Chicago godfather Sam Giancana, who suspected that Rowan was sleeping with his girlfriend, singer Phyllis McGuire. Why was Maheu so interested in keeping Giancana happy? Because, the intelligence officials informed Kennedy, the CIA had enlisted the gangster in a plot to assassinate Fidel Castro. It was at this point during the half-hour meeting that Robert Kennedy's eyes grew icy and his jaw tightened, giving the CIA men a definite impression of unhappiness. Kennedy had spent years as a Senate investigator, and now as Attorney General, trying to waken the country to the dangers of the growing merger between legitimate authority, unions, corporations, political institutions, and criminal forces. Now the CIA, an agency that he and his brother already found deeply suspect, was informing him that it had entered into the assassination business with the very mafia lords he was trying to bring to justice. Kennedy fixed the 2 obviously discomforted CIA couriers with a hard look. "I trust that if you ever do business with organized crime again, with gangsters,
He said in a voice seething with sarcasm, "You will let the Attorney General know." The CIA men assured Kennedy that the mafia plots had been terminated. But, probably unbeknownst to the two agency messengers, the murderous intrigue was still alive. In fact, around the same time Houston and Edwards were conveying their assurances to Kennedy, the CIA's point man on Cuba, William Harvey, was delivering poison pills to Giancana Confederate Johnny Rosselli to eliminate the Cuban leader. In later years, CIA officials and other political opponents of the Kennedys would insist that Bobby's outrage that day had been an act, that he was already aware that the mafia had been enlisted in the government's crusade against Castro. They would say that Kennedy was simply scolding the CIA because he wanted to be fully informed of the agency's underworld dealings in the future, not because he wanted the sinister plots against Castro shut down. But Houston himself, who, as the bearer of bad news that afternoon, was in the best position to read the Attorney General's immediate reaction to the mafia scheme, later testified that he got the impression at that time that did not know about the CIA's underworld pact. Under questioning from the Chooch Committee, the Senate panel formed in 1975 to investigate CIA involvement in assassination plots and other nefarious business, Houston observed that Kennedy was disgusted that he had been placed in that position by the CIA, where he would be forced to drop an organized crime case because of the agency's shady intrigues. RFK's right-hand man at the Justice Department, John Seigenthaler, also believes that Kennedy's anger that afternoon was genuine. "I remember when Bob found out about the plots against Castro, he was absolutely furious," recalled Seigenthaler, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist for the Nashville Tennessean who served as the Attorney General's administrative aide until mid-1962. "When the two fellows from the CIA came over, I took them into Bob's office and was there for part of it. It was a very testy, cold discussion. My impression was that the silliness had stopped, and there would be nothing in the future unless the administration approved it. I could tell that Bob was genuinely furious at that meeting. He was not putting on a show for me. He didn't want the administration embarrassed. I mean, you're talking about something that would have driven Robert Kennedy right up the side of a wall, and it did when he found out about it. Whatever anybody might think about him, you just don't know the man if you think that's something he might go for. It violated his most basic principles. Advanced knowledge of a conspiracy to assassinate Castro would have been antithetical to his most basic beliefs. I don't think there's any evidence of it, and I don't believe you'd ever find it. Robert Kennedy's meeting with the two CIA officials still looms large in historical debates about the Kennedy administration. Was he truly shocked and enraged by the agency's dark dealings? Or was the younger Kennedy actually the driving force behind the government's murderous plots against Castro? Two warring camps have angrily engaged each other over these questions in the past 4 decades, with Kennedy partisans on one side and CIA apologists on the other. At stake is nothing less than the Kennedy brothers' moral standing in history and the reputation of the intelligence agency. Another crucial question hovers over this debate. Were the Kennedys in control of their own intelligence apparatus? Yes, CIA officials and their advocates in the media have long insisted. The Kennedys were not only in control, they were so zealous and single-minded in their pursuit of Castro, the man who had humiliated the highly competitive brothers in their showdown at the Bay of Pigs, that they drove intelligence officials past acceptable bounds in their pursuit of the Cuban leader. But Kennedy partisans have been equally insistent that the two brothers were simply not this kind of men, that using underworld cutthroats as agents of U.S. foreign policy would have been anathema to them. The debate began while Robert Kennedy was still alive, and it continued long after he was dead. Years after the younger Kennedy's 1968 assassination,
It was clear that McCone was out of the loop. Dick Helms was running the agency. Seigenthaler had quickly concluded. Anything McCone found out was by accident. During the party, Helms, an urbane and calculating man who, unlike other CIA veterans, never drank more than his limit of 1 martini, maneuvered himself into Seigenthaler's path.
In his own super-secret, egocentric way, without saying anything directly, Helms brought up the Castro plots and began pointing fingers at the Kennedy administration, Seigenthaler recalled. He was very careful because he knew I was a Kennedy loyalist, but he was also being cute, saying things like, "The Castro plots? You don't want to go there." He was snide and sly. In 1975, Helms, by then dispatched to Tehran as U.S. ambassador, but still very much the keeper of CIA secrets, tried to point the finger even more bluntly at the late Robert Kennedy. By then, news of past CIA abuses was beginning to surface in Washington's post-Watergate climate. One morning, Helms took Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to breakfast and made it plain where he was going to pin the blame if government investigators got too close to agency secrets. Helms said, "All these stories are just the tip of the iceberg," Kissinger later reported to President Ford at an urgent meeting in the Oval Office. "If they come out, blood will flow." For example, Robert Kennedy personally managed the assassination of Castro. Helms' threat, which his friend Kissinger was all too eager to relay, might have helped ensure that the CIA inquiry that was later launched by the Ford administration, under the cautious chairmanship of Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, did not delve too deeply into the agency's hidden chambers. Kennedy loyalists like Seigenthaler have a very different view of the relationship between the brothers and their intelligence agency. It was not the Kennedys who were flogging the agency to take deadly action against foreign enemies. It was the CIA's own unchecked passions, they contend, that led it astray. "I thought, and I still feel, that the CIA was always a rogue agency. It did wet work on its own," Seigenthaler says today in a soft Tennessean drawl. The concept of plausible deniability, under which the CIA took action with the so-called tacit consent of the president, gave men like Helms the excuse to do whatever they wanted. They were way too enthralled to 007. My own instinct was that the relationship between the CIA and the Kennedy White House was not a healthy one. The administration was particularly vulnerable with someone like McCone in charge over there. He was in over his head. And Bob shared that feeling. He didn't have any confidence that John McCone had the slightest idea of what the CIA was doing. "We were caught in the reality of the Cold War, and the agency obviously had a role to play," Seigenthaler continued. "But I don't think the Kennedys believed you could trust much of what they said. We were trying to find our way out of the Cold War, but the CIA certainly didn't want to." Seigenthaler's Kennedy ties date back to 1957, when he tried to share the fruits of his investigative reporting on Nashville labor racketeering with Bobby, who was making a name for himself at the time as the chief counsel for the McClellan Committee, the Senate panel that was probing organized crime's corrupt inroads into America's economy and politics. Bobby's brother-in-law, Sergeant Shriver, arranged a meeting between the two men in New York, where Seigenthaler was leading a seminar on investigative reporting at Columbia University. The journalist hurried downtown for the meeting, arriving 10 minutes early, only to have the brash Bobby, dressed in his overcoat and ready to leave, accuse the journalist of being tardy, insulting his regional roots in the process. "Are you Southerners always late?" Kennedy snapped. He brushed past Seigenthaler, telling him to get in touch with his assistant. A few weeks later, after being summoned to Bobby's Washington office, the newspaper reporter was again snubbed by RFK, who shunted him off once more to his aide. By now, Seigenthaler knew what he thought of Kennedy. What a rich little jerk! 3 weeks later, Seigenthaler began to change his opinion. While working in the newsroom of the Tennessean one afternoon, he unexpectedly got a phone call from Kennedy. For the next 45 minutes, Bobby peppered the investigative reporter with detailed questions about Teamster corruption in Tennessee, making it plain that he had read every article that Seigenthaler had written on the subject. Then he told the reporter he was sending 2 investigators to Nashville the next day and asked if he could help them. Seigenthaler agreed. From that point on, I grew more and more impressed with Bobby Kennedy, and I thought the little snot was a great guy, and our relationship warmed tremendously, remembered Seigenthaler. Who would have guessed? Seigenthaler had passed the Kennedy test. He would now join the band of brothers that included fellow journalists like Ed Guthman and Pierre Salinger, investigators like Walt Sheridan, and political comrades like Kenny O'Donnell. Men whose lives would be forever changed, first by Bobby's reformer zeal, and then by his brother's presidential mission. For Seigenthaler, the bond with RFK would grow deeper when he asked the journalist to help him with the memoir of his anti-crime campaign, which would become the 1960 bestseller The Enemy Within. Seigenthaler moved into Kennedy's Hickory Hill mansion, editing the manuscript as Bobby turned out the pages in longhand and taking long walks with him in the afternoon. It was during those walks that Seigenthaler got to know Bob Kennedy better than I got to know anybody during my whole life, he later recalled. He was completely candid with me about everything. As he grew closer to Kennedy, Seigenthaler's early impressions of him as an arrogant, entitled prince began to evaporate. The Kennedy brothers could have chosen the idle lives of little rich boys sunning themselves on a beach somewhere, the journalist concluded. But instead, they had chosen lives of public service. They were willing to take risks to change America. And Seigenthaler decided he would join their cause, doing everything in my power to make Jack Kennedy president. And after that, putting his body on the line for Bobby Kennedy at the Justice Department. In May 1961, during the administration's first civil rights crisis, prompted by violent attacks on a bus filled with Freedom Riders traveling through Alabama, Seigenthaler was dispatched by the Attorney General to monitor the situation. Alabama Governor John Patterson had promised Seigenthaler that the civil rights activists would be protected. But as their Greyhound bus reached Montgomery, its convoy of state police cars suddenly melted away, and the bus riders were left to the mercy of an ugly crowd wielding chains and axe handles. Kennedy aide John Darr was reporting to the Attorney General on the alarming events from a phone booth near the Montgomery bus terminal, where the Freedom Riders were besieged. "The passengers are coming off," he alerted Bobby. Then his voice grew agitated. "Oh, there are fists, punching. A bunch of men led by a guy with a bleeding face are beating them. There are no cops. It's terrible. It's terrible. There's not a cop in sight. People are yelling, 'Get 'em! Get 'em!' It's awful." Seigenthaler couldn't restrain himself. Seeing a girl being swacked in the face and hit over the head as she tried to escape the mob, he went to her rescue. She warned him, "Mister, get away. You're only going to get killed. This is not your fight." He tried to push her into his car, but was suddenly clubbed from behind. While FBI agents stood watching, Seigenthaler collapsed to the ground, where he was kicked as he lay unconscious. He awoke in a Montgomery hospital. Kennedy was furious when he heard what had happened to his aide. He was also moved by his courage.
"You did what was right," Kennedy told Seigenthaler when he reached him by phone in the hospital. Still woozily recuperating in his hospital bed, Seigenthaler murmured, "Let me give you some advice. Never run for governor of Alabama." It was Bobby who took on the most explosive issues for his brother's administration, from civil rights to Cuba to organized crime. He always seemed to be in the thick of combat, and his own band of brothers at the Justice Department was right there with him. But despite his belligerent reputation, it was not the life that Robert Kennedy had imagined for himself. When his newly elected brother asked him to become his attorney general, at the urging of their shrewd, tribalistic father, who wanted someone Jack could utterly trust in the top legal post, Bobby initially resisted. He was tired of chasing bad men, he told his brother. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life doing that. Maybe he would go home to Massachusetts and do something there, maybe run for governor or become a college president. Bobby took Seigenthaler with him one bitter cold morning after the election to Jack's Georgetown house to give his brother his final decision over a breakfast of bacon and eggs. But in the end, of course, he dutifully took the job. "I need you in this government," Jack told his brother, and Seigenthaler knew that was that.
Bobby's fate was determined. He would, in fact, end up doing precisely what he wanted to avoid, chasing bad men for the rest of his life. No one of his era came to know more than Robert Kennedy about the dark side of American power. As Arthur Schlesinger observed, Bobby knew how the country was really run, the underground streams through which so much of the actuality of American power darkly coursed. The FBI, CIA, the racketeering unions, and the mob. He had learned from his father, who attempted to steer these streams for the benefit of the Kennedy family. He had learned as a crime-busting Senate investigator. He had learned as his brother's tough, undefeated campaign manager. And he would learn, most of all, as the Attorney General, when his crusades turned the full fury of these dark powers against the two brothers' administration. The younger Kennedy threw himself into these dangerous battles with a mixture of bravery, arrogance, idealism, and Irish fatalism. "You won't have any trouble finding my enemies," he told a Life reporter in January 1962, with what struck the reporter as a satisfied smile. "They're all over town." Bobby's bravado recalled his childhood days when he had forced himself to do whatever he feared most. Slow to master swimming as a boy, he had thrown himself off a yawl into Nantucket Sound to either sink or finally swim. It showed, a bemused Jack would observe, either a lot of guts or no sense at all. When RFK became Attorney General at age 35, he was still very much a work in progress. Before the president-elect took him outside his Georgetown house to anoint him as his choice for Attorney General in front of the press throng assembled on N Street, he had to tell his kid brother to go upstairs and comb his hair. Standing before the battery of news cameras next to his smoothly self-assured older brother, Bobby looked like a sheepish schoolboy getting an award he didn't deserve. Compared to his cool-running older brother, he seemed a cauldron of youthful passions. The men who knew them both, like Charles Bartlett, did not see Jack's subtlety of mind in Bobby. Ted Sorensen's first impressions of the younger Kennedy were far from reassuring. He struck Sorensen as militant, aggressive, intolerant, opinionated, somewhat shallow in his convictions, more like his father than his brother. As a 13-year-old, Bobby had summed himself up this way in a school composition titled A Portrait of Myself. "I have a pretty good character on the whole, but my temper is not too good." It remained an accurate assessment after he became the second most powerful man in Washington. Even fellow Democrats tagged Bobby Raoul after the younger Castro brother who was Fidel's militant enforcer. Adlai Stevenson crowned him the Black Prince. The great difference between Bobby and John F. Kennedy in those days was that everything was black and white for Bobby, said Pierre Salinger, recalling the early years of the brothers' political saga. But John F. Kennedy had the facility to see the fact that life was not a black and white proposition, that there were a lot of gray areas in life. Reflecting on the two brothers years later in his office at the Washington Post, retired editor Ben Bradley said, "I think there was less hidden business in Jack. There was no inner turmoil in Jack. Bobby was always a crusader, campaigning against the people who hurt the people he loved." The Attorney General brought a messianic sense of purpose to his brother's administration. Believing that men lost their juice for battle by middle age, RFK surrounded himself at the Justice Department with aides as young and dedicated as himself. Ed Guthman remembers looking around the Attorney General's expansive office during a meeting there one afternoon in late 1961. Kennedy was sitting on his desk in a typical pose, no suit jacket, shirt sleeves rolled up, legs folded under him Indian style. The sober government office had been transformed into a colorful salon, decorated with his children's wildly impressionistic crayon scrawlings on the walls, a varnished sailfish over the mantelpiece, and a stuffed tiger near the fireplace. The menagerie was completed by the Attorney General's lumbering black 125-pound Newfoundland, Bramusa beast of passable intelligence and overwhelming love for mankind, in the words of Look magazine journalist Fletcher Knebel, who drools on everybody, including the boss, who frequently has to wipe one of his expensive New York tailored suits after Bramusa's happy salivations. Surveying Kennedy's assembled staff that day, Guthman realized that at 42, he was the oldest person in the room. Kennedy's young staff responded to his crusading spirit, warm and open management style, and transparent emotions. In the eyes of most of his staff, Bobby's passions made him temperamentally suited for the role of an avenging attorney general. The question that still haunts the Kennedy legacy, however, is did RFK's righteous fervor push him and his brother's administration to extreme lengths in their campaign against the Castro regime? After the Bay of Pigs debacle, the wily, charismatic dictator undeniably became an obsession of the Kennedy brothers, particularly Bobby, who was given the mission of solving the Cuba problem. The bearded fellow, as he contemptuously referred to him, would join his most wanted list, along with other tyrants like Jimmy Hoffa. The Attorney General brought an intensity to the anti-Castro crusade that was not as evident in JFK, a passion that seemed born of the younger brothers' more visceral anti-communism and Catholicism. According to anti-Kennedy revisionists like journalist Seymour Hersh, Bobby's mandate was clear. It was to murder Fidel Castro and overthrow his government. But there is no compelling evidence to support this. While Bobby did indeed browbeat CIA officials to do more to disrupt the Cuban government, assassination was not among the measures he urged upon the agency. In fact, the Kennedys' views of the Castro regime became less and less absolutist as time went on. The administration would adopt a contradictory two-track strategy toward the Castro regime, wielding not just sticks but carrots, as the Kennedy brothers attempted to navigate their way out of the crisis atmosphere that characterized their first 2 years in office. Dick Guthman tells the story of the day in November 1961 when he led Tad Suk, who was being considered for an administration job, into the Oval Office.
The president stunned the New York Times reporter by asking him, "What would you think if I ordered Castro to be assassinated?" The journalist told him he did not think the United States should be involved in this type of thing. Kennedy said, "I agree with you completely." He then said he was under intense pressure from officials within his government to take this extreme step, but that he was glad that Schilk agreed with him because he felt that for moral reasons the United States must never resort to this sinister activity. As with Bobby's angry response to the CIA couriers who informed him of the mafia plots, Kennedy critics charged that JFK staged this dialogue with Schilk to give himself cover in case the murder plots were later revealed. But Goodwin finds this far-fetched. It struck me that if Kennedy were in fact involved in a plot to kill Castro, he hardly would have told that to a reporter from the New York Times, who, the day after Castro was killed, would be sitting on the biggest story in the world. I can't go into his mind and find his motives, but I just don't think that someone as media-savvy as Kennedy would do something like this. When Goodwin brought up the Schilk discussion with Kennedy several days later, the president reiterated his opposition. "We can't get into that kind of thing, or we would all be targets." Years later, in 1984, Schilk talked about his remarkable Kennedy meeting with Castro himself. The Cuban leader listened with rapt interest, telling the journalist that it confirmed his belief that Kennedy had nothing to do with the CIA attempts on his life. He was convinced that if Kennedy had lived, they would have worked out their differences, he told Schilk. More recently, Robert Kennedy's widow, Ethel, raised the subject of the assassination plots with Castro during a visit with the Cuban leader in Havana. She waited until his translator had left the room before broaching the matter. Castro pretends not to be fluent in English, but he actually speaks it very well. When they were alone, Ethel addressed Fidel directly. "I want you to know something," she said, looking up at the tall, graying figure whose story was so entwined with that of her family. "Jack and Bobby had nothing to do with the plots to kill you." Castro met her eyes. "I know," he said. But if President Kennedy thought he had shut down the Castro assassination intrigue, he could not be certain when it came to the CIA. "You could never be sure with the CIA," Goodwin observed. "They were doing things on their own." Goodwin recalled Kennedy's anger when he informed him that the CIA had secretly supplied rifles to assassins who were plotting to kill Dominican Republic dictator Rafael Trujillo. "Tell them no more weapons," exclaimed Kennedy. "The United States is not to get involved in any assassinations. I'd like to get rid of Trujillo, but not that way." But Trujillo was terminated that way when his car was fired upon while driving on a deserted stretch of highway on May 30, 1961. The CIA's defiance of Kennedy's leadership was most flagrant when it came to Cuba. The agency felt increasingly whipsawed by the Kennedy brothers, flayed on the one hand to produce more results in their secret sabotage campaign against the island, but scolded when their actions created too much political fallout. Hardliners in the agency and elsewhere in the government bitterly complained about what they regarded as a two-faced Kennedy policy. As Robert Kennedy struggled to master the Cuba problem, he was also straining to control the CIA, the agency that his brother had vowed to shatter into pieces, but which had only grown more powerful and unaccountable as it pursued its lavishly funded covert war with Castro. The intelligence organization, still bitter over the president's handling of the Bay of Pigs, deeply resented the younger Kennedy's intrusion into the Cuba arena and chafed under his management, which spy officials regarded as full of brash theatrics but largely ineffectual. At the same time, the relentless RFK was badgering CIA officials to take more action against the Cuban regime and abrasively challenging their authority. He and his cool-headed brother were imposing strict limits on what the agency could do. It was an unhealthy state of affairs. The relationship between the younger Kennedy and the intelligence czars grew increasingly poisonous. By the final days of the Kennedy reign, the brothers would find themselves more at war with their own national security regime than they were with the one in Havana. In their attempt to take control of their government, the Kennedys often turned to mavericks who operated outside bureaucratic channels. When Dick Goodwin was forced out of the Cuba command post in late 1961, they selected another wild card, the legendary counterinsurgency expert Edward Lansdale, to fill the vacancy. By November 1961, the Kennedys had concluded that their quiet approach toward Havana was not working. Castro seemed to be hardening into a Soviet-controlled communist dictator with revolutionary ambitions for the rest of Latin America, and the political pressure to do something about his regime was growing. That month, the president inaugurated a new covert operation, codenamed Mongoose, that would be aimed at toppling the Castro regime from within by instigating a Cuban revolution. "My idea is to stir things up on the island with espionage, sabotage, general disorder, operated by Cubans themselves, with every group but Batistites and communists," read Robert Kennedy's notes on the November 3 White House meeting where the president authorized Operation Mongoose. "Do not know if we will be successful in overthrowing Castro, but we have nothing to lose in my estimate." The Kennedys were convinced that the gung-ho Lansdale was just the man to serve as operations chief for Mongoose, reporting directly to RFK. A dashing-looking, mustachioed Errol Flynn type, he had become a Cold War celebrity in the 1950s by almost single-handedly helping Philippines leader Ramon Magsaysay defeat a left-wing insurgency, and later creating and propping up Ngo Dinh Diem's regime in South Vietnam. Lansdale's bold counterinsurgency strategy, which drew on his background as a California advertising man, was aimed at winning the hearts and minds of third-world populations.
Though Graham Greene denied it, Lansdale was rumored to be the model for Alden Pyle, the fatally naive do-gooder in The Quiet American, Greene's prescient 1955 novel about the doomed American enterprise in Vietnam. But Lansdale proudly embraced his fictional portrayal as Edwin Hillendale, the American military officer at the center of the 1958 bestseller The Ugly American, which was written by two acquaintances of his, William Lederer and Eugene Burdick. Although the term later became an epithet for clueless, culturally insensitive Americans abroad, the protagonist of The Ugly American was actually a sympathetic character. Like Lansdale, who ventured into jungle villages where he entertained natives with his harmonica, Hillendale was willing to get his hands dirty in his counterinsurgency efforts, hence the ugly American, as opposed to the aloof, beautiful Americans stationed abroad who never left the comforts of their U.S. embassy suites and remained blissfully ignorant of local customs and conditions. The book meshed with JFK's activist foreign policy philosophy, and he incorporated its themes into his 1960 campaign. And Lansdale would later strike Kennedy as the ideal choice to take on Castro, using the revolutionary leader's own guerrilla tactics to bring him down. There was a romantic aspect to the Lansdale legend that strongly appealed to the Kennedys. He was brave and risk-taking and uninhibited by bureaucratic protocols.
Vocal attributes strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Though he initially enlisted in the Army during World War II, he had later been assigned to the OSS, and he spent his subsequent government career floating between intelligence and the military, where he had risen to become an Army brigadier general. This gave Lansdale an aura that was independent of both the CIA and the Pentagon, neither of which fully trusted the Lone Ranger. A Lansdale-run Operation Mongoose, the Kennedys realized, had the potential to cut out the CIA hierarchy and Joint Chiefs of Staff, an obvious Kennedy aim when it came to Cuba. Lansdale played to RFK's distrust of the CIA elite in a memo he wrote the Attorney General soon after Mongoose was launched,
suggesting that they go around Dick Bissell and the CIA Palace Guard and work with a middle management CIA official named Jim Critchfield as their agency liaison, a man Lansdale thought they could rely upon. The freewheeling Attorney General and his equally independent-minded point man on Cuba seemed intent on yanking the island away from the national security bureaucracy and creating their own special team to deal with it. In a December 7, 1961 memo, Lansdale complained that the CIA's smash-and-grab raids on Cuba, which often utilized militant exiles who would not have met Robert Kennedy's more exacting criteria, including men linked to Batista and the mobsters who helped prop him up, were out of step with the mongoose philosophy, which held that sabotage expeditions should only be carried out when they helped build a popular movement inside Cuba against Castro. Lansdale invoked the democratic ideals of the American Revolution to justify the U.S. operation against Castro. "Americans once ran a successful revolution," wrote Lansdale in a program review of Mongoose dated February 20, 1962. "It was run from within and succeeded because there was timely and strong political, economic, and military help by nations outside who supported our cause. Using this same concept of revolution from within, we must now help the Cuban people to stamp out tyranny and gain their liberty." But underneath the shiny new democratic marketing, Lansdale's overseas missions pretty much fit the old imperialist mold. In the Philippines, he had managed Magsaysay's political career like a corrupt ward healer, spreading around a suitcase full of CIA cash to ensure his man's 1953 presidential victory, and once slugging Magsaysay so hard he knocked him out when the candidate tried to deliver a speech written by a Filipino instead of one by his American handlers. The counterinsurgency wizard delighted in telling the story of how he terrorized the rebellious Hooks into fleeing a part of the Philippine jungle where they had been strong by making the superstitious rebels believe the area was infested with vampires. When the Hooks came, the last man was silently grabbed by the patrol. When the Hooks were out of the vicinity, the captured Hook was held down, 2 holes punched in his throat, held up by the heels, and drained of blood. The body was carefully placed back on the trail. The returning Hooks found the body. The vampire evidence was compelling. The Hooks deserted their strongly held jungle area before dawn. Lansdale's grotesque vampire stunt later became notorious in the Philippines, with one journalist writing in 1986 that the tale makes Filipinos vomit. Lansdale would never dare desecrate the body of a white American, but not the Filipinos, who are dung, who are of an inferior race, and whose bodies may be desecrated, drained of blood, and left to rot in the jungles. Lansdale never attempted anything so grisly in Cuba, but his grab bag of raids, propaganda tricks, and psychological war stunts, including his plan to stage a second coming of Christ by having a U.S. submarine off the Cuba coast fire some star shells into the sky, thereby inciting Catholics on the island to rise up and overthrow Castro, fell ludicrously short of endangering the Havana regime. It was one thing to send the primitive Hooks scurrying in the Philippines jungle. It was quite another to unseat the brilliant and charismatic Fidel Castro, whose rule was growing steadily stronger through his popular social reforms and his increasingly sophisticated repressive machinery. CIA officials loathed Lansdale, whom they derided as a con man and a mystic, fearing that he would cut them out of the Cuba account, which was becoming the government's biggest, most lavishly financed battlefront in the Cold War. They connived to find ways of bringing him down, and were quick to point out Mongoose's notable lack of results. Bobby Kennedy was forced to acknowledge Mongoose's obvious misfires, but he stuck with the program through most of 1962, until the October missile crisis highlighted its utter failure. The operation served the Kennedys' purpose that year. As the Democrats headed toward the midterm congressional elections in November, the brothers were under sharp pressure to prevent Cuba from becoming an explosive issue. The loose press, the media's leading champion of Cold War machismo, kept up a steady drumbeat that year to get tough on Castro, starting with a January 19th Life magazine editorial that warned JFK he must take strong unilateral action against this captured beachhead communist imperialism if our Latin allies proved too timid to act. Meanwhile, Barry Goldwater was denouncing the administration's do-nothing policy toward Cuba, and restive Cuban exiles were charging that President Kennedy was secretly settling for coexistence with Castro. As his brother's political guardian, Bobby realized that Mongoose at least provided the president some cover. It gave the appearance that the administration was not simply ignoring Castro, as Goodwin had advised, but was now taking the offensive. The Kennedys were aware that the calls for an all-out U.S. military invasion of Cuba would grow louder as the November elections drew closer. As Admiral Burke prepared to leave the Navy in summer 1961, eased out by the administration he had come to revile, JFK had called him into the Oval Office to debrief him about Cuba. The president surely realized that Burke was soon to become a political thorn in his side, and he wanted to hear what his line of attack on Cuba would be. He asked me if I thought we would have to go into Cuba, Burke later recalled. I said yes. He asked whether we could take Cuba easily. I said yes, but it was getting more and more difficult. He asked what did I think would happen if we attacked. I said all hell would break loose, but that someday we would have to do it. By the following year, Goldwater was declaring that something must be done about Cuba. If it takes our military, I wouldn't hesitate to use it. President Kennedy had no intention of invading Cuba, but he and his brother knew that to do nothing in the fevered climate of the day would be political suicide. So they settled on the middle option, Operation Mongoose, as the safest. Picking an ad man like Lansdale to run it made perfect sense, griped the CIA's point man on Cuba, Bill Harvey. As the more savvy CIA officials undoubtedly realized, that was the point. Lansdale's Cuba show, starbursts and all, was supposed to dazzle the American people. It would reassure them that something was being done. Polls showed that the public, poked and proud.
For the rest of the Kennedy administration, military leaders and intelligence officials would strain and conspire to force the president to take this drastic step, as they had during the Bay of Pigs debacle. And their anger and frustration steadily grew as the Kennedys kept deflecting their bellicose pressures. On July 18, 1962, CIA Director John McCone dined with Bobby, using the occasion to urge tough action on Cuba. McCone had already advised RFK that Cuba was our most serious problem. I also added, in my opinion, Cuba was the key to all of Latin America. If Cuba succeeds, we can expect most of Latin America to fall. Over dinner, the CIA chief drove home these points. But Kennedy was not buying McCone's argument. Bobby acknowledged that the Mongoose effort was disappointing so far, but he could not be persuaded that the United States should unleash its full military might against Havana. He urged intensified effort, but seemed inclined to let the situation worsen before recommending drastic action, a discouraged McCone later wrote in his notes on the dinner. In the ideological war to define the Kennedy administration, which broke out soon after the president was laid to rest in Arlington and continues to this day, national security officials insisted that the Kennedy brothers were out of control on Cuba, pushing them to take absurd measures against Castro like the Mongoose Folly. This would become the standard version of the Kennedys' Cuba policy in countless books, TV news shows, and documentaries. It was rash, obsessive, treacherous, even murderous. But this is not an accurate picture of Kennedy policy. What in truth bothered national security hardliners was not how out of control the brothers were on Cuba, it was how in control they were. They were enraged by the way that Bobby Kennedy and eccentric lieutenants like Lansdale were installed over them. And they were infuriated by the restrictions imposed on their military ambitions.
Frustrated in their campaign to declare war on Cuba, intelligence officials declared war instead on the Kennedys, particularly the insufferable kid brother who was put in charge of supervising them. And without telling either the president or the attorney general, they took another ominous step. They renewed their sinister contract with the mafia to eliminate Fidel Castro. On a bright spring afternoon, Cynthia Helms sits in the sunroom of her comfortable home in a leafy Washington neighborhood near Battery Kimball Park. She is surrounded by photos of her late husband, Richard, who died in his sleep in their upstairs bedroom in 2002 at age 89. There are framed shots of Helms with every president he served, with the notable exception of Kennedy. Late in the administration, the CIA man realized he didn't have one of the customary autographed pictures of JFK, and he phoned Kenny O'Donnell at the White House to get one. But 3 days later, Kennedy was dead. Cynthia Helms's hair, once a striking red, is now cloud white. She wears a no-nonsense outfit this afternoon, light cotton blouse and tan slacks. She is a bright, well-read, unflappable woman. On a side table is a copy of Ian McQuain's latest novel, Saturday. During World War II, she served her native England as a Wren, Women's Royal Naval Service. Afterwards, she married a Scottish surgeon and went directly with him to the Mayo Clinic, where I cried for months when she realized she had made a mistake. She gave birth to 4 children, then divorced her husband and moved to Washington, D.C., where she met Helms at a party at the Lebanese embassy, marrying him in 1968. She remained married to Helms the rest of his life, throughout his controversial career as CIA director and later ambassador to Iran. No easy task. "I nearly wrote a book about CIA wives," she says. "I think they had a really difficult time. You go to a foreign country and your husband's gone all night and you don't know where he is. And you can't ask. There were many divorces. But she learned to accommodate her husband's private ways. She knew when to press him and when not to, like the days he came home from the office with what she called his Oriental look, totally inscrutable. It was better not to ask him anything those evenings. Her husband was terribly discreet. And drinking wouldn't loosen his tongue, as it did with many gin-swallowing CIA old boys. He just had a martini on Friday nights, 1 martini, she says, very disciplined. But Helms did not conceal his true feelings from his wife about Robert Kennedy, even though the spy master had long since stopped working for him when they met, and Kennedy would die the year the couple was wed. "My husband was not particularly an admirer of Robert Kennedy's," says Cynthia Helms with British understatement. "He felt he was obsessed with Cuba. He was just obsessed. It was very hard for people in the government to handle." Helms also thought Kennedy was a phony, says his widow. By the end of his life, Kennedy was widely admired for being one of the few white politicians in racially polarized America who could cross lines and appeal to diverse audiences. But Helms was disdainful. He really didn't feel that Bobby was, how can I put it? He thought his interest in civil rights was political. So strong was the animus of top CIA officials like Helms against Robert Kennedy that it outlasted both men's lives. Revulsion for the Kennedys, and for Bobby in particular, would be channeled by aging Helms associates like CIA veteran Sam Halpern, whose disparaging remarks about the reign of Camelot were widely quoted in history books and documentaries until his own death in 2005. Richard Helms effectively took over the CIA in February 1962, when his bitter rival Dick Bissell finally walked the plank for the Bay of Pigs, and Helms replaced him as covert operations chief. It was the agency's number 2 post, but Helms, who had served under Allen Dulles in the OSS, had the same proprietary sense about the CIA that his old boss did, and he quickly overshadowed Dulles's replacement, John McCone, as the real center of power at Langley. For the rest of the Kennedy presidency, Helms was the key intelligence figure with whom Robert Kennedy engaged. while Helms treated McCone as a harmless frontman, a white-haired, well-groomed CEO type who stepped straight from central casting in Hollywood, as he later wrote in his posthumously published 2003 memoir. He regarded Bobby as his true rival for leadership of the spy agency. Like most of the CIA's upper ranks, Helms was a product of WASP affluence and entitlement. The grandson of a prominent international banker and the son of an Alcoa executive, he was raised in Europe and educated alongside the future Shah of Iran at the fashionable Les Rosés School in Switzerland. After graduating from Williams College as the most likely to succeed, he married the heiress to the Barbasol shaving fortune, but this first match ended in divorce. He was pursuing a career in journalism, the highlight of which was landing an interview with Hitler as a young Berlin correspondent for the United Press when World War II broke out and he was recruited into the intelligence world. Tall, well-dressed, his thinning hair slicked straight back, Helms carried himself with a supremely self-confident air. He was a fixture of the Georgetown salons and tennis courts, where he worked the Washington press and charmed his dinner partners. A former foreign correspondent, he observes much and can recall precisely what few American husbands ever note in the first place: what gown each woman wore to dinner and whose shoulder strap was out of place, noted the New York Times. Helms viewed the younger Kennedy as a cunning political enemy who had to be carefully monitored and managed. He smoldered as the Attorney General poked his nose into agency affairs and barraged him with directives. Helms resented it when Kennedy abruptly ordered him to drive into Washington from Virginia to attend mongoose meetings at 9:30 every morning.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Given the travel time involved in getting about in Washington at that hour, he later sniffed, there seemed to be more than a whiff of a disciplinary flavor in this decision. Helms dismissed the mongoose sabotage efforts as no more than pinpricks against Castro, and he bridled at Kennedy's hammering us for results. He later complained that under Bobby's relentless reign, he was getting a difficult time. You should have experienced Bobby Kennedy's intense pressure. While putting the spy master under severe pressure, Kennedy had only a slight idea what was involved in organizing a secret intelligence operation, Helms bitterly concluded. The espionage chief grimly considered his dilemma. He was saddled with an obnoxious brat of an overseer who had a direct line to his older brother in the White House, and both of them seemed determined to upend the intelligence agency he was dedicated to protect while leaving Castro safely in power. RFK had a similar disregard for Dick Helms. "I didn't trust Helms, and I don't think Bob did either," said John Seigenthaler. "Bob would make snide remarks about him. I think the Kennedys thought they could energize and breathe fresh air into very near every agency in the government. Maybe it was idealistic, but I think Bob in particular believed it. He was shaking up everything." Still, there were a couple places where the bureaucracy was entrenched and impenetrable. Bob didn't think there was any way to break through the crust of the CIA. That only meant to him that they should not be trusted. Dick Helms was a smooth enough bureaucrat to know how to contain his bitter resentment of the president's meddling brother. But the man he put in charge of the agency's Cuba operations lacked Helms' knack for dissembling. Bill Harvey was a hard-drinking, ill-tempered former FBI man from the Midwest, known for strutting around with a revolver stuffed in his waistband. When he took over the CIA's Miami-based Cuba operation, he named it in typically cocky fashion Task Force W, after the 19th-century soldier of fortune William Walker, who seized Nicaragua as his private empire and was later executed by a Honduran firing squad. Squat-figured and bug-eyed due to a thyroid condition, and often drunk, Harvey had nonetheless made a name for himself as a daring spy master in post-war Berlin by digging a tunnel underneath Soviet lines to eavesdrop on the enemy. The fact that the Russians discovered the tunnel before they suffered a significant intelligence setback did not tarnish Harvey's reputation within a Cold War Washington hungry for espionage heroes. When the James Bond bedazzled JFK asked to meet the CIA agent who came closest to 007, Lansdale walked Harvey over to the White House. The bemused president asked the pear-shaped, pigeon-toed, balding agent if he had as much luck with women as Bond. Privately, Harvey called the Kennedy brothers fags, but he reserved a special loathing for Bobby, whom he routinely referred to as the Little Really. Often admonished by the Attorney General for making too much noise with his Cuba raids, he considered the Kennedys cowards who were not serious about removing Castro. After Bill Harvey takes over in early '62, "We did have a small success. Maybe we knocked out a transformer," recalled Sam Halpern, "which was a minor thing, but it made headlines in Cuba, and it made the headlines in Miami." And the Attorney General gets on the phone to Bill Harvey. Bill gets chewed out by Bobby Kennedy on the phone. Harvey tells the Attorney General that people are going to talk about it. It's going to be on radio. It's going to be on television. That's the facts of life. You can't hide these things. As time passed, Harvey grew increasingly irritated by Kennedy's hands-on management and was not afraid to show it. RFK and Lansdale, whom Harvey and his aides dismissed as a screwball, sometimes paid visits to Task Force W's headquarters, which were housed in former Navy barracks on the University of Miami's secluded South Campus. Harvey made it clear that they were not welcome. During one of his visits to the JMW station, as the sprawling center of covert anti-Castro operations was codenamed, Kennedy ripped a piece of paper out of an office teletype, but Harvey immediately grabbed it from his hands. "You have no right to read that," he growled at Kennedy in his gravelly voice. On another occasion, an impatient Kennedy complained that Harvey's station was not infiltrating enough operatives into Cuba, offering to train more men himself at his Hickory Hill estate if necessary. "What will you teach them, sir?" the CIA man shot back. "Babysitting?" Nothing the Kennedys did, short of launching a massive U.S. military invasion of the island, would have pleased CIA officials like Helms and Harvey. This was, they believed with good reason, the only certain way of ousting the Castro regime.
But the Kennedys would do little more than engage in pointless boom and bang exercises, in Halpern's dismissive phrase, and play around with far-fetched coup schemes involving exile leaders who had no serious chance of replacing Castro. Bobby had a weakness for these brave if deluded Don Quixotes, often driving CIA officials to distraction by going around them and conferring directly with these Cuban plotters. And he was especially fond of exile leaders who rejected CIA sponsorship, vowing to take back their country by themselves. One such man was Ernesto Betancourt, the former Washington emissary of Castro's revolutionary movement who had tried to warn JFK against the doomed Bay of Pigs mission through Kennedy press pal Charles Bartlett. In 1962, Betancourt fell in with one of many Cuban exile groups with visions of toppling Castro before Christmas, the ELC, Ejército Libertador de Cuba. That September, he met with Bobby Kennedy, exciting the Attorney General with his talk of sparking a popular uprising in Cuba by the end of the month. And yes, this remarkable feat could be accomplished without the CIA, an agency, he bitterly told a receptive Bobby, that has typically relegated Cubans to the status of tools, while the Americans called the signals. Betancourt painted a picture of a Cuba in full revolt. ELC slogans splashed on walls all over the island, bridges and factories blown to pieces, Castro's militia under fire throughout the countryside. It was then that Betancourt's guerrillas would land on Cuba's beaches and infiltrate the island to begin coordinating the final assault on Havana. And this time they would be successful, unencumbered by the inept leadership of the CIA. Kennedy immediately called Helms and told him of the Betancourt plan. One can only imagine the delight with which the consummate CIA bureaucrat greeted this latest Bobby scheme to work outside the framework of the agency to unseat Castro. Helms and Harvey promptly moved to squelch the plan, dispatching an agent named Charles Ford to assess the Betancourt brainstorm and to inform Kennedy of its futility. Ford told RFK that in the frank opinion of the CIA, there is little likelihood of there being 15,000 persons ready to carry out even a partially successful revolt, that CIA does not believe such a revolt will take place, and that in the unlikely event that it does occur, it will be ruthlessly and totally suppressed. It was a harsh but accurate assessment, and Kennedy was forced to accept the agency's logic. Meanwhile, Ford reported to his CIA superiors that one of the ELC men surrounding Betancourt was tied to a suspected Castro spy who had been sent to the United States to penetrate the group.
In an April 10, 1962 memo to Director McCone, Sherman Kent, chairman of the CIA's Board of National Estimates, drew a sobering picture of what would likely happen if U.S. troops stormed the island. Over 4 decades later, the Kent memo still has a startling, revelatory power. The good news, Kent wrote McCone, is that initial resistance from Castro's forces would melt within a few days of the U.S. invasion. Euphoria would reign as Washington promised to turn over control of the nation as soon as possible to a government that was representative of the Cuban people. Then the situation would quickly deteriorate, Kent predicted. Substantial numbers of Castro's forces would survive the initial U.S. assault and would continue a guerrilla resistance in the country's interior. Much of the Cuban population would support this resistance against what they would perceive as a U.S. attempt to reimpose upon the Cuban people the yoke of Yankee imperialism. Establishment of a pro-U.S. government would be greatly hindered by the persistence of terroristic underground resistance in the cities and guerrilla resistance in the countryside. Pacification of the country, to the extent necessary to permit the development of a credible regime, might be long delayed, Kent noted. As a result, the U.S. military would be forced into a prolonged role as an occupation force, which would become a sitting target for terrorist violence. This would provoke American soldiers to take arbitrary measures against the general population, deepening resentments against the U.S. occupation and adding fuel to the resistance. Meanwhile, the United States' international standing would suffer badly as a result of its unilateral military action, isolating the country from its allies in NATO and Latin America and heightening suspicions about U.S. power in the rest of the world. It was a nightmare scenario that would be played out more than once in America's future. And it was precisely the quagmire that President Kennedy feared would suck him down if he followed his national security officials' advice, first on Cuba and later on Vietnam. But buckets of cold water like the Kent memo did nothing to dampen the Cuba war fever in the Pentagon and CIA headquarters. The Joint Chiefs of Staff continued to have contingency plans for a Cuban invasion drawn up, none of which had the same bad ending as the Kent scenario. One of the most insidious documents ever produced by the U.S. government was delivered by General Lemnitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, to Robert McNamara on March 13, 1962. The top-secret memo, which was signed by the country's highest military commanders, urged the administration to stage a variety of shocking incidents to create a rationale for invading Cuba. Among these were faking attacks on the U.S. military base at Guantanamo and on Latin countries such as the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, and blaming the Castro government. Simulating Cuban shoot-downs of U.S. civilian and military aircraft, phony casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation, noted the memo. And blowing up an American ship at Guantanamo Bay and pinning it on Cuba, an incident the memo compared to the mysterious explosion of the U.S. battleship Maine in Havana Harbor in 1898, which helped spark the Spanish-American War. But the Joint Chiefs' most cold-blooded suggestion was to mount a terror campaign in Miami and other Florida cities and even in Washington that would create international revulsion against the Castro regime. This violent campaign would be directed at Cuban refugees in America, the chilling memo read. We could foster attempts on lives of Cuban refugees in the United States, even to the extent of wounding in instances to be widely publicized. Exploding a few plastic bombs in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents, and the release of prepared documents substantiating Cuban involvement also would be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government. The military leaders did not spell out how their exploding bombs would be limited to only wounding, not killing their unsuspecting victims, and how they could be assured that the only casualties would be innocent Cuban refugees and not American bystanders. But the U.S. military has long been overly confident in its precision. There is no record of how McNamara responded to this cynical proposal by his top military officers when Lemnitzer met with him that Tuesday afternoon. But the sinister plan, which was codenamed Operation Northwoods, did not receive higher approval. When I asked him about Northwoods, McNamara said, "I have absolutely zero recollection of it, but I sure as hell would have rejected it. I really can't believe that anyone was proposing such provocative acts in Miami. How stupid!" Like the president, McNamara regarded Lemnitzer with barely disguised contempt. McNamara's arrogance was astonishing, said a Lemnitzer aide. He gave General Lemnitzer very short shrift and treated him like a schoolboy. The general almost stood at attention when he came into the room. Everything was yes, sir, and no, sir. Lemnitzer even fell afoul of fashion-conscious Jackie Kennedy. We all thought well of him until he made the mistake of coming into the White House one Saturday morning in a sport jacket, she contemptuously remarked, underlining how class and culture, not just politics, divided the Kennedy White House from the military. Lemnitzer, a far-right ideologue whose endorsement of General Edwin Walker's paranoid indoctrination of Army troops had raised the suspicions of Senator William Fulbright's Foreign Relations Committee, was equally dismissive of the Kennedy crowd. He thought their administration was crippled not only by inexperience, but also by arrogance arising from failure to recognize own limitations. The problem was simply that the civilians would not accept military judgments.
On March 16th, 3 days after his meeting with McNamara, Lemnitzer was summoned by President Kennedy to the Oval Office for a discussion of Cuba strategy that was also attended by McCone, Bundy, Lansdale, and Taylor. At one point, the irrepressible Lansdale began holding forth, as usual, on the improving conditions for popular revolt inside Cuba, adding that once the glorious anti-Castro revolution began, we must be ready to intervene with U.S. forces if necessary. This brought an immediate reaction from Kennedy, ever alert after being sandbagged into a military response in Cuba. The group was not proposing that he authorize U.S. military intervention, was it? No, Taylor and the others immediately rushed to assure him. But Lemnitzer could not restrain himself. He jumped in at that moment to run Operation Northwoods up the flagpole. The general spared the president the plan's more gruesome brainstorms, such as blowing up people on the streets of Miami and the nation's capital and blaming it on Castro. But he informed Kennedy that the Joint Chiefs had plans for creating plausible pretexts to use force, with the pretexts either attacks on U.S. aircraft or a Cuban action in Latin America for which we would retaliate. Kennedy was not amused. He fixed Lemnitzer with a hard look and said bluntly that we were not discussing the use of U.S. military force, according to Lansdale's notes on the meeting. The president icily added that Lemnitzer might find he didn't have enough divisions to fight in Cuba if the Soviets responded to his Caribbean gambit by going to war in Berlin or elsewhere. Despite the president's cold reaction, the Joint Chiefs chairman persisted in his war campaign. About a month after the White House meeting, Lemnitzer convened his fellow service chiefs in the tank, as the JCS conference room was called. Under his direction, they hammered out a stern memo to McNamara, insisting that the Cuban problem be solved in the near future.
That would never be accomplished, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. That would never be accomplished by waiting around for Ed Lansdale's fairy tale popular uprising, the memo made clear. There was only one way of getting the job done. The Joint Chiefs of Staff recommend that a national policy of early military intervention in Cuba be adopted by the United States. Lemnitzer was wearing out Kennedy and McNamara's patience.
After a National Security Council meeting in June, the president took the general aside and told him he wanted to send him to Europe to become NATO's new Supreme Allied Commander. Kennedy would replace Lemnitzer as the nation's top military man, with the more amenable Max Taylor. He would have one less warmonger to harass him about Cuba. When it became clear to Richard Helms that President Kennedy was not going to take Cuba by military force, the gentlemanly planner of assassinations, as biographer Thomas Powers anointed him, took it upon himself to rekindle the mafia plots against Fidel Castro. Helms did not tell the Kennedy brothers, nor did he notify his nominal superior at the CIA, John McCone. He simply ordered his Cuba man, Bill Harvey, to renew the contract. Equally frustrated by the Kennedys' cautious handling of the Havana regime, Harvey lost no time in recontacting his friend, mafia emissary Johnny Rosselli. Just days before the agency's Lawrence Houston and Sheffield Edwards assured Bobby Kennedy that the CIA-mafia collaboration had been shut down, Harvey handed poison pills prepared in CIA labs to Rosselli. But the plotters apparently decided that firing at Castro with long-range rifles during one of his public appearances had more chance for success than an attempted poisoning. So soon afterwards, Harvey and Ted Shackley, head of the JMW Wave station, rented a U-Haul truck, packed it full of rifles, handguns, and explosives, and drove it one night to a dark parking lot in Miami, where Rosselli stood waiting in the shadows. The CIA men handed the mobster the keys to the truck. He, in turn, passed the weapons to henchmen from the Cuban exile world, including men he had done business with ever since the lurid glory days of Batista. The assassination conspiracy against Castro, a three-headed gorgon featuring the CIA on top, flanked by the mafia and its Cuban accomplices, was again in motion. This time, Harvey cut out Chicago godfather Sam Giancana and Florida godfather Santo Trafficante, both of whom had been involved in the original mafia plot. But he felt he could trust Rosselli, whose contacts with the CIA dated back to Guatemala in the 1950s, where the gangster got involved in political intrigues on behalf of gambling interests and the powerful fruit companies. Rosselli was a smooth operator, a polished link between the criminal underworld and the above-ground world of power. The two men made an odd couple, the sharply groomed and deeply tanned mobster with his alligator shoes and $2,000 watch, and the rumpled, frog-faced government man in his drab brown suits. But Harvey convinced himself that Rosselli was not just a slick hoodlum from the mean streets of East Boston, but an American patriot. He gave Rosselli the false cover of an Army colonel and granted him complete access to the JMW Wave headquarters, where the gangster met on a daily basis with CIA assassin David Morales. Testifying before the Church Committee, Harvey got defensive when Rosselli's name came up. "I was not dealing with the mafia as such, pardon my saying so," the CIA man insisted. "I was dealing with and only dealt with an individual who allegedly has had contacts with the mafia. He is charged, but not provably charged, with having been a part of the so-called Chicago family." Harvey sounded more like his old friend's mafia lawyer than a high-ranking U.S. intelligence official. He seemed all too comfortable in the criminal world. Bill Harvey was a thug, in the blunt assessment of CIA colleague John Whitten. Former Senator Gary Hart, one of the more active members of the Church Committee, is still unnerved by the ease with which Harvey crossed into the underworld. He became best friends with Rosselli, and they vacationed together, Hart recalled. "I find this totally bizarre. I don't like CIA agents who become family friends with the mafia." While growing up, Sally Harvey, the spy's adopted daughter, learned to call her father's gangster friend Uncle Johnny. In his 2003 memoir, Helms seemed to hang the CIA mafia rap on the conveniently deceased Harvey. Helms claimed that he was as flabbergasted as anyone else when he first heard about the plot. "After checking into it, I told Bill Harvey, who agreed entirely, to close it down," wrote Helms. This assertion was false from beginning to end, and Helms provided no evidence to support it. Blaming Harvey seemed to be Helms' fallback position. In 1975, when Helms was brought first before the Rockefeller Commission and then the Church Committee to testify about the Castro plots, he tried to pin the blame, as he had threatened to do over breakfast with his friend Henry Kissinger, squarely on Robert Kennedy. Helms was treated gently by the Republican-run Rockefeller panel, which was stocked with members like the resilient General Lemnitzer, who were perfectly happy to hear the Kennedys charged with Cuban treachery. But the spy master came under tougher questioning from the Democratic-controlled Church Committee, and he was compelled to bob and weave before the senators. Helms appeared before the panel headed by Idaho Democrat Frank Church on a sweltering July afternoon. His testimony, which was delivered in a closed session in the Russell Senate Office Building, was a masterpiece of evasion, innuendo, and deception. "I don't want anybody on this committee to think I am being slippery," Helms told the senators at one point. But this is precisely what he was, as he feigned ingratiating cooperation with the legislators while twisting them into nuts with bureaucratic doublespeak. "I never liked assassination," Helms assured the senators, in a bid to claim the moral high ground. But they could not imagine how much pressure that Bobby Kennedy was bringing down on the agency to do something, anything, to get rid of Castro. "Since he was on the phone with you repeatedly, did he ever tell you to kill Castro?" Senator Church asked him bluntly. "No," Helms admitted, but he could not leave his answer as simple as that. "Not in those words, no. He never received a direct assassination order from Kennedy, that is true," Helms acknowledged. "And far be it from him to put words in a dead man's mouth. That would not be fair of me," he said. Nonetheless, Helms got the distinct impression in conversation with Kennedy that we have to find a way to get rid of this fellow. Helms simply got the feeling that Ed would not be unhappy if he had disappeared off the scene by whatever means. Helms' testimony was filled with winks and nods about Robert Kennedy, but no proof. When pushed by the committee, Helms admitted that Kennedy had been kept in the dark about Harvey's poison pills and guns, and was deceived by the CIA when its emissaries told the Attorney General that it was no longer working with the Mafia. He himself conceded to the Senate panel that if RFK had wanted to kill Castro, he, Harvey, would have been the last person that Kennedy would have put in charge of the operation. The CIA death plots against Castro preceded the Kennedy administration, Senate investigators would conclude, and they continued long after the Kennedy presidency ended. When his Bobby made me do it defense began to crumble, Helms fell back on Plan B, which was apparently throwing Harvey over the side. The truth, Helms confided to the Church Committee, was that he had very grave doubts about the wisdom of the whole Mafia scheme. But Harvey tried to convince me that he had been in the FBI a long time, and this is the...
I thought that Harvey was sort of on a wild good chase, frankly. As his usual mask of self-assurance began to wilt under the questioning, Helms even began to point a finger at his oblivious former boss, John McCone. Helms admitted that he and Harvey had decided to keep McCone blissfully ignorant about the Castro plots because McCone was taking over a new job and the murderous intrigue was going to look very peculiar to him. But then he contradicted himself by charging that McCone was involved in this up to his scuppers, just the way everybody else was that was in it. I have no reason to impugn his integrity. On the other hand, I don't understand how it was he didn't hear about some of these things that he claims he didn't. McCone did not know about the CIA's dark side because he did not look hard enough. But Helms also did not want him to know. This was the secret core of the agency, the inner sanctum to which only Helms and a few other top officials whose spy service dated back to the OSS days had access. The intelligence world was a unique realm with its own rules and codes of behavior. Helms, in his patronizing way, tried to explain this to the senators on the Church Committee. When you establish a clandestine service, the Central Intelligence Agency, he enlightened them, you establish something that was totally different from anything else in the United States government. Whether it's right that you should have it or wrong that you should have it, it works under different rules than any other part of the government. When McCone was brought before the Church Committee, he was put in the embarrassing position of admitting that he did not control the agency that President Kennedy had entrusted to him. JFK's CIA director did not find out about the Mafia conspiracy until August 1963, he told the committee, when he read about it in a Chicago newspaper. He immediately confronted Helms with the newspaper account, but his number 2 man falsely assured him the plot was old news. He was very clear that this was something that had been canceled in 1961, before I took office, said McCone. It was not until an investigator for the Rockefeller Commission informed McCone in 1975, a dozen years after his conversation with Helms, that he realized his second-in-command had lied to him, and that the Mafia plots had continued throughout his CIA tenure. The fact that this happened is very disturbing to me, an unnerved McCone said at the time, because it gives some credibility to the accusation that some things have gone on in the CIA that have been unsupervised and uncontrolled. This is precisely the conclusion that the Church Committee came to when it released its final report in April 1966, concluding that the CIA had acted like a rogue elephant. A disturbing suspicion ran throughout the church hearings, like a dark thought that can only be faced in a dream. If the CIA was capable of working hand in hand with bloody Mafia assassins against Castro, what else was the agency capable of? This is why the Castro plots and the revelations of CIA treachery against other foreign leaders exploded in the media at the time and continue to echo in the national conscience even today. When men with the dark, unlimited license that Helms argued should be accorded to the CIA are set loose upon the world, they can also perform their shadowy deeds closer to home. During his appearance before the committee, Ted Sorensen made an eloquent case for why President Kennedy would never have approved the CIA's wet work. Assassination, Sorensen told the senators, was totally foreign to his character and conscience, foreign to his fundamental reverence for human life and his respect for his adversaries, foreign to his insistence upon a moral dimension in U.S. foreign policy, and his concern for the country's reputation abroad, and foreign to his pragmatic recognition that so horrendous but inevitably counterproductive a precedent committed by a country whose own chief of state was inevitably vulnerable could only provoke reprisals and inflame hostility on the part of those anti-U.S. forces whose existence was never dependent upon a single leader. Particularly ludicrous is the notion that one of his background would have ever knowingly countenanced the employment for these purposes of the same organized crime elements he had fought for so many years. It was a noble statement of the administration's philosophy, which held that the U.S. government should not resort to the ways of the jungle, even if our enemies did. But, as Sorensen acknowledged, it was not shared by all of Kennedy's government. I don't think the president ever fully succeeded in getting a handle on what the CIA was doing, Sorensen told the committee. This statement received no headlines, but it was a frighteningly simple description of the limits of democratic power. Why couldn't Kennedy control his own intelligence agency? Sorensen was asked. If I knew the answer to that, your committee's problem would be much easier, he replied. But he tried to unravel it for the senators. I think it was a large organization which had been accustomed for many years to operating with a degree of independence. Its officials regarded themselves as highly sophisticated individuals who had an understanding of the realities of the world that they do not feel people in the White House and the State Department shared. Kennedy's intelligence apparatus grumbled under his command, testified Sorensen. While President Kennedy was alive, there were reports around town of CIA officials expressing doubt as to his toughness, courage, and ability to recognize all the hard things that had to be done. Dissatisfied with Kennedy's leadership, agency officials like Helms simply began to ignore it. They undertook drastic actions against Cuba without informing the president, his brother, or his CIA director. Some of these actions were discovered by Kennedy, many were not.
Some would escape even the curiosity of the Church Committee and other congressional panels that explored the hidden chambers of the Kennedy years. These incidents dramatically illustrate how brazen the CIA had become in the pursuit of its own unauthorized Cold War policy. On August 22, 1962, the SS Streatham Hill, a British freighter under Soviet lease, limped into San Juan Harbor in Puerto Rico after damaging its propeller on a reef. The ship, which was bound for Russia, was carrying 80,000 bags of Cuban sugar. To facilitate repairs, over 14,000 bags were offloaded and stacked in a warehouse under U.S. Customs bond because of the embargo on Cuban products. Sometime while the repairs were underway, CIA agents slipped into the warehouse and contaminated the sugar with an emetic. It would have made whoever ate the sugar feel very lousy, Carl Kaysen, a Kennedy National Security Advisor, later said. Kaysen found out about the CIA sabotage when he intercepted a cable that had not been meant for his eyes. He immediately informed President Kennedy, who flew into a rage. I just read a book review by Tom Powers where he wrote that CIA officials never do anything the president doesn't want done, Kaysen said. But I simply don't have that kind of observation. Kaysen, a Harvard political economist, was brought into the White House by his former academic colleague McGeorge Bundy. His views were not predictably dovish. During the 1961 Berlin crisis, he had helped prepare a plan for a limited nuclear war that had outraged Sorensen. Still, he recognized that poisoning a shipment of sugar meant for unsuspecting Russian consumers was a highly provocative act that crossed the administration's boundaries. The president strongly agreed. Kennedy got very angry and said eating the sugar could kill a sick person, an old person, or a child, Kaysen recalled. The president promptly phoned McCone at his Langley office and told him to report to the White House.
It is not known whether McCone authorized the act of sabotage, but in any case, he knew he was about to be tongue-lashed for his agency's reckless behavior. On his way into the Oval Office, the CIA director confronted Kaysen, lighting into him for blowing the whistle on the agency. "What the hell are you interfering in this business for?" McCone erupted. But after Kennedy chewed him out, came out of the president's office and put his arm around my shoulder like he was my buddy, recalled Kaysen, now a professor at MIT. Kennedy ordered McCone to do whatever was necessary to stop the contaminated sugar from reaching Russia. William Sturbitz, a CIA agent involved in the economic sabotage of Cuba, later told a Rockefeller Commission investigator that the United States simply arranged for a sugar firm to buy the cargo from the Russians. But according to Kaysen, the contaminated cargo was disposed of in a more dramatic way. CIA agents again stole into the warehouse and this time torched the sugar bags. The CIA was capable of even more shocking insubordination in its secret war on Castro. The same month that the agency poisoned the SS Streatham Hills cargo without the president's knowledge, the Kennedy brothers dispatched a New York attorney named James Donovan to Havana to negotiate the release of 1,113 Bay of Pigs prisoners still held captive by Castro. It was the beginning of a diplomatic initiative that would again raise the possibility of a peace agreement between the two countries, a discussion that had been dormant since the political firestorm in 1961 over the Goodwin-Guevara meeting. Bobby Kennedy had selected Donovan as the brothers' emissary to Castro because of his storied success in negotiating the release of U-2 pilot Francis Gary Powers after he was shot down over the Soviet Union during a 1960 spying mission. Donovan had led a colorful life, serving as the OSS General Counsel during World War II and later as OSS prosecutor at Nuremberg, where he presented shocking photographic evidence of Nazi leaders' crimes. Donovan, who was no relation to legendary OSS founder Colonel William Wild Bill Donovan, but liked to joke he was his illegitimate son, had the Irish gift of gab, and he loved to banter and philosophize while smoking and drinking. The lawyer hit it off with Castro, a nighthawk who loved nothing better than to swap stories and opinions until dawn. The voluble Cuban leader would summon Donovan late at night from the decaying villa outside Havana where he was staying, bringing the American lawyer to the presidential palace or a mistress's apartment, where they would talk until morning's early glow. After months of negotiations, which were severely complicated in October 1962 by the missile crisis, Donovan and Castro finally worked out an agreement under which the prisoners were freed in return for $53 million worth of U.S. food, medicine, and equipment. As the last of the prisoners boarded a plane on a tropical December night in Havana, the ebullient Donovan turned to Castro, who stood in the airport surrounded by aides and machine-gun-toting militiamen, and joked that, considering all the American consumer goods he had won for the Cuban people, "I think the next election I'm going to come back here and run against you," Donovan told the Cuban leader, loud enough for his retinue to hear. "And furthermore, I think I can take you." Castro slowly digested this, Donovan later recalled. "He is a tremendous ham actor, you see." Then he looked around, and in an equally loud voice he said, "You know, Doctor, I think you may be right. So, there will be no elections." Encouraged by the successful Bay of Pigs settlement, Donovan continued making trips to Cuba to negotiate the release of others held in Castro's prisons, including 22 U.S. citizens, among whom were several CIA agents. The relationship between the two men grew warmer as the energetic Castro entertained Donovan at his presidential palace in Havana and his beach resort at Varadero, and took him on excursions around the island, including a trip to the Bay of Pigs, where the Cuban leader gave a detailed account of how his forces had defeated the invaders. Castro invited Donovan to 3 Cuban baseball championship games and to fishing expeditions on his boat. During an impromptu visit to a medical school, Castro led 300 medical students in a round of cheers for his American friend. Viva Donovan! Bobby Kennedy asked John Nolan, a young Washington lawyer who had worked on the 1960 campaign, to accompany Donovan on the Cuba trips. Kennedy, who found Donovan grating to deal with, trusted Nolan, who would later become his administrative aide, to be his eyes and ears on these high-stakes missions. "Bob wanted me to deal with Donovan because he wasn't very fond of him," Nolan told me. "They were just very different people. Bob was fast on the uptake, witty, sometimes brusque, very action-oriented. Jim was very philosophical. He liked to lean back in his chair with a scotch and cigarette and analyze the situation. Bob was not comfortable with his style." Nolan was relieved to find how accommodating Castro was, in striking contrast to the villainous caricature of the Cuban leader in the American media. During the time that we were with him, Castro was never irrational, never drunk, never dirty. In his personal relationships with us and in connection with the negotiations, he was always reasonable, always easy to deal with. There were no tantrums, fits. He was a talker of very significant proportions. I mean, he would come over at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning and stay all night talking. But he wasn't a conversational hog. He'd ask questions, listen for answers, give his own viewpoints. He was easy to talk to, a good conversationalist. Donovan and Nolan soon realized that Castro was opening up a bigger diplomatic subject than simply the release of prisoners. He was interested in exploring a resolution of the U.S.-Cuba conflict. Returning from a Cuba trip in April 1963, Nolan phoned RFK from Miami to tell him about Castro's intriguing peace feelers. Bobby expressed strong curiosity about the man who loomed so large in Washington's fevered dramas. "What do you think?" he asked Nolan. "Can we do business with that fellow?" The president was also very interested in the message that Castro was communicating through Donovan and Nolan. JFK told his advisors that we should start thinking along more flexible lines. He did not want to impose conditions on any future negotiations with Castro that might drive him away. Jim Donovan was the kind of man who thought any problem could be worked out with enough time and talk. He grew increasingly excited by the idea that he could mediate the most bitter conflict in the hemisphere.
Before falling asleep at night, I think Jim would see himself as the man who brought peace to Cuba and the United States, said Nolan, looking back today at his colorful partner, who died in 1970 at the age of 53. He would refer to himself as a meta-diplomat. But Donovan's old associates in the intelligence world did not share his enthusiasm about the embryonic Cuba peace venture. The CIA was well aware of Donovan's discussions with Castro. After every trip to Cuba, he and Nolan were debriefed by agents in a Miami safe house. I couldn't tell what the CIA thought about Donovan's peace talks, said Nolan. The agents who debriefed us were just apparatchiks. They just sat there taking notes as Jim rambled on. But years later, Nolan got a strong idea of how the agency felt about the Donovan Peace Initiative. On their final trip to Cuba in April 1963, Donovan and Nolan brought with them a gift for water enthusiast Castro, a skin diving suit.
We knew that Castro liked to skin dive, and I don't know whether it was Jim's idea or whether it was suggested by someone in the CIA, but a skin diving suit was purchased at Abercrombie Fitch in New York, recalled Nolan. The guy who purchased it was a lawyer for the agency, and he bought and delivered it to Donovan. Then we flew to Havana and were driven to Castro's beach house at Veradero, and the following day we drove with Castro to the Bay of Pigs. When we got there, we went out on Castro's boat, and he put on the skin diving suit and jumped into the water, where he speared a half-dozen fish. Then he climbed out of the water, took the suit off, and we had lunch. That was the last I saw of the suit or heard about it until 13 years later. Flash forward to the church committee hearings. You can imagine how I felt when I heard the evening news that day. What Nolan heard on TV that evening in 1975 stunned and infuriated him. Among the schemes devised by the CIA to kill Castro, the Senate investigation revealed, was a plan to give him a skin diving suit dusted with a fungus that would produce a disabling and chronic skin disease, and a scuba breathing apparatus contaminated with tuberculosis bacilli. The CIA's scientific wizard of extermination, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, told the committee that a diving suit had been purchased and contaminated, but he did not know if it was actually delivered. It is uncertain whether the diving suit Donovan delivered to Castro was the one prepared in the CIA death labs. Perhaps it was, and the toxins failed to do their job. CIA spokesman Sam Halpern claimed it was not. He said that the plan was dropped because Donovan had already given Castro a suit on his own initiative. But Nolan was convinced that the CIA intended to use him and Donovan, two men who were pursuing peace with Castro on behalf of the Kennedy administration, to kill the Cuban leader instead. After he heard the shocking news story that evening in 1975, the former Kennedy aide picked up his phone to confront a CIA official he knew. I said, "Did you see that story about what was disclosed at the church hearings today?" And he said, "Don't worry, it never happened. That was just some crazy idea some guy at the agency had, and nothing ever came of it." And I said, "What happened to the guy?" thinking they should have taken him out and shot him. And he said, "Nothing happened to him. He was just a squirrel in the basement laboratory." This plot was clearly hatched without Jim Donovan's or my knowledge. Obviously, he and I were not going to be part of anything that would be injurious to Castro. But, it seems, the CIA was not above contemplating using two Kennedy peace envoys as unwitting assassins. If the diving suit that Donovan and Nolan carried to Cuba was indeed contaminated, the agency showed as much disregard for the safety of these two Kennedy envoys as it did for Castro's life. Donovan and Nolan might have been treated with callous disregard by the CIA, but the man they reported to, Robert Kennedy, was treated as an enemy leader, a hostile strongman who had to be kept under constant surveillance. The agency felt the need to maintain this vigilant watch over the Attorney General even after his brother's assassination, when his power was greatly diminished. In March 1964, JMW Wave Station Chief Ted Shackley wrote a memo to his CIA boss Desmond Fitzgerald, boasting of his success at recruiting Miami journalists as CIA assets, including Al Burt, the Latin America foreign news editor for the Miami Herald. It was essential for the CIA to enlist journalists like Burt, Shackley wrote, to ensure that the huge JMW station, the agency's second largest operation after its Langley headquarters, did not attract the publicity spotlight of the Southern Florida media. Media assets like Burt also gave JMW an outlet into the press which could be used for surfacing certain select propaganda items, as well as serving as useful informers for the agency, Shackley noted. One of the more intriguing ways that Shackley thought Burt could be of use was by passing along inside information about Bobby Kennedy. Among Burt's contacts, Shackley reported, was a press colleague named Edmund Leahy, whom Burt regards as being particularly interesting. This was because Leahy, who was the Miami Herald's Washington bureau chief, was the father of a young woman named Jane, who is a secretary in the office of Attorney General Robert Kennedy. There is no evidence that either Edmund Leahy or his daughter Jane spied on Robert Kennedy for the CIA. According to John Nolan, the senior Leahy was friendly with Bobby Kennedy, but not a confidant, just one of the 50 or so Washington journalists whom Bob knew at the time. And Nolan, who supervised Jane Leahy when he worked as the Attorney General's administrative aide, insisted she would never have betrayed Kennedy. I can guarantee you that she was not a source for her father on anything that could be considered confidential, he told me. She was fiercely independent, hard to get along with. I would think that if her father ever asked her for inside information, that would be unthinkable. I can just imagine her reaction if her dad asked her to find out what Bob was doing about the Alpha 66. She'd bop him on the head. Shackley could have dropped Ed Leahy's name in his memo simply to pump up his standing with his superiors at agency headquarters. But his boast about having a potential source inside the Attorney General's office does reveal much about the CIA's attitude toward Robert Kennedy. RFK was the top lawman in the nation. He was the brother of the martyred president. Yet he was someone that the intelligence agency regarded as a proper target for surveillance. They watched him as he swam in his pool and romped in his backyard with his 7 children. They watched him as he drove along in his convertible to and from work. They were surprised to discover that he never had bodyguards with him. The CIA was not the only organization that was interested in keeping Robert Kennedy under surveillance. The Attorney General was also being watched by agents of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the country's largest and most powerful union. Like the CIA, the Teamsters, under the iron-fisted leadership of Jimmy Hoffa, had formed a sinister alliance with organized crime. Hoffa had been the principal target of Kennedy's anti-crime drive ever since the Senate Rackets Committee hearings in the late 1950s. Now, Hoffa and his mafia allies, enraged by the Attorney General's increasingly effective crackdown on them, were targeting him. One day in August 1962, Hoffa was talking in his office at the Marble Palace, the Teamsters' Grand Washington headquarters, with one of his lieutenants, Ed Parton, a big ex-boxer and ex-con who ran the union's Baton Rouge local. Hoffa, who kept his taut, compact body in shape by working out in the basement gym every day, was thrumming with angry energy. Suddenly, he sprang from behind his immense desk and beckoned Parton to join him at his big picture window, with its panoramic view of the Capitol Dome 3 blocks away. Hoffa asked his confidant if he knew anything about plastic explosives. "I've got to do something about that jerk Bobby Kennedy. He's got to go," he growled. Hoffa told Parton he was considering 2 different ways of eliminating Kennedy: by torching his Virginia house or by shooting him with a long-range rifle as he drove in his convertible. Hoffa seemed to favor the first idea, having someone toss plastic explosives into the Kennedy home after he had retired for the night. "You know, the jerk doesn't stay up too late," Hoffa observed. "I've got a rundown on him. His house sits here like this, and it's not guarded." With his finger, Hoffa drew a diagram of the Kennedy estate's layout for Parton.
If Kennedy somehow survived the incendiary explosion, he and all his very kids would be consumed in the flames, since the place will burn after it blows up.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The sniper scheme was apparently Hoffa's backup plan. The perfect time to shoot Kennedy, he said, would be while he was driving in his open car, preferably somewhere in the South where the assassination could be blamed on white supremacists opposed to the Kennedy civil rights policies. In the end, Hoffa was too shrewd to carry out something as risky as this. If Bob Kennedy's house had blown up back then, if he had been shot, said Walter Sheridan, the chief of Kennedy's Get Hoffa squad at the Justice Department, there's one name we'd have put at the top of the list. In about 5 minutes, Jimmy Hoffa. But the Teamster boss was unwise in his choice of confidants. Ed Parton soon became a government informant, telling federal investigators not only about Hoffa's death threat against Kennedy, but also about his jury tampering efforts in a Nashville trial. Kennedy would use the jury tampering information to finally win a conviction of the KG Teamster leader in 1964. But when Sheridan told the Attorney General about Hoffa's death threat in September 1962, he shrugged it off and climbed into his closely watched convertible. Sheridan took the threat more seriously. When Bobby was traveling, Ethel would sometimes ask the aide to come over to the house to make sure the family was safe. Ethel and the kids occasionally spotted big black cars packed with burly men in dark suits gliding slowly by on the road out front. The family would get terrifying letters and phone calls. "We know where your kids go to school, and we know how they get there. Do you know what hydrochloric acid can do to your eyes?" Boom! Bobby despised the idea of living under a security blanket. The front door at Hickory Hill was usually left gapingly open. The only warning system was the cattle guard at the foot of the driveway, whose old iron pipes would send up a racket whenever a car rolled over them. That and the howls from Shaggy Broomis and the rest of the family's bestiary whenever someone arrived. A sign on the front lawn announced, "Trespassers will be eaten."
But the worst damage Broomis had ever inflicted was to nip at the soft parts of unsuspecting guests as they sprinted by the lumbering Newfoundland in backyard football games. Out of concern for his family, Kennedy occasionally permitted Chief Marshal Jim McShane to set up a patrol on the road outside, Chain Bridge. But he took no precautions for himself. Kennedy had been tangling with gangsters, labor racketeers, hitmen, and extortionists for years. He and his investigators had been threatened and strong-armed by a rogue's army of dangerous characters. But Bobby had developed a reckless sense of bravado, a sense of Kennedy invincibility that his enemies found impressive even as they discussed his demise. You had to hand it to the jerk, Hoffa told Parton. He had guts for strutting around unprotected. But no one was invulnerable, the Kennedy brothers' enemies realized, not even the two most powerful men in the country. Bobby Kennedy's anti-crime crusade drew lethal fury that September from two other ominous sources. Carlos Marcello, the powerful mafia godfather whose dominion included New Orleans and Dallas, and his close ally Santo Trafficante, the Florida crime lord who had joined forces with the CIA in its original murder plot against Castro. Both mafia bosses had close financial ties with Hoffa, who had turned the Teamsters pension fund into a piggy bank for the mob. Meeting with prospective business partners at his swampland farm on the west banks of the Mississippi that month, Marcello, like Hoffa, the target of relentless Justice Department pursuit, flew into a rage at the mention of Bobby Kennedy's attempts to deport him. But it was Bobby's brother at whom the mafia kingpin took aim. You know what they say in Sicily. If you want to kill a dog, you don't cut off the tail, you cut off the head. The dog will keep biting you if you only cut off its tail. Marcello told his visitors that he had made up his mind that President Kennedy had to go, but his assassination had to be arranged in such a way that a nut would be set up to take the blame, the way they do in Sicily. The same month, during a meeting with a wealthy Cuban exile named Jose Aleman at Miami's Scott Bryant Hotel, Trafficante bitterly complained about the campaign against his business associate Hoffa, and assured Aleman that President Kennedy's days were numbered. Kennedy's not going to make it to the election. He is going to be hit. Trafficante had operated the wildly lucrative Sin franchise in pre-Castro Havana on behalf of all the mafia families until he was imprisoned by the new regime, which threatened to stand him in front of a firing squad before his crime associates bribed Cuban officials to release him. According to some reports, Jack Ruby was one of the mob couriers who delivered the bribe money to Havana. Trafficante's lawyer, Frank Regano, estimated that his client lost over $20 million when the revolutionary government seized the mafia's casinos, clubs, and hotels. Trafficante told his lawyer that the Kennedys' soft policies towards the Castro regime ensured that the mafia would never reclaim its tropical assets. Bobby's reputation as a scourge of the underworld defined his early political career. But years later, in summer 1975, Richard Helms and his former, but still steadfast CIA Lieutenant Sam Halpern tried to demolish this image. While testifying before the Church Committee, the two CIA veterans told an eye-popping story, one that seemed to turn the image of Bobby Kennedy as an anti-crime crusader on its head. According to Helms and Halpern, Robert Kennedy had ordered the CIA to help him establish contacts with the mafia to determine if the mob's old network in Cuba could be reactivated to work against and even kill Castro. In response to Kennedy's order, Helms and Halpern testified, they had enlisted Charles Ford, the same agent used to squelch Bobby's illusory plan to cut out the CIA on Cuba. Helms and Halpern claimed that Ford was asked to serve as Kennedy's intermediary with the underworld, under the appropriate-sounding alias Rocky Ciscolini. Following the Senate hearings, Halpern continued to circulate this story to the media, including journalist Seymour Hersh, who featured it in his book, The Dark Side of Camelot. I don't know how Bobby Kennedy squared that in his own mind, Halpern told Hersh. On the one hand, he allegedly was going after the mafia to destroy them. On the other, he was using them for information about Cuba. Maybe it was a deal he made with them. Who knows? Hersh is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist whose exposés of Vietnam War atrocities and U.S. military abuses at Iraq's Abu Ghraib prison, among other investigative feats, have won him wide respect. But he was led astray on the dark side of Camelot by his strong reliance on untrustworthy sources, like Halpern, a man who worked so diligently during his life to undermine the Kennedys' image and shield the CIA's that it seemed this was his intelligence mission. In a frank interview with New York Magazine in 2005, Hersh acknowledged that his journalism is deeply dependent on his sources in the national security world. "I'm not working with guys outside the system," he said. "You do understand that, don't you? I'm not outside the system in what I do. I'm really not." Never were the limitations of this journalistic practice more evident than in his book about the Kennedys. As one critic wrote in the Los Angeles Times, Hersh's book turns out to be, alas, more about the deficiencies of investigative journalism than about the...
But it turns out that Ford left behind his own statement on the subject, a document that apparently escaped Hersh's attention because it was declassified a year after his book was published, and the document directly contradicts the Helms and Halpern story. On September 19, 1975, Ford wrote a confidential memorandum for the CIA's internal record, detailing what he had told Church Committee investigators when they came calling on him the day before. The main, if not the only, point of concern to the investigators is whether I was directed to sally forth and initiate contact with members of the underworld in the U.S., and who directed me to do so, wrote Ford. Once again, I explained that my job was broader than this by a long shot, and that I was never directed to take the initiative in establishing contacts with the underworld. Ford added that the investigators were very interested in his meetings with Attorney General Kennedy, but he explained to them that these meetings focused on the efforts of a Cuban exile group to foment an anti-Castro uprising, not on mafia assassination plots. Ford was probably referring here to his September 1962 meetings with Kennedy to throw water on the quixotic plan to topple Castro without the CIA's involvement. The Ford memo strongly suggests that Helms and Halpern fabricated their story about Bobby Kennedy and the Mafia. It was not Bobby Kennedy who was crawling about in the underworld, but the Central Intelligence Agency. Officials like Helms and Halpern tried to deflect public outrage over their unseemly collusion by pinning the blame on the late Attorney General. It was a particularly scurrilous smear job because Kennedy had literally risked his life to fight the Mafia. Kennedy's primary motivation in taking on organized crime was his fear that it was becoming intertwined with government and business and threatening to corrupt the social contract that held together American democracy. There was no more shocking example of this than the CIA-Mafia merger. Kennedy's anti-crime crusade threatened not just the lucrative fiefdoms of men like Hoffa, Marcello, and Trafficante, but shady power alliances like the one that targeted Castro. No federal official had ever poked so sharply at such a hornet's nest of dangerous adversaries. As Hoffa told Parton during his murderous musings that summer day, Bobby Kennedy has so many enemies now, they wouldn't know who had done it. Even before he became Attorney General, Kennedy knew how entwined American power was becoming with criminal forces. He learned as the ruddy-cheeked young chief counsel for the Senate Rackets Committee when a mafia man brought in for questioning defiantly told him, "You can't touch me, I've got immunity." When Bobby asked him, "Who gave you immunity?" the gangster replied, "The CIA. I'm working for them, but I can't talk about it. Top secret." When Kennedy checked out the gangster story, he was sickened to find out it was true. The CIA and its predecessor, the OSS, had been using the Mafia to do their dirty work since World War II, when the government enlisted mob bosses Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano to help guard against enemy sabotage in the New York harbor and to supply intelligence from their contacts in Italy.
Later, in post-war Italy, U.S. intelligence used Luciano and his notorious colleague Vito Genovese to help eliminate the growing communist threat there. Kennedy learned, too, about the merger of the underworld and overworld when distinguished senators and governors came before his committee to argue on behalf of organized crime despots. And when executives from Fortune 500 companies sheepishly testified about the deals they cut with burly gangsters to assure labor peace. And Robert Kennedy learned, as he was digging into the dirty history of racketeering in America, when he came across the name of his very own father. It was the buccaneering enterprise of Joseph P. Kennedy that had made possible his political career and that of his brother. His father's aggressive climb to wealth and power illustrated with painful clarity for the younger Kennedy how ambitious families sprouting towards the sun often begin their journeys in the muck. Bobby Kennedy came face to face with a world that few young men of his class and privilege had to confront when he became chief counsel of the Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field. It was fall 1956, and he was just 29 years old. His work on the Senate panel, better known as the Rackets Committee or the McClellan Committee after the Arkansas Democrat who chaired it, took Bobby down a hole into an underworld of cold-blooded killers, union thugs, crooked politicians, brothel queens, and pen-striped executives with tawdry secrets. It also introduced him to brave labor reformers, incorruptible cops and judges, and heroic newspaper reporters. With his romantic and religious frame of mind, Kennedy saw this colorful tableau of human greed and turmoil as not just a struggle over who would control the nation's economy, but a battle for the country's very soul. He had missed World War II, where his older brothers had proved their courage, but this would become Bobby's war. Armed with a staff of 35 investigators, 45 accountants, 20 stenographers, and assorted clerks, more than 100 people in all, Kennedy ran the biggest juggernaut of federal scrutiny on Capitol Hill. It was a restless operation. The young counsel and his investigators did not remain hunkered down in their warren of offices below the street floor of the old Senate office building. They roamed the country in search of malefactors, as well as the honest witnesses and incriminating evidence they needed to put them away. On a tip from a prisoner at Joliet, Bobby found himself one day digging in an Illinois farm field for the body of a newspaper woman who the convict said had been killed by local mobsters. With Kennedy was one of his committee investigators, Jim McShane, the pug-faced former New York cop who would be called upon by Kennedy in many dire circumstances in the years to come. The two men shoveled away without finding anything, urged on by the con, who insisted he was telling the truth. "May I have syphilis of the eyes, and may my mother be a whore, if she isn't buried here," he declared. Kennedy later wryly observed that he knew little about the man's mother or his eyes, but Jim McShane and I both knew, after hours of digging, that the woman's body was not there. When the angry farmer whose fields were being excavated by the Senate investigators suddenly appeared with his 3 corn-fed sons, that settled it. Kennedy and McShane beat a hasty retreat. On other occasions, McShane and his fellow investigators had guns drawn on them. Kennedy was offered bribes. A man mistaken for a Kennedy spy by Teamster goons in Detroit was hung out a 10th-floor window of the Union Building by his heels. But the reform machine chugged forward, unearthing hundreds of eye-opening tales of corruption, violence, and abuse of power. Stories about men who were killed or savagely beaten or driven to suicide after standing up to tyrants like Hoffa. Men who had acid thrown in their faces. Walter Sheridan, the quiet, friendly investigator whose appearance Bobby described as almost angelic, would impress his boss by solving the mystery of an Indianapolis cab company owner who had vanished. There was nothing left of him to be found. Nothing but the records of the man's final phone calls, which his wife handed over to the sweet-faced Sheridan when he knocked on her door. The calls were to Jimmy Hoffa and his henchmen. Kennedy brought the characters at the heart of these lurid stories parading into the grand, dignified setting of the old Senate building's caucus room, so America could see the rot and brutality that often lay beneath the jeweled thrones of power.
It was the same ornate Beauart's room where other historic investigations had unfolded, including the probes into the Titanic disaster and the Teapot Dome scandal. Crystal chandeliers hung from the room's high, richly detailed ceilings. Carved eagles adorned its wooden benches. It was here, Kennedy noted, where the star of Senator Joseph McCarthy rose and fell. The young Senate counsel had once been drawn to the McCarthy crusade, but now he had discovered an enemy within that he believed was more threatening to the American way of life and more deserving of his fury than communism. Sitting next to Committee Chairman John McClellan, a balding man 3 decades his senior with a hard-scrabble Arkansas face and the deep, austere tones of a Southern minister, Bobby Kennedy seemed an unlikely crime-buster. He had the fresh-faced good looks and high-pitched voice of a Boston schoolboy. When he began questioning the hard-looking men who sat before him, men who had torn and scratched for their illegal slice of the American dream, they found it hard to take him seriously. Hoffa winked at him. Sam Giancana giggled. But they soon realized they were in the crosshairs of a ferociously intelligent and doggedly prepared man who was determined to prove that he was tougher than they. Kennedy brought his confrontations with these men vividly to life in his 1960 book, The Enemy Within. He accused Hoffa of personalizing their battle in his book. But Kennedy himself brought a razor-sharp eye for detail to his descriptions of Hoffa and the other crime bosses that was nothing but personal. Hoffa and his lieutenants were often bilious and fat, or lean and cold and hard, he wrote. They have the smooth faces and cruel eyes of gangsters. They wear the same rich clothes, the diamond ring, the jeweled watch, the strong, sickly sweet-smelling perfume. Kennedy returned to the subject of these men's smell. It was feminine to him. It seemed to underscore how their brutality was the work of strutting bullies, not real men. I was riding up in the elevator on my way to the hearing room when I was almost overcome by a heavy, sickly sweet smell, Kennedy wrote, describing a brush with a Hoffa hood named Joey Glimko. I tried to remember what Madam was testifying that day, until I got out and, walking down the hall with Glimko to the caucus room, realized that he was the source of the oppressive odor. Kennedy seemed to get a charge from sparring with these men. One day, the notorious New York labor enforcer Joey Gallo, who controlled the city's jukebox business, strolled into his office dressed like a Hollywood Grade B gangster. His shirt, pants, and coat were all black. He had long, pomaded hair curling down the back of his neck. He leaned over and felt Kennedy's carpet. It would be nice for a crap game. Kennedy was not amused. His committee had heard testimony from a jukebox distributor who had dared to resist Gallo's crooked union. Gallo's thugs jumped him after a meeting, cracking his skull open with steel bars. The man had shuffled into the Senate hearing room, a thin, wan, pathetic figure, still barely able to speak. As Gallo reached out to shake hands with Kennedy that day, the young investigator said, "So you're Joey Gallo, the jukebox king. You don't look so tough. I'd like to fight you myself." The gangster demurred. "I don't fight," he told Kennedy. Bobby's older brother had sought to define himself with a lofty book about courage and politics. But The Enemy Within was a much grittier revelation of his author's true character than JFK's Profiles in Courage was of his. While John Kennedy chronicled the bravery of men he admired from a historical distance, Bobby wrote about men with whom he had personally clashed, or whose life-and-death heroics he had passionately championed. He had climbed down into the underworld he was describing. He was part of the story. The Rackets investigation defined Bobby the way World War II had defined Jack, and it made the two men brothers in arms.
When Bobby talked his brother into joining him on the McClellan Committee to make sure it was politically balanced enough to prevent Republican senators from declaring open season on organized labor, it afforded JFK one of his few displays of genuine courage during his Senate career. The experience would also help shape the Kennedy presidency. The young, dedicated investigators and reporters Bobby gathered around him on the committee, O'Donnell, Salinger, Sheridan, Seidenthal, Guffman, would become the heart of his brother's administration. It was fitting that JFK would announce his campaign for president in the Senate caucus room, where he and his brother had done battle with what Bobby bluntly called a conspiracy of evil. But Joseph Kennedy worried that his two sons had made a horrible error. In late December 1956, when Bobby went to Hyannisport to celebrate Christmas with his family, his father confronted him about the labor rackets hearings which had just begun. Joe Kennedy didn't think the family should get mixed up in something like this. Bobby's sister Jean later reported that the two men clashed with a kind of fury she had never seen erupt between them. Their father feared that Bobby's investigative work would hurt Jack's presidential chances by turning the labor movement against the Kennedys, Jean recalled. But there was clearly something more behind this unprecedented father-son tempest. Joe Kennedy was deeply alarmed by the path that his son was taking. What demons would Bobby stir up as he went crashing about the underworld with his avenging angels? The old man saw this as dangerous, recalled longtime Kennedy family crony Lem Billings. He thought Bobby was naive. Joe Kennedy loved his sons more than anything else in life. His dominating presence in his children's lives is part of American lore. But less appreciated is the Kennedy patriarch's ever-watchful love. This paternal attentiveness shines through in the flurry of correspondence he dashed off to his offspring, particularly his sons, as he traveled the globe in his empire-building days. He instructed them on everything from manners and grooming to global affairs. He comforted them when they were homesick and dispirited at boarding school. He inspired them with grand visions of their future if they worked hard enough. Joe Kennedy was not just a tower of protective male strength in his children's lives. He was a nagging, nurturing mother hen who constantly instilled in them a sense of family pride and self-worth. After long experience in sizing up people, I definitely know you have the goods and you can go a long way, Joe pep-talked a 17-year-old Jack. But he needed to apply himself. Joe worried that his son was gliding a little too nonchalantly through his adolescence. Bobby, at 16, needed a different kind of love from his father. He lacked Jack's easy self-confidence. He brooded about things. "I wouldn't be too discouraged about the football team," his father bucked him up. After all, the value of playing football isn't primarily playing on the first team. It's the opportunity to meet a lot of nice boys and to get the practice of playing teamwork. As the Kennedy brothers prepared to challenge the gods of the underworld, who, unmolested by the FBI, were enjoying a golden reign in post-war America, their father feared for his son's safety, and for good reason. Joe Kennedy knew these sorts of men. He had done business with them. They had helped him make a fortune in liquor distribution, both during and after the bootlegging days. He knew what they were capable of. Kennedy was precisely the type of predatory capitalist whom his son would summon before the Rackets Committee, a shrewd, law-skirting entrepreneur who took his business opportunities and his partners where he found them. He was a master at exploiting the wildly profitable frontiers of American enterprise, from his days as a Wall Street speculator, to movie baron, to whiskey bootlegger.
Running liquor during Prohibition brought the kind of windfall profits the drug trade does today. But it also meant doing business with the mafia if you valued your life. And Kennedy went right to the top to ensure the security of his business. He forged a partnership with Frank Costello, the dapper, politically wired prime minister of the underworld, who began each day after leaving his fashionable Central Park West penthouse by getting groomed at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel barbershop.
By the late 1940s, as Jack began the political career his father had urged upon him, Kennedy had cashed out of the liquor business, selling his distribution company, Somerset Importers, to New Jersey mobster Longys Wilman. But the stain on the Kennedy name would remain an indelible part of the family's folklore. Yes, he was amoral, sure he was, observed New York Times columnist Arthur Kroc, whom Kennedy treated as a family retainer. I think only a Roman Catholic could possibly describe how you could be amoral and still be religious. That is, how you can carry an insurance policy with the deity and at the same time do all these other things. I never had any idealism from the time I was a young reporter about anybody who touched the edges of politics or big business. So I was not shocked in the least. I expected, and still do, that politicians and big businessmen don't have any morals. But Bobby Kennedy held public men to different standards. Joe Kennedy flew down to Washington some days to watch his two sons confront the country's most infamous gangsters and racketeers in the ornate Senate hearing room. One can only imagine the feelings of pride and fear that must have collided within him as he watched Jack and Bobby clash with the sort of men he knew from his secret business world. When Bobby knew his father was going to be there, committee staff members observed, he acted in a nervous sort of way that he never seemed to when facing off against the hoodlums. As his father walked into the Senate caucus room in his expensive New York tailored suits and his banker's Homburg hat, Bob was a little keyed up, a little tense, recalled Ruth Watt, the McClellan Committee's chief clerk. There was a strong paternal influence over all the Kennedys, really was a strong, strong person. When their father came to town, everybody hopped. I remember one time he came during the hearings and he was going back to Boston. They had Eastern Airlines, Jack Kennedy's office, the SEC, and somebody else working on one reservation for him to get back to Boston. Bobby had enormous respect for his powerful father. But by plunging ahead with the rackets investigation over his father's impassioned objections, he had risked the sort of dramatic Oedipal split that both men had so far managed to avoid. Bobby was the son most like him. Joe Kennedy always liked to say, "He hates like me." But Jackie Kennedy, who would draw so close to her husband's younger brother, thought Bobby was the least like his father. Rose Kennedy saw the devout, sensitive side to her son. Never as emotionally effusive as her husband with their children, she was still calling Bobby her own little pet even when he was 16. In his role as the scourge of organized crime, Bobby had found a way to combine his father's raging will with his mother's religious purity. But Joe Kennedy knew how dangerous an enterprise this was. Ruth Watt was an experienced Capitol Hill aide whose level-headed administrative skills helped ensure that the rackets hearings ran smoothly. But when some of the more menacing characters came before the committee, she felt deeply unnerved. The scariest one, she thought, was New York godfather Vito Genovese, who had murdered his way to the top of the mafia, forcing Joe Kennedy's old bootlegging partner Frank Costello into early retirement along the way. I would stand in back of where the senators were when he was testifying, and he had the coldest eyes. He would look right through you and just make chills. He was about the coldest individual I think I've ever seen. With Bobby leading the witness interrogations, the hearings were fueled by a barely contained fury. He wanted America to shudder with the same outrage he felt when these men, who preferred the dark shadows of power, were summoned into the glare of the TV lights that filled the caucus room. The hearings, which dragged on for 2.5 years and summoned more than 1,500 witnesses, provided the younger Kennedy with a national stage on which to wage his holy war for America's soul. On days when celebrated villains were scheduled to appear before the committee, Bobby made sure that his older brother was there. He was already staging JFK's presidential bid, and he knew these theatrical duels with the leading men of crime would add to his brother's national luster. Hoffa would vow that if Bobby thought he was going to use him to get his brother elected president, it would be over my dead body. But that's precisely what the younger Kennedy had in mind. Two tousled-haired brothers from Boston are catching attention in Washington just now as young men who may have big careers ahead. U.S. News and World Report informed its readers as the Rackets hearings began making headlines. On the days that handsome young Senator Kennedy strode into the caucus room, a bolt of media excitement crackled through the air. I remember one day that came into a hearing, it must have been when they knew he was going to run for the presidency because the press was flocking around him, recalled Watt. He hadn't had any lunch, and Evelyn Lincoln came in with a tray of lunch for him, and he took it and went into the telephone booth to try to eat it. The press was like this around him, so he never ate his lunch. I remember it very well because he was in that little telephone booth with his lunch. No matter what he did, it was news. When the Kennedys were around, you felt it in the air. The hearings made Bobby into a media sensation too. An effusive Jack Paar introduced him to his national Tonight Show audience on July 23, 1959, as the bravest, finest young man I know. Bobby, still unused to the media glare, came across as a shy, doe-eyed, slope-shouldered boy. At the end of the interview, the emotionally candid Paar blurted out that his guest was like a baby. But Bobby turned into a hard-jawed prosecutor that night when he began cataloging the many sins of Jimmy Hoffa and his cronies. They feel they're above the law, Kennedy told Parr's audience. They feel they can fix judges and juries. Mr. Hoffa has said every man has his price. This country can't survive if you have somebody like him operating. He won't win in the end. The McClellan Committee dragged a variety of notorious figures into the national spotlight. Among them were men who would loom large in the lives of the Kennedys, such as mobsters Carlos Marcello, Santo Trafficante, and Sam Giancana, each of whom would later join the secret war on Castro that would bring together the Mafia, the CIA, and Cuban exiles. Even the name of a petty Chicago hood named Jack Ruby would surface during the long hearings in connection with the Mafia's Cuba intrigue. But no witness filled the Senate hearing room with as much explosive tension as Jimmy Hoffa. The confrontations between the Teamster boss and the Kennedy brothers were epic. Even his more cool-headed older brother seemed to absorb Bobby's heat when he sparred with Hoffa. "I'd like to say something, Senator," Hoffa burst out on one occasion, his voice full of contempt and provocation. "Since the Kennedys, in their hatred for him, were trying to single him out from the rest of the labor movement for special federal punishment, why not spell it out in the law, exempting everyone but Hoffa, okay?" JFK cut him off, his normally smooth sense of Senate formality suddenly gone. "We're exempting everyone but hoodlums and racketeers and crooks," he shot back in a rush of anger and harsh Boston vowels. But nothing matched the hatred and fury of the matches between Hoffa and Bobby Kennedy. To Kennedy, the labor boss represented the chilling nexus between the America that most people knew, the country of laws and ideals, and the one where the codes of the jungle prevailed. By the time Hoffa appeared before the Rackets Committee, he was on his way to amassing the kind of power that would make newspaper publishers, business tycoons, senators, governors, even presidential hopefuls pay him respect. He dreamed of the day when he would take over one of the political parties. It didn't matter to him whether it was the Republican or Democratic. As Robert Kennedy knew, this impressive national clout was built on blood and corruption. In the Senate caucus room, the two men went at each other for hours, day after day. Committee member Barry Goldwater was astonished by the animal anger between them. "We were like flint and steel," Hoffa said. "Every time we came to grips, the sparks flew." At the witness table, Hoffa's beady eyes flashed with a sharp intelligence. Despite ceaseless battering from Bobby and the committee members, the grimly determined labor boss never gave ground, always slipping away when it seemed he was backed into a corner. Occasionally, Hoffa would weary of the bobbing and weaving and simply smack Kennedy with an epithet. "You're sick. That's what's the matter with you. You are sick," he spat at Kennedy one afternoon after a testy exchange with the Senate counsel. But the most intense confrontations between Kennedy and Hoffa were silent. Kennedy later vividly described the eerie malevolence that seeped out of Hoffa as the two men engaged in combat. In the most remarkable of all my exchanges with Jimmy Hoffa, not a word was said. I called it the look. It was to occur fairly often, but the first time I observed it was on the last day of the 1957 hearings. During the afternoon, I noticed that he was glaring at me across the council table with a deep, strange, penetrating expression of intense hatred. I suppose it must have dawned on him about that time that he was going to be the subject of a continuing probe, that we were not playing games. It was the look of a man obsessed by his enmity, and it came particularly from his eyes. There were times when his face seemed completely transfixed with this stare of absolute evilness. It might last for 5 minutes, as if he thought that by staring long enough and hard enough he could destroy me. Sometimes he seemed to be concentrating so hard that I had to smile, and occasionally I would speak of it to an assistant counsel sitting behind me. It must have been obvious to him that we were discussing it, but his expression would not change by a flicker. During the 1958 hearings, from time to time, he directed the same shriveling look at my brother. And now and then, after a protracted, particularly evil glower, he did a most peculiar thing. He would wink at me. I can't explain it. Maybe a psychiatrist would recognize the symptoms. They were a study in opposites. With his sawed-off, tightly coiled body, his blunt-cut, shiny brow-creamed hair, and his cheap gabardine suits and flood-water pants, Hoffa looked every bit the working stiff he once had been. Born in a backwater Indiana town, the son of a coal driller who died when Jimmy was 7, leaving the family penniless, Hoffa had to scrap his way to the top. He led his first strike at the age of 17, a successful wildcat action on the loading docks of Detroit. To match the brute power of the trucking and warehouse companies he was fighting, Hoffa had to use his fists, turning to gangsters for more muscle when the labor battles grew uglier. As he shouldered his way up the Teamster ranks, he used the same blunt force to enforce discipline in his organization. The drivers and warehouse men for whom Hoffa brought home the bacon saw him as their hero, one of their own. But Bobby Kennedy saw him as a traitor to the labor movement, a man who sold out his hard-working membership by turning over their pension funds to hoodlums, cutting shady deals with employers, and crushing union dissent with savage violence. Hoffa, in turn, looked at the Kennedy brothers as spoiled rich kids who never had to work a real day in their lives. With their boyish haircuts and well-cut suits and their chosen aura, they represented everything that Hoffa had been denied. He drew from this deep pool of class resentment when he publicly attacked the brothers, dismissing their crusade to clean up the union movement as a ploy to emasculate organized labor. All this hocus-pocus about racketeers is a smokescreen to carry you back to the days when they could drop you in the scrap heap, he told Teamster members, adding that when big business fat cats used thugs as strikebreakers, no one raised a fuss. But now we've got a few and everybody's screaming. But in some ways, Hoffa and Kennedy were cut from the same cloth. Both men were tireless warriors who were less interested in lavish pleasures than they were in their higher causes, extending the power of the Teamsters in one case and the power of his family in the other. A Saturday night ice cream was Jimmy's Puritan style for a night on the town, recalled Hoffa's lawyer Frank Regano. He always appeared to be out of place in swanky restaurants and supper clubs, as if he knew that his inelegant clothes, white socks, and rough, ungrammatical speech disqualified him from acceptance in such places. Bobby was equally Spartan in many ways. He has little of the president's peripheral interest in social intercourse and intellectual fashion, a Life magazine cover story noted about Bobby in January 1962. He does not enjoy nightclubs, the theater, or big parties, and shuns them when he can.
He will occasionally sip at a drink or puff at a cigar, but for real debauchery he turns to chocolate ice cream with chocolate syrup and extra ice-cold milk. With the brutal clarity that only a die-hard enemy can have, Hoffa saw another connection that bound him to Bobby Kennedy. He reminded Bobby of his father. "I'm no very angel," Hoffa growled. "I don't apologize. You take any industry and look at the problems they ran into while they were building up, how they did it, who they associated with, how they cut corners. The best example is Kennedy's old man. This is how the real world worked," Hoffa knew. Powerful men on their way up, whether they were self-made tycoons like Joe Kennedy or labor moguls like himself, had to cut corners. Snot-nosed Booby, as he liked to call him, just didn't get it. Or maybe he did. While clawing his way through the tunnels of American corruption, Bobby Kennedy came upon proof of his father's involvement with the underworld, according to Racket's committee member Barry Goldwater. "It just killed him," Goldwater said. Years later, Robert Lowell asked Bobby what character in Shakespeare he would like to be, and he picked Henry V. Of course. Young Prince Hal, the monarch-in-waiting who rebels against the heavy family expectations hanging over him, until he finally proves his worth on the battlefield. Bobby used Henry's famous speech before the Battle of Agincourt to inspire his own troops at the Justice Department. But it was Henry's father he wanted to talk about that day. He read to Lowell the death speech of Henry IV, in which the dying king ruefully considers the lot of powerful patriarchs. "Those foolish, over-careful fathers have broke their sleeps with thoughts, their brains with care, their bones with industry. And for what? Only to bequeath their children a poisoned inheritance, the cankered heaps of strange achieved gold. Henry IV, that's my father," Bobby told Lowell. It was a legacy that Robert Kennedy seemed determined to make pure. If his father had sold his soul in pursuit of fortune and power, he would redeem the family name through his own righteous works, even if that meant betraying his father's partners in crime.
On August 16, 1962, FBI Director Hoover sent Attorney General Kennedy one of the disturbing memos about his family that he delighted in waving in his face from time to time. They usually had to do with Jack's reckless philandering. Like a loathsome troll tucked furtively under the castle drawbridge, Hoover had kept careful watch on the amorous comings and goings of the handsome Kennedy prince over the years. But this personal memo concerned the Attorney General's father and his organized crime ties. Joe Kennedy had courted the top G-man over the years, telling him with buttery flattery in 1958 that the FBI was the greatest organization in the government and you have performed the greatest public service of any man. Kennedy had prevailed upon his sons to keep the aging director in his post, figuring it was better to have Hoover and his secret files inside the administration tent than outside. This was how the FBI chief repaid the favor, now that the founding father was stricken and confined to a wheelchair. Before the last presidential election, the memo read, Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of President John Kennedy, had been visited by many gambling interests, and a deal was made which resulted in Peter Lawford, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and others obtaining a lucrative gambling establishment, the Cal Neva Hotel at Lake Tahoe. These gangsters reportedly met with Joseph Kennedy at the Cal Neva, where Kennedy was staying at the time. Hoover could have told the Attorney General more. He knew that in Joe Kennedy's drive to ensure his son's presidential victory, old Joe had conferred with some of the top mafia leaders in the country, including some of those Bobby dragged before the Rackets Committee. One of these meetings took place at Felix Young's restaurant in New York during the heat of the 1960 campaign. I took the reservation, and it was as though every gangster chief in the United States was there, recalled Edna Dalton, who worked at the time as hostess at the restaurant. I don't remember all the names now, but there was John Rosselli, Carlos Marcello from New Orleans, the two brothers from Dallas, the top men from Buffalo, California, and Colorado.
They were all the top people, not soldiers. I was amazed Joe Kennedy would take the risk. Through Frank Sinatra and other intermediaries, Kennedy also arranged deals with mobsters to help deliver the vote in the crucial West Virginia primary, where walking around money traditionally played a key part in the outcome, and to pull off a landslide in Chicago, where the mob wards later skewed 80-20 for Kennedy to ensure Illinois went Democratic in November. According to one witness, Kennedy went so far as to personally meet with Chicago godfather Sam Giancana in the chambers of an accommodating Cook County judge. This was the same snickering hoodlum with whom Bobby had clashed just months earlier in a headline-making exchange at the Rackets hearings when he questioned the gangster's manhood. "I thought only little girls giggled, Mr. Giancana." Much has been written about the Kennedy effort to steal the 1960 vote, but what Joe Kennedy knew from his own hard-won experience in the trenches of politics and business is that American democracy is not the crystal vessel our textbooks hold aloft. It's a roughly contested thing. Elections are often brokered, votes bought or stolen or uncounted. And in 1960, as Kennedy knew, the outcome of the presidential race would likely depend to a significant extent on corrupt machines and underworld bosses. JFK's rivals had their own hoodlum backers. Despite his father's entreaties, Marcello supported Lyndon Johnson at the Democratic Convention and Nixon in the general election, contributing $500,000 to the Republican candidate. And Hoffa predictably threw the full weight of the Teamsters against Kennedy, holding union meetings across the country to mobilize the vote for Nixon and matching Marcello's contribution with another $500,000 raised from other crime lords. In return for Hoffa's support, which was credited with delivering Ohio into the GOP column, the vice president intervened with Eisenhower's Attorney General William Rogers to sit on an indictment of the Teamster leader. And when it came to stealing votes, Kennedy was certainly not the lone culprit in the 1960 presidential race. As political reporter Theodore H. White found out when he investigated the Illinois vote outcome, there was a good reason that Nixon did not challenge that state's final count. The Republicans stole as many votes as the Democrats. Chicago Mayor Richard Daley knew how the game was played. His Democratic machine had to steal as many votes in elections as the Republicans did in downstate Illinois, where the GOP prevailed. Daley quickly silenced Republican protests over the 1960 Chicago vote by challenging the GOP to back a statewide recount. He challenged them, he said, he'd pay for half the recount statewide, and they said, "No thank you," Daley's son William recently recalled, with a wry laugh. Once you got out of Cook County, it was all pretty much rural Republican in those days, and they used paper ballots instead of the old machines we used in the city, so there was even more opportunity for fraud. Of course, politics were not pure in 2000 either, when Bill Daley ran Al Gore's presidential campaign. There were many Democrats that year who wished Daley and his candidate had demonstrated the brawling political instincts of his father and the Kennedy family during the sordid Florida recount spectacle, when the bare-knuckled Bush machine humiliated the Gore team as it clung proudly to its Marquis of Queensberry rules of political pugilism. By contrast, the Kennedy family knew how to fight to win, and they were under no illusions about the back-alley cunning of Richard Nixon. The Kennedys were prepared to do whatever it took to outmaneuver their Republican opponent. The difference between John Kennedy and his rivals is that after winning the 1960 election, a down-and-dirty contest during which both campaigns resorted to unsavory measures, he refused to pay off the political debts that he had incurred. There is no evidence that Bobby Kennedy participated with his father in the underworld wheeling and dealing that took place during the campaign. Nor did JFK take the lead on these negotiations. The founding founder seemed to be operating on his own typically brash initiative when he contacted his old associates in the criminal world to help deliver the election for his son. If Jack had known about some of the telephone calls his father made on his behalf to Tammany Hall-type bosses during the 1960 campaign, Jack's hair would have turned white, Kenny O'Donnell later said. Still, Bobby and Jack were not naive about their father. They were both too shrewd to be completely unaware of the levers he was pulling. When a friend warned JFK, "You know, the old man is hurting you," he replied, "My father is working for his son. Do you want me to tell my father to stop working for his son?" What is certain is that no matter what special favors their father arranged in the underworld, once he and his brother took office, Robert Kennedy showed no reluctance in going after the mafia bosses who had inserted themselves into American politics. On the contrary, the young Attorney General unleashed a furious campaign against the crime lords, the likes of which they had never experienced. The message was brutally clear. You might give money to the Kennedys, but you can't buy the Kennedys. Hoffa could see it coming right after the election. He knew that he was in the soup worse than ever. Nobody had to tell me that was really going to go after my scalp now. I knew that my worst days were still in front of me. When he took over the Justice Department, Kennedy breathed new life into the organized crime unit and created a special task force under Sheridan to hunt Hoffa.
He lit a fire under Hoover, who had famously denied the existence of the mafia, prompting gangsters to laugh off the FBI as famous but incompetent. When Hoover proved an obstacle to Kennedy's anti-crime drive, he simply went around the Bureau, using agents from the Treasury Department, Internal Revenue Service, and Narcotics Bureau as his shock troops. He offered incentive awards to his team of young prosecutors to come up with ingenious new ways to put mobsters and crooked politicians behind bars. The number of indicted gangsters shot up from 121 in 1961 to 615 in 1963. Among them were such notorious figures as Carlos Marcello, Mickey Cohen, Teamster Hoods Anthony Provenzano and Joey Glimko, as well as Hoffa himself. Kennedy's crime busters were also in relentless pursuit of Santo Trafficante and Sam Giancana. It was getting so hot for the criminal underworld that FBI wiretaps picked up mobsters' conversations in which they talked of abandoning their line of work until the Kennedys were out of office. The hard-charging Attorney General seemed to pursue gangsters who were tied to the Kennedy family name with a special wrath. He ordered FBI agents to dog Sam Giancana's every step. They trailed him into restaurants, shined their lights into his Oak Park home, and interfered with his golf game. Even when the mobster exploded at his FBI tormentors one day at O'Hare Airport, threatening that one of these days we are going to tell all about the Kennedys, the Attorney General did not let up. Kennedy's top aides flirted with authoritarian measures to bring down the Chicago Godfather. My boss, Jack Miller, called me in one day, recalled former Justice Department prosecutor Ronald Goldfarb. I was the expert on the fairly refined area of law called contempt. They said to me, "What do you think of this idea? The grand jury calls in Giancana and we offer him total immunity on everything he's ever done in his whole life, as long as he agrees to talk about every crime the mafia has ever committed. Of course, he can't possibly do that, so he's got to go to jail. And the federal rule is you can only throw someone in jail for contempt for the life of a grand jury, which is 18 months. But they had a plan. The day Giancana gets out of jail, they say, we call him back to another grand jury and ask him the same question. This goes on and on. Life imprisonment for Sam Giancana. So I think, oh my God, they're really thinking of doing this. They're going to take the mafia leaders one by one and put them in jail indefinitely. And so they ask me, can we do this? And I remember saying to them, yes, technically you could do that, but it would be outrageous. We'd be viewed as fascistic, overbearing prosecutors. It would take the law way too far. I strongly recommend against it.
So the notion that we were pulling our punches with people like John Connor because we knew that he had helped Kennedy's campaign or was hooked up with Sinatra or was helping the CIA kill Castro, that's just absurd. Goldfarb, a young Yale law graduate, had defied his New York liberal friends, who were leery of RFK's aggressive law and order image, to join Bobby's crusade. He quickly fell under the Attorney General's spell, embracing his conviction that they were chasing not simply everyday criminals, but massively rich and powerful corruptors of the American system, perfect villains in Goldfarb's description. I felt so admiring of Kennedy. I thought, wow, this guy is dead straight. He is totally supportive of us in every way. Every time I won a case, he would invite me to a restaurant. He was a nice guy. Incredible integrity. So nobody is going to tell me that he made us compromise or capitulate or anything like that because I was there. It didn't happen. But in later years, Goldfarb, author of a 1995 book that argued JFK was assassinated by the mafia, would shake his head at Bobby Kennedy's wild courage. He was burning the candle at both ends, pressing the mob like he did even after his family had used them for favors, the former Justice Department prosecutor told me. How in God's name he thought he was ever going to get away with this, I don't know. But they were the Kennedys. They came from a family where the father had done all of that, and they still reached the absolute top. I couldn't have slept at night knowing what Bobby did, but these people were different. It was not just his father's unsavory associates who complicated Bobby Kennedy's Justice Department reign. It was his brothers. On the afternoon of March 22, 1962, the ever-scheming Hoover arrived at the White House, where he was greeted by the president, who sat down with him for lunch in the Executive Mansion dining room. Hoover told Kennedy that he had evidence of the president's madly indiscreet affair with a dark and curvy young beauty named Judy Campbell, who had been introduced to JFK by Frank Sinatra. Hoover also knew that Kennedy was sharing his mistress with none other than Sam Giancana. Recent evidence suggests that Campbell might have been steered Kennedy's way by the mafia. The president's ever-watchful brother also knew everything. One of his investigators had come across the affair the month before while tracking a paper trail of racketeers' phone calls and immediately told his boss, who informed his brother. Sending Hoover over to the White House might have been Bobby's way of drilling into his sexually daring brother the urgency of stopping his liaison before it became a presidency-threatening scandal. That summer, another Justice Department investigation prompted Bobby to again warn his brother to cut off a risky relationship, this one with Sinatra. A young Florida attorney named Doug McMillan, who had recently joined the Justice Department, had compiled a dossier on the underworld ties of the singer, who had helped swing the entertainment industry behind Kennedy's candidacy and had been master of ceremonies at JFK's inaugural ball. McMillan, fully aware of the family connection, was nervous about presenting his evidence to his boss. But the Attorney General listened respectfully and then asked the young lawyer to put all the details in a memo, which he did, presenting it to his boss on August 3, 1962. Shortly thereafter, JFK famously cut Sinatra out of his life, to the singer's volcanic rage. When the president had Sinatra notified that he would no longer be staying with him during his Palm Springs vacations, the singer reportedly took a sledgehammer to the helicopter landing pad that he had constructed in anticipation of the presidential visits. Sinatra's fury was undoubtedly mixed with panic. He had helped enlist his underworld friends in the Kennedys' campaign, but then the family brushed him aside. They treat him like a difficult person, a contemptuous Johnny Rosselli was overheard telling Giancana on the phone. That's the way the Kennedys treat friends, he said. You really engage with them, you pay them, and then they're through. Giancana fumed in graphically violent language about Sinatra and his failure to get the Kennedys to honor the deal that old Joe had allegedly made with the underworld during the 1960 race. The singer, who knew that Joe's stroke in December 1961 had eliminated any chance of a sit-down between the family and the mafia, bemoaned his bad luck. Why, oh why, did Joe get that really stroke? Sinatra's valet heard him wail.
John Connor later said that the only thing that saved Sinatra's life was his sublime talent. The gangster felt a rush of mercy toward Old Blue Eyes during a moment of intimacy with his girlfriend. One night, he told a Chicago associate, "They came together passionately, playing Sinatra songs in the background, and the whole time I'm thinking to myself, Christ, how can I silence that voice? It's the most beautiful sound in the world. Frank's lucky he got it. It saved his life." Rosselli was also feeling double-crossed by the government. He had put his services at the CIA's disposal for free out of patriotic duty.
But Bobby Kennedy saw no reason to honor the intelligence agency's debts. "Here I am helping the government, helping the country," Rosselli told a Las Vegas associate on a plane trip to Washington in 1962, "and that little son of a difficult person is making things very difficult for me." Bobby Kennedy was not intimidated by these dragon blasts from the underworld. The only obstacle in the way of his crime crackdown, as far as he was concerned, was J. Edgar Hoover. Frustrated by Hoover's foot-dragging, Kennedy and his team resorted to building their own makeshift investigative force. The feeling was very simple. We felt that we could not look to the FBI for any major assistance, and when we did, our requests would have to be screened through Hoover, recalled John Cassidy, who was a lawyer in Kennedy's organized crime section. "You'd ask them to go interview a witness or a suspect, and they'd ask you 100 questions, most of which came down to why. It took a long time to move that forward, to the point where we looked elsewhere for investigators. We found postal inspectors, we found customs people, we found the IRS. We ran around the FBI because they weren't getting things done." According to Ed Guthman, Kennedy took the same initiative in the civil rights arena when he realized the FBI was also useless there. "The Justice Department built its own intelligence unit in the embattled South," said the Attorney General's former press secretary and confidant. "We learned shortly after the attack on the Freedom Riders in Alabama that the FBI knew the Klan was going to attack, but they didn't do anything and they didn't warn anybody. So we knew we couldn't rely on the FBI to deal with whatever crisis came up in the South. And as a result, we formed our own intelligence unit." Guthman told me that the Kennedy Justice Department sent a wave of young staff attorneys into the South to get information. "Another part of our intelligence operation was my relationship with the press," he said. "The reporters covering the civil rights battles would be all over the place, and they would tell me everything they knew." Ignoring organized crime and civil rights, RFK's two overriding issues, Hoover continued to insist that communism was the nation's primary threat. Kennedy dismissed this notion when he took office, saying, "It is such nonsense to have to waste time prosecuting the Communist Party when most of its dwindling membership consisted of undercover FBI agents." Hoover's reluctance to pursue the mafia has been ascribed to his zealous bureaucratic protectiveness, a fear that shifting resources from everyday crime to the more complex rackets would result in less impressive arrest numbers, as well as expose his agents to the mafia's seductive bribery. It also has been given more tawdry explanations. The legendary lawman was reportedly not immune to the corrupting influence of the mob, consorting with Joe Kennedy's favorite gangster Frank Costello and other underworld figures, who helped make him a fortune by supplying him with gambling tips. Other reports suggest that lifelong bachelor Hoover was a victim of blackmail by the mafia. What is certain is that Hoover snooped on the Kennedys with more relish than he did on organized crime bosses. The Attorney General was locked in a malignant minuet with his FBI chief. At times, Kennedy took his father's lead and tried to win him over with flattery. Other times, RFK and his circle flaunted their scorn for Hoover. Bobby and wife Ethel sometimes set loose their high-spirited brood on the prim director's office, where the kids would go toppling into his giant flower pots. "My father would send us kids into Hoover's office to raise hell, overturn stuff on his desk, to get a rise out of him," Joseph Kennedy II, RFK's oldest son, remembered with a laugh.
And having Brumus, this huge Newfoundland, come romping in and slobbering all over his office, that probably didn't go over too well either, quipped his older sister, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend. Hoover suspected that the Kennedys were plotting to replace him in their second term, give him the MacArthur treatment, and send him off to pasture with trumpet blasts and flying colors. But he had other plans. According to William Sullivan, the FBI's number 3 man, Hoover assiduously compiled all the dirt he could find on JFK, which the president, with his well-known lifestyle, seemed more than willing to provide. I was sure he was saving everything he had on Kennedy, and on Martin Luther King Jr. too, until he could unload it all and destroy them both. He kept this kind of explosive material in his personal files, which filled 4 rooms on the 5th floor of headquarters. Looking back on their administration after his brother's death, Bobby said that he realized the FBI director was a dangerous man, a menace to democracy, and a habitual blackmailer, whose poisonous power over presidents and other politicians came from his voluminous secret files. Hoover acts in such a strange, peculiar way, Kennedy said in a remarkably frank 1964 interview that was intended to be read only by future historians. He's rather a psycho. But, said Bobby, he and Jack thought that we could control him, that we were on top of, that we could deal with at the appropriate time. That's the way we looked at it. The Kennedys thought they could control Hoover, suggested one family member, because Jack and Bobby and their top aides were aware of aspects of Hoover's private life. This was confirmed by Kenny O'Donnell Jr., who said that his father and the Kennedy brothers knew Hoover had certain personal habits. That's why they had a stalemate. They knew enough about Hoover, and Hoover thought he knew something about them. Ironically, the sexually closeted Hoover spread homosexual rumors about Robert Kennedy. Hoover ally Lyndon Johnson tried to get some mileage out of these rumors at the 1960 convention, when he was vying with JFK for the presidential nomination. Several days before the convention, Theodore White received a phone call from someone who later became a high Johnson administration official. "I think you should know that John Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy are gay men," the caller told the journalist. "We have pictures of John Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy in women's dresses in Las Vegas this spring at a big gathering. This should be made public." The caller promised to deliver the photographic evidence to White in 24 hours, but the pictures never arrived. The Kennedy brothers' boyish good looks set off homophobic anxiety attacks among many of their enemies, including the sexually repressed Hoover. The hedonistic Jack and his cultured wife were not discomforted by having gay confidants in their circle, and those who came to know Bobby quickly recognized the empathy underneath his tough guy exterior. Both brothers seemed soft in a way that deeply unnerved their hard-line opponents. But this particular whispering campaign about the Kennedys, who were notoriously heterosexual, never went anywhere. On July 2, 1962, producer Jerry Wald informed Bobby Kennedy that the screenplay based on The Enemy Within was completed. The film project, which Wald had been working on for over a year with screenwriter Bud Schulberg, was close to Kennedy's heart. The Kennedys were well aware of the silver screen's mesmerizing powers. It was On the Waterfront, the powerful 1954 movie about the mob's reign of terror on the New York docks, that had inspired Bobby to launch his crusade against racketeering. When Wald showed him a list of prospective screenwriters for The Enemy Within, Kennedy had quickly chosen Schulberg, who won an Oscar for On the Waterfront. Meeting with Kennedy at Hickory Hill to discuss the project, Schulberg won him over by telling him he thought The Enemy Within was about something bigger than bad men or corrupt unions. It was about how something at the core of our society was beginning to rot.
This is precisely what the radical reformer in Kennedy had hoped to convey with his book, that the very centers of American power were in danger of being corrupted. By harnessing Hollywood's magic, Kennedy thought his warning message would finally get the public's full attention. The Attorney General asked Sheridan and Guthman to assist Schulberg on the script. Paul Newman was approached to play Bobby in the movie. By July 1962, Schulberg believed The Enemy Within was headed toward becoming not merely a sequel to Waterfront, but a significant extension of that film on a national scale. Then, 11 days after telling Kennedy the cameras were ready to roll, Jerry Wald dropped dead of a heart attack at the age of 49 in his Beverly Hills home. Schulberg feared that the project would die with him. He thought that the rotund, ebullient independent producer-maker of hits like From Here to Eternity, Peyton Place, and Key Largo was the only one in Hollywood who had the courage and the clout to make the movie. Schulberg was right. After Wald's death, a labor racketeer paid a visit to the deceased producer's studio, 20th Century Fox. Walking brazenly into the office of the studio president, he announced that if 20th Century Fox went ahead with the project, it would be plagued by labor troubles. Teamsters would refuse to deliver prints of the film to theaters. Stink bombs would be thrown into cinemas where it was shown. The studio abruptly dropped the film. Kennedy convinced Schulberg to produce The Enemy Within himself, and he began searching for financing. But the two men soon found out how much muscle organized crime had in Hollywood. Some studios were under the direct control of the mafia, Schulberg later wrote, and, of course, those studios rejected out of hand. Columbia, which had released On the Waterfront, showed a brief interest in The Enemy Within. But then the movie company got a warning from a Hoffa attorney, a letter that was disturbingly extra-legal, Schulberg recalled, and a studio meeting to discuss the film was suddenly canceled. Schulberg's cast also became infected with fear. One star showed up at Schulberg's house drunk one night and told the screenwriter he was afraid he would be killed if he appeared in the movie. The Enemy Within never made it to the screen. Schulberg had grown up a Hollywood prince, the son of movie mogul B.P. Schulberg. He had written one of Hollywood's masterpieces, winner of the 1955 Academy Award for Best Picture. Bobby Kennedy was known as the second most powerful man in the country. But they could not get a movie made over the blunt opposition of organized crime. It was a stunning lesson in the dark workings of American power. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff marched into the president's office at 7:59 p.m. He had been summoned by his commander-in-chief, but it was the general, with his rugged jaw, gray-flecked hair, and silver stars, who seemed to radiate the most authority in the room. Even when the president told the general why he had been brought to the White House, his commanding self-confidence seemed to remain intact. The president had made a shocking discovery. His Joint Chiefs chairman was plotting to overthrow his government and replace it with a regular, very South America junta, in the president's words. He confronted the military man with irrefutable evidence of his treason, but the general did not immediately crumble. He lashed viciously into the president. "You have lost the respect of the country," he told him. "Your policies have brought us to the edge of disaster. Military morale has sunk to the lowest point in 30 years. In his eagerness to make peace with the Soviet Union, the president had acted as recklessly as a naive boy. The president was shaken by the general's defiance. The plot had been exposed, but the president was still uncertain of victory. He knew that the power of the U.S. military establishment had been growing unchallenged ever since World War II. He knew that the general enjoyed heroic stature among the American people. He knew that after living for years in the shadow of nuclear terror, the public was ripe for a military strongman who promised them security. When people feel helpless, they start going to extremes, the president had mused aloud with his most trusted aides when he first heard about the coup plot. Look at the history. Joe McCarthy, then the Birch Society. The climate for democracy in this country is the worst it's ever been. People have seriously started looking for a Superman. After their taut confrontation in the Oval Office, the general finally agreed to submit his resignation. In return, the president agreed not to make public the military conspiracy and to allow its masterminds to quietly retire to civilian life.
It was a compromise that underlined the Democratic president's sense of moderation and restraint, but perhaps his political weakness too. At the White House press conference where he later announced the general's resignation, the president denied reports of an attempted coup. The beleaguered leader did not want to further undermine confidence in his government. The American military is deeply indoctrinated in the principles of the Constitution, the president lectured the assembled reporters, so such treason is foreign to our officer corps. I am sure the American people do not believe that any such thought ever entered the mind of any general officer in our services since the day the country began, the president said as he concluded the conference. Let us pray that it never will. For those who knew how close to the brink the country had really come, the president's reassurances must have seemed bleakly hollow. These were not real-life scenes from the Kennedy presidency, but fictional scenes inspired by the increasingly ominous mood in the Capitol. They take place at the end of 7 Days in May, the best-selling novel about a military coup that comes chillingly close to success. Written by Washington journalists Fletcher Knebel and Charles W. Bailey, the political potboiler lacked literary flair, suffering from cardboard characters and corny dialogue. But its spooky scenario struck a chord with the public when it was published in September 1962, after nearly 2 years of well-publicized tensions between civilian and military officials in the Kennedy administration. Knebel, a White House correspondent for Look magazine, said he got the idea for 7 Days in May after interviewing the country's always disturbing Air Force Chief Curtis LeMay, who at one point shocked the journalist by going off the record to fume against President Kennedy's cowardice at the Bay of Pigs. Knebel and his co-author were not just expressing their own anxieties and those of the public about the stability of the Kennedy presidency. They were channeling the fears of the Kennedy brothers themselves. Both men were haunted by the premonition that their administration would end violently. They raised the subject of a coup or assassination with eerie frequency during their brief hold on power. Surely no American presidency, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln's, has been so filled with intimations of its own mortality. Yet oddly, this chronic concern of the Kennedys has received scant attention in histories of the administration. JFK made a habit of shocking his friends with the morbid specter of his own bloody demise. One day, JFK was sailing off Palm Beach with Grant Stockdale, an old friend and fundraiser whom he appointed ambassador to Ireland. JFK began shooting off rounds from a .22 rifle over the empty ocean, and he urged his friend to join him. Stockdale said, "Not on your life, not with all the Secret Service around and me with a gun in my hands." JFK then turned thoughtfully. "Stock, do you think I'll be assassinated?" His friend rushed to reassure him. "Chief, don't even think about such a thing. Of course you won't."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice.
other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. Kennedy brought up the subject on several occasions with Charlie Bartlett, even discussing at length with him what kind of president Lyndon Johnson would make after his own violent departure. One day, the two men were taking a relaxing drive on a backcountry road in Virginia. Suddenly, a car shot past the Secret Service car that was trailing the president and then roared past JFK and his friend. He was shaken a little bit by this car going by, Bartlett recalled, and he said, "Those fellows should have stopped them. The Secret Service should have stopped that car." And then he disliked the fact that he was showing concern, and he said, "Charlie, that man might have shot you." But the thing was obviously on his mind. John Kennedy had highly sensitive political nerve endings. He was acutely attuned to the dark rumblings in Washington, and so were journalists like Noble, who enjoyed good access at the White House. Noble had known Kennedy since his days in Congress, when he recognized the dazzling young politician from Boston as a comer. He was just good copy, that's all, with the money and the flashiness and the beautiful wife and the whole thing, you know, Noble later said. Also, I felt strongly that he was going someplace, so I just began hanging around his office. Like his wife, fellow Look staff writer Laura Fletcher Noble, he developed a genial, sparring relationship with JFK. Once, after showing Kennedy a 15,000-word profile of him that he had written for an upcoming book about the 1960 presidential race, Kennedy was sharply challenged by the candidate on one of his facts. Kennedy had written about a well-documented loan that Joe Kennedy had made to the publisher of the Boston Post during JFK's 1952 Senate race. Soon after, the Post's editorial page switched allegiance from Republican candidate Henry Cabot Lodge to JFK. The way you write this about that '52 election, any reader would think that we had bought that paper for the editorial support, Kennedy objected. Frankly, that's the implication I want to leave because I think that's what happened, Noble shot back. The two men continued squabbling at some length over Kennebal's characterization of the deal, until Kennedy finally got him to agree to insert a strong denial from family finance man Stephen Smith. Their dispute resolved, JFK then walked Kennedy to his door. Years later, the journalist laughed at the memory of what Kennedy did next. This was a trait about Kennedy that reporters just loved. It just killed them. Opening the door for Kennedy, Kennedy said, "You know, we had to buy that really paper or I would have lost the election." How shrewd that guy was, you know, the journalist later marveled. That strange, whimsical, almost magical quality that guy had about him, he did have it. It wasn't something that was painted on by the press or that was manufactured. It was real. Noble made sure that Kennedy got an early copy of 7 Days in May before it was published. JFK quickly devoured the book, as did his brother and others in their circle. Then Kennedy contacted Hollywood director John Frankenheimer, maker of the soon-to-be-released film The Manchurian Candidate, another Cold War thriller JFK admired, and encouraged him to turn 7 Days in May into a movie. So began a remarkable, little-known footnote of the Kennedy years, when the president appealed to his Hollywood friends to help him awake the nation to the threat of far-right treason. The president wanted to send his enemies in Washington a message. Kennedy wanted 7 Days in May to be made as a warning. Arthur Schlesinger said years later over glasses of Perrier and lemon in the book-lined drawing room of New York Century Club. The president said, "The first thing I'm going to tell my successor is don't trust the military men, even on military matters." President Kennedy wanted 7 Days in May. Pierre Salinger conveyed this to us, Frankenheimer recalled. The Pentagon didn't want it done. Kennedy said that when we wanted to shoot at the White House, he would conveniently go to Hyannisport that weekend. JFK had also encouraged the production of Frankenheimer's Manchurian Candidate, which starred the president's yet-to-be excommunicated friend Frank Sinatra. Destined to become a Cold War classic, the 1962 film was a perverse dream that tapped into the political psychosis of the era. In The Manchurian Candidate, brainwashing communists and scheming right-wing extremists are amoral equivalents. They join forces to assassinate a president and dispose of American democracy. Kennedy was an avid fan of the darkly lurid 1959 Richard Condon bestseller on which the film was based. When United Artists suddenly got cold feet about the movie, fearing that it might exacerbate Cold War tensions, Sinatra persuaded Kennedy to intervene with the studio. The president maintained an active interest in the movie's production. He was really interested in the facts of the project, Sinatra recalled. On August 29, 1962, Kennedy gave The Manchurian Candidate a special screening at the White House. John Kennedy clearly grasped Hollywood's dreamlike power to conjure the public's deepest fears and hopes. As with Bobby's Enemy Within project, JFK showed his communication savvy by turning to Hollywood on 7 Days in May. But there is also something poignant about his entreaty. The fact that the President of the United States was driven to enlist the support of show business friends in his struggle with the military underscores how embattled he must have felt. Frankenheimer and an A-list of Hollywood liberals responded to the president's call. Kirk Douglas's production company acquired the rights to the novel, even before it was published, and he agreed to co-star in the film with Burt Lancaster as the mutinous General James Mattoon Scott, and Frederick March as peace-loving President Jordan Lyman. The Defense Department shunned the 7 Days in May project, Kennable later reported, after Frankenheimer refused to submit the script by future Twilight Zone creator Rod Serling for consideration, as military censors euphemistically called the process. But with Kennedy's support, Frankenheimer filmed scenes at the White House and staged riots outside on Pennsylvania Avenue, mock battles between opponents and supporters of President Lyman that echoed the real-life clashes swirling around the Kennedy administration. Months later, Look magazine ran a photo essay by Noble on the making of 7 Days in May, including shots of overturned government cars burning in the streets of Washington. The journalist revealed the rampant anxieties that the movie's production had set off within the government. At the outset of filming, the movie makers had a call from still another arm of government. The Secret Service was alarmed at a spurious report that the movie involved a president's assassination. 3 days after the magazine's publication date, Kennedy was dead. A strange and melancholy air would hang over the film when it was finally released in February 1964, despite the fact that in the story at least, the good guys won. The day Kennedy was assassinated, Paramount Pictures, the distributor of 7 Days in May, planned to run an ad for the film using a quote from one of its fictional military conspirators. "Impeach him, hell! There are better ways of getting rid of him." The studio yanked the ad at the last minute, fearing it was too provocative, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing coincidence on the very day the president was shot, Variety later reported. But several media commentators found the movie itself too disturbing when it was released. An opinion writer in the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner questioned whether movies like 7 Days in May should be made. The world is on.
A Los Angeles Times columnist felt compelled to reassure his readers that a military coup could not really happen in America, quoting none other than retired Admiral Arleigh Burke to support his case. Meanwhile, congressmen, including Melvin Laird, a future Secretary of Defense, called for the movie to be clearly labeled fiction before it was shown overseas. 7 Days in May was one of several nerve-wracking political features to come out of the Kennedy years, including The Manchurian Candidate, Dr. Strangelove, and Failsafe. Together, they weave a jittery picture of American democracy as an excitingly perilous arena, in the observation of film critic J. Hoberman. Shot in sober black and white and populated by demagogues, dupes, and traitors, such movies were delirious news bulletins that set American presidents and presidential candidates in the midst of some personal or public Armageddon. Hollywood, in short, was trying to tell America something about the country's precarious political situation. With most of the Washington press corps remaining cheerfully oblivious to the ominous tensions building in the nation's capital, the delirious news bulletins had to come from the country's dream factory. Critics would later call these films masterpieces of political paranoia. But Frankenheimer rejected the description in an interview near the end of his life. Paranoia only exists if the circumstances are totally untrue, he pointed out. And America was fraught with dangerous circumstances in those years, he said. As for the Manchurian Candidate, he said, history has vividly demonstrated that there are lots and lots of plots to assassinate presidents and high-ranking figures for political gain. There's a certain grotesque reality about the Manchurian Candidate. And as far as 7 Days in May is concerned, we know that there was a very definite group in the military that would have, at one point, liked to have taken over the government. The extreme right has been very, very effective in undermining quite a few things that could have changed the destiny of this country. Her husband never believed the lone gunman theory of President Kennedy's demise, said Evans Frankenheimer, widow of the director, who died in 2002. She said that John Frankenheimer would discuss his ideas about the assassination with Bobby Kennedy, with whom he drew close in 1968 while filming his presidential campaign ads. Both men agreed there were other forces at work in Dallas besides Oswald. When President Kennedy read the advance copy of 7 Days in May that Noble had sent him in late summer 1962, he was confident that he could head off any such disaster before it befell the country. The day after reading the book, JFK went sailing on the Honeyfits with his old World War II pal, Red Fay. As the Assistant Navy Secretary, Fay served as a window for the president into the hostile military culture. Fay, too, had read an early copy of 7 Days in May, and he was eager to hear JFK's opinion of the book. Could a military coup really happen here? It's possible, JFK told his sailing mate in a calm voice. It could happen in this country, but the conditions would have to be just right. If, for example, the country had a young president and he had a Bay of Pigs, there would be a certain uneasiness. Maybe the military would do a little criticizing behind his back, but this would be written off as the usual military dissatisfaction with civilian control. Then, if there were another Bay of Pigs, the reaction of the country would be, is he too young and inexperienced? The military would almost feel that it was their patriotic obligation to stand ready to preserve the integrity of the nation, and only God knows just what segment of democracy they would be defending if they overthrew the elected establishment. Finally, said the president, if there were a third Bay of Pigs, it could happen. He paused as Fay absorbed this chilling scenario. But it won't happen on my watch, Kennedy added. Just weeks later, however, the Kennedy administration would suffer 2 more shocks to the system, with one crisis following hard on the heels of the other. Both crises deepened the same jagged fracture lines in the government that the Bay of Pigs had first chiseled. They reinforced the conviction in some Washington quarters that this was a failing presidency. And, as Kennedy sensed would happen, there were now those who felt a patriotic obligation to do something about it. I haven't had such an interesting time since the Bay of Pigs, President Kennedy dryly remarked. His brother was in an equally mordant mood. The Attorney General announced today he's joining Allen Dulles at Princeton University, he deadpanned. It was nearing midnight on September 30, 1962. The Kennedys were huddled in the cabinet room with a handful of their closest advisors, including O'Donnell and Sorensen.
The president was nervously pacing the room while Bobby crouched over a telephone connecting him to the University of Mississippi, where a race riot sparked by the arrival of James Meredith, who would become the first black student to enroll at Ole Miss, was rapidly blossoming into a full-blown Southern insurrection against the federal government. As the night wore on, Bobby continued to monitor the deteriorating situation by phone, talking to his top two men at the scene, Deputy Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach and Ed Guthman, who relayed increasingly frantic reports from a payphone booth in the Lyceum, the old administration building where they were holed up. Outside the historic colonnaded structure, where wounded Confederate soldiers had once been nursed, raged what some would call the last battle of the Civil War. A motley federal force comprising a few hundred marshals and hastily deputized prison guards, border patrolmen, alcohol and tobacco agents and the like were desperately trying to hold off over 2,500 students, Klansmen, squirrel hunters, and even off-duty lawmen who, armed with bricks, metal pipes, gas-filled Coke bottles, and shotguns, were trying to overrun the citadel. As they charged, they filled the warm night with blood-curdling rebel yells and cries to lynch the nigger. A majority of the federal marshals were Southerners themselves and were no champions of school integration. But under the command of the Attorney General's favorite New York Irishman, Jim McShane, they resolutely held their ground during the long, bloody siege, using only tear gas guns to repel the rioters. The marshals were under strict orders not to draw their sidearms unless the mob came close to grabbing Meredith, who was passing the night with odd serenity on a dormitory cot not far from the Lyceum. "Stay right by Meredith. Shoot anybody that puts a hand on him," Robert Kennedy told his men. James Meredith, an eccentric and visionary 28-year-old Air Force veteran, was possessed by a religious-like belief in his mission, which he described as a divine responsibility to end white supremacy in his native Mississippi. He had been inspired to undertake this dangerous endeavor after hearing President Kennedy sound freedom's trumpet in his inauguration speech. Meredith had the supreme equanimity of a man who didn't much care whether he lived or died in the process. But the federal marshals were frantic to save his skin as well as their own. And as their tear gas supplies ran perilously low and the attacks on their thin line of defense outside the Lyceum grew more vicious, they were not confident they would succeed. Inside the Lyceum, the scene was bloody bedlam. A young marshal from Memphis had been shot in the throat, severing his jugular vein, and he was dragged inside the building, jetting blood onto the walls and tile floor. The marshal, Graham E. Same, would expire and come back to life 4 times that night, but would miraculously survive. Dozens of other marshals with broken and bleeding limbs were splayed on the floor.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Barnes. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. Others were collapsed against the blood-splattered walls, crying inside their gas masks. There was no doctor at this point in the siege and few medical supplies. A persistent sniper was blasting away at the Lyceum's windows. A swirling, eye-stinging haze of tear gas came drifting into the building from the ferocious battle outside. Kenny O'Donnell, who at one point relieved Bobby on the phone in the cabinet room, was shaken by what he was hearing. Guthman's so scared he can't talk. Helpless feelings on the other end of that phone. And these were two men who had weathered the firestorm of World War II combat. "How's it going down there?" the Attorney General asked Guthman when he got back on the phone. "Pretty rough," Guthman told him. "It's getting like the Alamo." A pause. Then Bobby replied, "Well, you know what happened to those guys, don't you?" The black Irish humor again. The exchange would be widely quoted in later reports on the Battle of Ole Miss, as a way of underlining the Kennedy's grace under pressure. There were indeed flashes of Kennedy wit throughout the long night. But what comes across most vividly in listening to the tapes from the Cabinet Room and Oval Office that later surfaced, thanks to the secret recording system installed in the White House by the President, is the Kennedy brothers' mounting rage. It started when they began puzzling over the Army's ass-dragging pace that night, its strange failure to promptly relieve the bloodied and outnumbered federal marshals. It grew when mad-eyed, beetle-browed General Edwin Walker, recently forced into retirement, suddenly appeared in the college town dressed in a natty black suit and his trademark gray Stetson, and showed up later at a Confederate monument on campus, where he rallied the ragtag army of race haters. And it boiled over as Army officials offered a series of excuses for why their troops were moving so slowly to prevent the lynching of James Meredith and the slaughter of his federal guard. The question that comes searingly through these presidential transcripts is, why is the military being so unresponsive to the commander-in-chief? "General Walker's been out downtown getting people stirred up," Bobby Kennedy told the Cabinet Room group at one point. "Well, let's see if we can arrest him," he said over the phone, connecting him to Oxford, Mississippi. "Will you tell the FBI that we need an arrest warrant?" Mention of the mutinous retired general prompted a strong reaction from the president. "General Walker," JFK said disgustedly to the room. "Imagine that son of a difficult person having been commander of a division up till last year, and the Army promoting him." The president's comment raised the specter of a military coup in Sorensen's mind. "Have you read 7 Days in May?" he asked the president. "Yeah," said Kennedy. "It's pretty interesting," remarked Sorensen. "I read it straight through." Kennedy, a voracious and sophisticated reader, then subjected the book to a sharp literary critique. The novel was marred by awful amateurish dialogue, and the portrayal of the president was awfully vague, but the treasonous General Scott made a strong impression on Kennedy. His brother brought the group back to the disturbing reality of General Walker. "He's getting them all stirred up. If he has them march down there with guns, we could have a hell of a battle." Later, gruesome reports from the blood-splattered Lyceum flowed into the Cabinet Room. Even the normally calm and collected Nick Katzenbach, who had gone down with his B-26 over the Mediterranean in 1943,
spending the rest of the war in a German prison camp from which he twice escaped, was starting to lose his cool, demanding to know when the Army was going to rescue them. "Very Army," cursed RFK about midnight. "They can't even tell if the MPs have left yet." More than 90 minutes had now passed since the Attorney General had ordered troops from the 503rd Military Police Battalion, the Army's riot control SWAT team, to move from Memphis to Oxford. But Army Secretary Cyrus Vance and Major General Crichton Abrams, who was in charge of the military operation and would later command the war in Vietnam, seemed at a maddening loss to explain the soldiers' delay. The president barraged Vance with at least 15 phone calls that night, trying to find out what was going on with his troops. The Army Secretary, suffering from a ruptured disc, lay on his office floor as the president berated him. "Where's the Army?" Kennedy shouted at Vance. "Where are they? Why aren't they moving?" Army officials would later explain that it was simply a case of bad planning, resulting from the Kennedys' original desire to avoid a dramatic display of military force in the South, and the Army's inexperience in domestic operations of this sort. The 503rd's frantic road trip that night produced the comic spectacle of Army officers in full battle gear rolling into backcountry gas stations in their Jeeps and demanding Tennessee-Mississippi highway maps. Henry Gallagher, a 23-year-old second lieutenant who was leading an Army convoy to Ole Miss, was so desperate to find his way there that he ordered his Jeep driver to kidnap a Navy shore patrolman with a Southern accent who seemed to know the area. "I said that we were all from up north and didn't have the foggiest idea where the town of Oxford was. I said that he had to come with us," recalled Gallagher. He was incredulous. "Sir, I can't do that. I'm on duty here at this gate. My captain will go crazy wondering where I am." I said something to the effect that we were all under orders from President Kennedy and he had to go with us. I motioned to. He came around and picked up the startled SP in a bear hug and placed him in the back of the Jeep. But in the cabinet room that night, which throbbed with the taut nerves of a war room, the Army's stumbling performance seemed more than a comedy of errors. It felt like insubordination. This was how far relations between the White House and Pentagon had sunk by this point in the Kennedy administration. In their high-anxiety mood, the Kennedy brothers and their advisors sensed something sinister in the military's farcical incompetence. They were outraged by how indifferent the Army seemed to presidential orders. "I'll be darned if the President of the United States calls up and says, 'Get your rear down there,'" said O'Donnell, his Irish rising. "Yeah, I would think they'd be on that really plane in about 5 minutes. I have a hunch that Khrushchev would get those troops in fast enough," he added with bitter sarcasm. JFK expressed his disgust at once again being jerked around by men in uniform. "They always give you their mess about their instant reaction and split-second timing, but it never works out. No wonder it's so hard to win a war." Robert Kennedy had never seen his brother so angry during his presidency, not during the humiliations of the Bay of Pigs and the Vienna summit, not during the nerve-wracking showdown over Berlin or tense negotiations over Laos. "People are dying in Oxford," JFK erupted at General Abrams. "This is the worst thing I've seen in 45 years. I want the military police battalion to enter the action. You are to proceed to the campus forthwith." Bobby himself told a reporter the next morning that last night was the worst night I ever spent. He was his brother's point man on civil rights. He was supposed to be in control of volatile situations like this. But the night seemed on the verge of exploding into the most spectacular nightmare of the Kennedy presidency, a racial bloodbath that would tear.
O'Donnell later offered a riveting, you-are-there account of the rising feelings of calamity in the cabinet room as the Mississippi night burned on. "Clearly, we are very panicked by all this right now. That might be killed, federal marshals killed, and troops potentially killed. Going to be a political catastrophe as well as a devastating set of events for everyone who is directly involved. The implications both at home and across the globe are enormous. Nick is on the phone from Oxford, and Bobby is on the phone from the cabinet room. The president is pacing back and forth in the cabinet room, listening to the conversation. He is as upset as I have ever seen him. The president is now seeing the full portent of this problem, all the implications if things go terribly wrong, and a real fear that there will be a bloodbath there. The president and the attorney general were, to say the least, a little unhappy with the military. The president required a memorandum explaining to him in detail why they had failed to mention what was really critical information to us in deciding the strategy for deployment. The president was just livid, absolutely livid. The tempo of violence is increasing minute by minute now in Oxford. It becomes clear that the most horrible possibility is now in existence, that the marshals will be overwhelmed, and that Meredith, and now really the president's own men, meaning Nick and the others, are in danger of their lives. The marshals are clearly being overwhelmed, and many of them have been very seriously injured at this point. The president is on the phone almost every minute now. First, he began with the Pentagon to get some answers. He quickly became exasperated with this conversation, so he hung up and called the base in Memphis again to find out what is going on. He gets the general directly, and the guy finally admits that they have not loaded the helicopters. They are all there now, but there is a new problem. The president can't imagine what is the new problem. Well, the problem is, the general admits, they are not sure where they are going or how to get there. The president is stunned. You know, we are sitting staring at each other. This is supposed to be the greatest military in the world. They explained to the president that when they laid out all these plans and briefed the attorney general, it was all based on a mission during the daytime. That now it has become a nighttime mission. They are not sure they can get there in the helicopters at night, and they do not know where to land. I mean, here we are sitting in the cabinet room of the White House, and they are literally saying to the president, "Where should we land? We do not know where to land." He could not believe it. During the Bay of Pigs, President Kennedy had learned that he could not safely delegate responsibility for a high-stakes operation to the CIA. On the night of Ole Miss, he and his advisors discovered that they could not rely on the military to carry out even a domestic operation against a few hundred students and rednecks, in Sorensen's caustic words. Surveying the frantic scene in the cabinet room, O'Donnell was struck by the grotesque absurdity of what he was witnessing. The President of the United States forced to play the role of air traffic controller, conferring with his staff on where to land the helicopters, and then dialing a lowly sergeant on the ground in Oxford to make sure there would be trucks to pick up the troops when they landed. The uniformed grunt on the other end of the president's phone proved to be the most proficient military man with whom Kennedy talked that night. The president joked, "Maybe we should put him in charge," O'Donnell observed. It was not until 2:15 in the morning, when the first wave of heavily armed MPs finally came storming through the flames toward the Lyceum, that the Kennedy War Room could begin to relax. By some calculations, the troops began arriving more than 3 hours after the Army promised they would. But Robert Kennedy later estimated the military's delay at more than 5 hours. A deep-throated roar went up from the battered marshals. Their tear gas supplies were all but depleted, and they were just minutes away from being overrun by the mob. The soldiers were thunderstruck by the scene that greeted them, with burning cars, the crackle of gunfire, and the moans of the wounded, creating a hellish battlefield. "I could not believe what I saw," recalled Lieutenant John Migliore. "I could not believe I was on the campus of a university in the United States of America.
But the worst was over now. Faced with the full might of the U.S. military, the rioters soon began to disperse. By then, 2 men were dead, a reporter for Agence France Presse and a local jukebox repairman, and a total of 166 federal marshals were wounded. Dozens of soldiers, students, and rioters were also injured in the Battle of Ole Miss. Some 300 people were arrested, men and boys of all ages who had come from all over the Deep South and from as far away as California. They had flooded into the mossy, idyllic college town in response to the racist rallying cries of rebel leaders like General Walker, who urged them to bring your flags, your tents, and your skillets and take a final stand for Southern sovereignty against the tyranny of federal race mixing. The Attorney General's office even received an FBI report about a Wisconsin segregationist who planned to fly a surplus military plane to battle in Oxford. The Mississippi tempest left another cloud of ill will and distrust over White House-Pentagon relations. The Attorney General vented his anger with the military by going after General Walker as ferociously as he pursued gangsters. The morning after the riot, Walker was arrested by federal marshals and flown to a Missouri psychiatric prison where he was to undergo examination before standing charges on insurrection. The New York Times observed that committing the general to a mental hospital was regarded as unusual. But Bobby Kennedy was in no mood for judicial restraint. He summoned Cy Vance's aide, Joe Califano, who was considered the Pentagon expert on the zealous general, and made it clear that his job was to keep Walker behind bars. There was no discussion of Walker's rights, Califano recalled in his memoir, no echoes of the right to bail that was stressed in my criminal law course at Harvard. Whatever it takes to keep him locked up in that hospital, that's what we need, was the message from the Attorney General as he stared at me. I knew Kennedy had mercilessly chewed out Vance for not getting Army troops to Oxford in time to avoid the violence. His chilling glare at me said, "Maybe you guys in the Army can at least get something right." But Walker's attorney appealed to his far-right sympathizers in Congress, calling his client the United States' first political prisoner, and the insurrectionary general was released 7 days later. The Ole Miss crisis also drove a permanent wedge between the Kennedy administration and the White South, a political crack that the brothers had been desperately trying to caulk over, at least until JFK was safely reelected. But as the Kennedy brothers finally went to bed on the dawn of October 1, they knew a historic turning point had been reached. The old Democratic coalition could no longer be held together. It was a house divided and would soon fall. The president, angry and distraught, goes home about 6 o'clock that morning, remembered O'Donnell. We all went home. I went home and Bobby did as well. We went home knowing for the moment that we had at least saved the lives of those involved. But in fact, whatever cordiality that ever existed between the Southern states and the rest of us was now at an end.
There was to be no more pretense, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Barnes, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. There was to be no more pretense, and this issue would not and could not be detained any further. The president, besides being just personally deeply disturbed, also realizes that this glossing over of the great national problem and the attempt to reach some sort of consensus with the southern states, with its congressmen and senators, is now at an end. The bitter feelings from this incident will spill over for a long time to come. Raised in a privileged world of country clubs and prep schools, the Kennedy brothers were slow to recognize that the entrenched evils of racism had to be fully confronted by the government in order for the American journey to continue. In the beginning, they saw the exploding demands for racial equality as a political problem that had to be managed, rather than as a moral imperative. The problem with you people, a peevish and arrogant Bobby snapped at NAACP lawyer Thurgood Marshall, is that you want too much too fast. During JFK's first year in office, Martin Luther King Jr. famously remarked that President Kennedy seemed intellectually supportive of the civil rights movement, but emotionally disengaged. I'm convinced that he has the understanding and the political skill, but so far I'm afraid that the moral passion is missing. But pushed and pulled by the heroism of the civil rights crusaders and the righteous power of their cause, the Kennedy brothers, first Bobby, then the cooler Jack, began to change. By the time Ole Miss erupted, the Kennedys were viewed as hostile foreign leaders in the white South because of their growing support for civil rights. If Khrushchev was running against Kennedy here, Khrushchev would beat him, groused a Mississippi voter. And if Bob Kennedy was the candidate, Khrushchev would beat him worse. In the days following the bloody insurrection, Attorney General Kennedy ordered young Justice Department aides to roam the Ole Miss campus and the town of Oxford and report back to him on the mood of the smoldering battleground. Oxford was a seat of culture and learning, home of Nobel Prize-winning novelist William Faulkner, who had died the summer before the conflagration at his stately Greek revival house, Roanoke. Faulkner had predicted something like the Ole Miss insurrection before his death, writing that white Southerners would embrace another civil war knowing they're going to lose rather than bow to desegregation of their schools. The writer's nephew, Murray, had bravely and loyally led the local National Guard unit during the Battle of Ole Miss, rushing to the aid of the federal marshals despite the outrage of his fellow Southerners, and at one point scurrying with a squad to the defense of a black church that was on the verge of being torched. He suffered 2 broken bones during the riot when a flying brick struck his arm. But even among the educated people of Oxford, the sentiments about the Kennedys were raw. When the Attorney General phoned Captain Faulkner, as his wing of the family spelled their name, after the uprising to congratulate him on a job well done, the reaction was far from soldierly pride. Later, I told the troop of my call and conversation, Faulkner recalled. Rather than the compliment being a morale booster, it had an adverse effect, making us more disgusted than ever.
Robert Kennedy's men brought back disturbing reports and documents from the Mississippi front, primitive racist artifacts that he stored in his Justice Department files like the archaeology of a lost civilization. Much of it revealed the underlying sexual panic behind the anti-Meredith furor, the fear that incoming black male students would defile the pure white magnolia of Southern womanhood. The president was really disgusted by the sexual phobias on florid display at Ole Miss, O'Donnell later remarked. Leaflets depicting fresh-scrubbed blonde co-eds in the arms of grossly caricatured black coons littered the campus. How would you like it if your exquisitely formed white child was no longer white, pink cheeks no longer pink, blue eyes no longer blue, its sensitive mind no longer sensitive but ape-like, its beautiful body no longer beautiful but black and evil-smelling? Another leaflet urged that Meredith be socially isolated like a piece of furniture of no value, while Klansmen meanwhile explored a more direct approach, plotting to kidnap and lynch him at the earliest opportunity. A student newsletter called Rebel Underground attacked the Kennedy brothers as the KKK, Kennedy Coon Keepers, while the Mississippi Junior Chamber of Commerce denounced the administration's act of tyranny, branding it one of the most tragic events in the history of beloved country, federal force against a sovereign state, education at bayonet. A bumper sticker read, "The Castro brothers have moved into the White House." One leaflet distributed to white soldiers stationed on campus tried to stir up mutinous passions in the ranks. "Do not be tricked into fighting your fellow Americans," read the appeal to the Army troops. "Kennedy is out to destroy America because he is a sick, sick communist. If you will join with your fellow Americans here in Mississippi, no force on earth can conquer us. Together with all other good Americans, we will remove Red Jack Kennedy and all the other Communist Party politicians from office and go on from there to wipe the hell-spawned filth of communism from the face of the earth." James Symington, who had replaced John Seigenthaler as RFK's administrative aide, was one of the young men Kennedy dispatched to Ole Miss. Symington, the son of Senator Stuart Symington of Missouri, arrived in Oxford the morning after the riot in a small government plane. "The marshal who picked me up at the local airport told me to cover my head with my coat as we drove into town in case a brick came through the window," Symington recalled in a recent interview. The young Kennedy aide questioned dozens of people who had been arrested during the riot, as well as preachers, newspaper publishers, judges, and other local dignitaries. The testimony he collected from the Mississippi Delta was almost uniformly distressing. Young rioters told him they didn't want to get into any trouble, but they were following orders from their daddies or preachers. "One preacher let me into his church," said Symington, "and told me, 'You represent a tyranny.' I said, 'How do you think black people feel living in Mississippi with no rights?' He said, 'Well, it's better to have a lot of little tyrannies than one big one.'" Another minister told Symington that telephone linemen had observed hillbillies camping in the woods waiting for the troops to leave so they could come in for Meredith. The military occupation of Oxford would last for nearly 10 months. A small squad of federal marshals stayed on to protect Meredith through his graduation. Later, Symington was asked to speak to a group of Ole Miss grad students. "I went to a little house in town. I brought my guitar to sing some old folk songs, which I did in those days. I was greeted at the door by a young man with a tall glass, the kind you'd fill with milk, but it was filled to the top with bourbon. I said, 'How about a little ice in that?' He said, 'We don't water our drinks in Mississippi.' I walked into the kitchen and I saw a whole tray of skinned squirrels. Then I went and sat in the living room and played some songs on my guitar. They brought out the squirrels and gave me one to eat. One guy told me, 'You've got to stick your fork right in there, like it's a lobster, and get that white blob. What do you think that is, Yankee?' And I said, 'First of all, I'm not a Yankee. I'm from Missouri, and that's a border state. And I think it's the brain.'
And I said, 'Well, that's just grand-so. Why can't they go to school with you?' And they said, 'That's not the way we love 'em.'" Someone brought Robert Kennedy a souvenir from the Battle of Ole Miss, a white federal marshal's helmet that had been dented by a flying missile. Kennedy kept the battered helmet on display in his office for the rest of his tenure as Attorney General, as a graphic reminder of what the administration was confronting. When it came time for President Kennedy to honor the heroism that was displayed in Oxford during that long night, he did not hand out citations to anyone from the U.S. Army or the FBI. He summoned 5 ragged warriors from the ranks of the federal marshals. During a White House ceremony, Kennedy told the men that if they had not stood their ground and James Meredith had been lynched, it would have been a blow from which the United States and Mississippi would not have recovered for many years. Ole Miss drove home 2 unavoidable conclusions for the Kennedy administration. The U.S. Army could not be trusted to settle a domestic crisis, and the South was hostile territory. The crisis stirred new doubts within JFK's inner circle about how firmly the president was in control of his own military. And the Battle of Oxford, with its jolting images of U.S. troops in action, not against Castro's Cuba, but against the American South, incited more dark muttering among Kennedy's opponents about the president's leadership. James Meredith had forced a U.S. president to send troops into the South for the first time since the Civil War to protect the human rights of Black Americans. "I wasn't there as a student, I was there as a soldier," the courageous and messianic Meredith later declared. "I was a general, I was in command of everything." There were many defenders of the old order, not just in the South, but in the military and the Washington establishment, who regarded this as a grossly improper use of the armed forces. Barry Goldwater denounced the display of military power as an unconstitutional federal attempt to seize the schools. Republican candidates in the forthcoming midterm elections made a point of standing on stage with Confederate flags fluttering behind them, a vivid symbol of the emerging GOP majority in the South. The Republican Senate candidate in South Carolina compared Kennedy to Hitler, charging that his Ole Miss actions had the earmarks of a cold-blooded, premeditated effort to crush the sovereign state of Mississippi into submission. When a high school band struck up Dixie, the Senate campaigner whooped, "I just hope that song could be heard all the way from Oxford, Mississippi to Washington, D.C." The explosion of violence in Mississippi would have reverberated even louder in Washington and across the country if another concussion of a still greater magnitude had not quickly blown it off the front pages. This crisis emanated, once again, from Cuba. It was 9:45 on the morning of Friday, October 19, 1962, 4 days after a U-2 spy plane had spotted several medium-range ballistic missile sites under construction in a remote area in the west of Cuba. The United States and Soviet Union were locked in the first week of the Cuban Missile Crisis, a 13-day dance of death that Arthur Schlesinger Jr. would later declare the most dangerous moment in human history. President Kennedy was straining to pick just the right steps in this tremulous choreography so the world did not go stumbling over the nuclear edge. He and the 2 men who had emerged as his wisest advisors, his brother Bobby and Robert McNamara, were trying to steer the decision-making process toward the idea of a naval blockade of Cuba, to stop the flow of nuclear shipments to the island, and to pressure the Soviets into a peaceful resolution of the crisis. But virtually his entire national security apparatus was pushing the president to take military action against Cuba. Leading the charge for an aggressive response were the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who were urging the president to launch surprise airstrikes on the island and then invade. On the morning of October 19th, the nation's top military commanders filed into the cabinet room to convince Kennedy to adopt their position. No meeting between a leader and his national security advisors has ever been so laden with consequence.
And no meeting during the Kennedy presidency so dramatically illustrates the divisions between the head of state and his military chiefs. Attending the meeting with the president were Joint Chiefs Chairman Maxwell Taylor, Air Force Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay, Chief of Naval Operations George Anderson, Army Chief of Staff Earl Wheeler, and Marine Corps Commandant David Shoup, as well as McNamara. Taylor was ostensibly a Kennedy man, inserted into his position by the president to inject some intellectual sophistication into the Pentagon. Shoup lacked Taylor's intellectual gifts, but also tried to position himself as a new frontiersman, spreading the word that he had supported JFK's election and clashing with Senator Strom Thurmond over the far right's attempts to indoctrinate the Marine Corps. I didn't feel that we needed to have Strom Thurmond and his henchmen determine for me what I taught the Marines about communism, Shoup later remarked. I thought it was rather ridiculous. But Kennedy expected trouble from crusty, cigar-chomping Curtis LeMay, who had been advocating a preemptive nuclear strike on Russia since the early 1950s after taking over the Strategic Air Command. LeMay dismissed Cuba as a sideshow and bluntly recommended that the United States fry it. The president also knew he could not count on support from George Anderson, the tall, handsome, straight-arrow naval chief known for lecturing his sailors to follow a morally clean path. Anderson, whose good looks earned him the nickname Gorgeous George, had proven to be as abrasive as his predecessor, Arleigh Burke, openly challenging the Kennedy-McNamara attempts to take control of defense spending and the weapons procurement process. And Wheeler, a by-the-numbers general, was still stinging from JFK's furious scolding following the Army's sluggish performance at Ole Miss. LeMay was in the habit of taking bullying command of Joint Chiefs meetings. With his sagging jowls and chronic scowl, he came across like a bulldog marking his territory. He blew cigar smoke in the faces of anyone who disagreed with him, and communicated his boredom and contempt by leaving ajar the door to the bathroom that was located off the Joint Chiefs conference room while he relieved himself with raucous abandon. The Air Force chief reverted to the same confrontational style with Kennedy in the cabinet room that morning. The loathing between the two men was mutual and complete. They had already clashed over the developing crisis at a White House meeting held the day before. Kennedy had asked LeMay to predict how the Russians would respond if the United States bombed Cuba. "They'll do nothing," LeMay blandly replied. "Are you trying to tell me that they'll let us bomb their missiles and kill a lot of Russians and then do nothing?" an incredulous Kennedy shot back. "If they don't do anything in Cuba, then they'll certainly do something in Berlin." JFK was always sensitive to how a move on one square of the Cold War chessboard might trigger a counter-move somewhere else. After the meeting, the president was still shaking his head over the general's blithe prediction. "Can you imagine LeMay saying a thing like that?" Kennedy wondered aloud to O'Donnell when he got back to his office. "These brass hats have one great advantage in their favor. If we listen to them and do what they want us to do, none of us will be alive later to tell them that they were wrong." At the Friday meeting, LeMay bluntly declared that we don't have any choice except direct military action. And he obstinately repeated his prediction from the day before, insisting that there would be no Soviet response to an airstrike on Cuba. "I don't think are going to make any reprisal if we tell them that the Berlin situation is just like it's always been. If they make a move, we're going to fight." LeMay made no effort to hide his disgust with Kennedy's blockade strategy. "It reeked of cowardly Neville Chamberlain," he growled. The general was certainly crafty enough to know what he was doing when he raised the specter of Munich. He must have known how it would put Kennedy on the defensive, with its reminder of his father's shameful performance as ambassador to London. Kennedy's blockade scheme was almost as bad as the appeasement at Munich, he needled the president. Emboldened by LeMay, the other chiefs jumped into the fray, repeating the Air Force general's call for immediate military action. "I do not see that," as long as the Soviet Union is supporting Cuba, that there is any solution to the Cuban problem except a military solution, Admiral Anderson lectured Kennedy. Even Taylor and Shoup endorsed LeMay's bellicose position. But Kennedy evaded the chief's attempts to back him into a corner. When a rambling, inarticulate Shoup offered the passing observation that the Soviet Union already had the ability to strike the United States without the Cuba missiles, Kennedy seized on this side comment. Maybe the installation of the new missiles was not such a destabilizing development, the president suggested. Perhaps it was not worth risking nuclear war over. No matter what they put in there, we could live today under, Kennedy mused aloud. This conciliatory sentiment provoked another outburst from LeMay. If we leave them there, the general fumed, the communist bloc would wield a blackmail threat against not only us, but the other South American countries. Then the Air Force chief did something remarkable. He decided to violate traditional military-civilian boundaries and issue a barely veiled political threat. If the president responded weakly to the Soviet challenge in Cuba, he warned him, there would be political repercussions overseas, where Kennedy's government would be perceived as spineless. And I'm sure a lot of our own citizens would feel that way too, LeMay added. With his close ties to militaristic congressional leaders and the far right, LeMay left no doubt about the political damage he could cause the administration. In other words, you're in a pretty bad fix at the present time, LeMay told Kennedy. It was an ugly, sneering comment, particularly in the grave atmosphere of the moment, and Kennedy did not let it pass. "What did you say?" he quickly responded. "You're in a pretty bad fix," LeMay repeated, holding his ground. "You're in there with me," the president tartly replied. Then Kennedy laughed, a strained and mirthless laugh. "Personally," he added, drilling home the point for LeMay. Ted Sorensen later expressed astonishment at LeMay's provocative behavior in the cabinet room that morning. "In that meeting, what LeMay said is almost out of 7 days in May," exclaimed Sorensen in a recent interview. "Telling Kennedy, this is like Munich, this is too soft, and the American people will think so too. That's what outraged me, a general telling the President of the United States what the people think." After an hour, Kennedy left the meeting, followed by McNamara. The confrontation with his top military men had clearly disturbed the commander-in-chief. Later he told an aide that the administration needed to make sure the Joint Chiefs did not start a war without his approval, a chronic fear of JFK's. "I don't want these nuclear weapons firing without our knowing it," he said. "I don't think we ought to accept the chief's word on that one." Kennedy had reason to question the Joint Chiefs' loyalty. After he and McNamara left the cabinet room that morning, the president's secret taping system continued to record the military chief's conversation, unbeknownst to them. As soon as the president and his defense secretary were gone, the chiefs began profanely condemning Kennedy's cautious, incremental approach to the crisis. Shoup, the supposed Kennedy loyalist, took the lead in the angry attack, as if to show his fellow generals where his allegiance truly resided. JFK always took a gradual approach in every very crisis, Shoup vented bitterly to his colleagues. "You can't go in there and mess around with the missiles," he cursed, "or you're in deep trouble." "That's right," LeMay seconded. "You're in deep trouble, in deep trouble, in deep trouble." Kennedy was hung up on the political action of a blockade, Wheeler chimed in, rather than letting his military men solve the problem. The military chief's scorn and frustration with the president came pouring out in a torrent of insubordination, as Sorensen later described. "What they said after he left the room about their commander-in-chief was outrageous," he said. With each passing day of the missile crisis, Kennedy knew that the pressures on him were growing to resolve it militarily. As he came out of the cabinet room that morning, he bumped into Sorensen, whom he had wisely kept out of the meeting to avoid provoking the Pentagon chiefs. He burst out of the meeting hot under the collar, and he said, "You and Bobby have to get a consensus on this thing." And he pointed at the meeting, and he said, "They all want war." He just felt that with the kind of pressure rising in that quarter, he knew time was going to run out. As the crisis progressed, LeMay's right-hand man, Tommy Power, whose psychological temperament even LeMay acknowledged was not stable, took it upon himself to raise the Strategic Air Command's alert status to Defect 2, one step from nuclear war. General Power clearly thought he knew better than the President of the United States how to handle the Russians. To make sure Moscow got the message, Power deliberately sent the alert in the clear so the Soviets could immediately read it. Was the White House aware of this strange Lovian move by the head of the country's nuclear air forces? No, we were not, Sorensen flatly says today. It was not until years later that surviving members of the Kennedy administration learned just how dangerous the military pressure on JFK was. At a conference held in Havana in October 2000 to mark the 40th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, former Kennedy officials were stunned to hear from their Russian counterparts how cocked and ready Soviet nuclear forces were during the showdown. The Joint Chiefs were pushing to take out the missiles with a surprise attack, recalled Schlesinger, who attended the Havana gathering. But as we discovered at the conference, the Soviet military had 40,000 troops in Cuba, not the 10 or 12,000 we expected. And the Soviet commanders in Cuba were equipped not only with strategic missiles, but with tactical nuclear missiles, and they had the delegated authority to use them to repel an American invasion. I was sitting next to Bob McNamara in Havana when the Russian general who had been head of the Red Army contingent in Cuba in 1962 suddenly revealed this. McNamara nearly fell out of his seat. We never had any expectation of that. The Havana Conference, observed Sorensen, brought to my mind and Arthur's and Bob McNamara's, all of us who participated, as never before, how close the world came to stumbling into a nuclear exchange that would have escalated very quickly on both sides to a nuclear holocaust that would have left both countries in ruins, and soon most of the world as well. The Joint Chiefs, Sorensen continued, were certain that no nuclear warheads were in Cuba at the time. They were wrong. If Kennedy had bowed to their pressure, Sorensen grimly concluded, the world would have been reduced to smoking rubble. There isn't any learning period with nuclear weapons, McNamara remarked during the Havana conference. You make one mistake and you destroy nations.
This is what McNamara tried to impress upon his military chiefs as the crisis was unfolding. After initiating the blockade, Kennedy ordered his defense secretary to keep close watch over the Navy to make sure U.S. vessels didn't do anything that would trigger World War III. There was to be no shooting at Soviet ships without McNamara's approval. But Admiral Anderson bridled under the defense secretary's hands-on control, clashing with McNamara in the Navy's flag plot room, the Pentagon command center where the blockade was being monitored. In a choleric outburst that would be dramatized in the 2000 film 13 Days, the admiral told his civilian boss that he didn't need his advice on how to manage a blockade. The Navy had been carrying out such operations since the days of the Revolution. "I don't care what John Paul Jones would have done," McNamara angrily replied. "I want to know what you are going to do now." Anderson suggested that McNamara leave the room. "Mr. Secretary, you go back to your office and I'll go to mine, and we'll take care of things." Apparently, it was the wrong thing to say to somebody of McNamara's personality, the insubordinate admiral later remarked. As McNamara left the flag plot, he told his aide Roswell Gilpatrick, "That's the end of Anderson." Like his fellow chiefs, Anderson was eager to use the missile crisis to solve the Cuban problem by invading the island. It could have been rather bloody, but I would say with a relatively low degree of casualties on the part of the American forces, the admiral remarked in a 1981 interview for the U.S. Naval Institute. I think the Cuban people would have immediately rallied to our support, and I think we could have installed a good government in Cuba. And I think with the proper warnings to the Russians and care on our part, my belief is that there would not have been a military confrontation between the Russian troops that were there and ours, because there were relatively few Russians there. I don't believe under any circumstances they would have fired those offensive weapons against the United States, or it would have been nuclear warfare. Anderson was never given the opportunity to test his theories. Several months after the missile crisis, Kennedy and McNamara pushed the admiral out of the Navy, dispatching him as ambassador to Portugal, where he would become chummy with dictator Antonio Salazar, whom he described as an extremely polite, decent, quiet man. Before leaving the Pentagon, Anderson dropped by McNamara's office, where the defense secretary tried to give him a parting handshake. The admiral, who regarded McNamara as a vindictive and deceitful man, refused his hand. "Shake hands with you? Heck no!" McNamara invited him to sit down for a talk. "Mr. Secretary, your idea of integrity is so far removed from anything we are brought up with in the military," the admiral brusquely told him during a lengthy conversation. "It's the difference between night and day." According to Anderson, McNamara burst into tears at this. Years later, you could still feel the admiral's contempt. The Kennedy civilians were nothing but crybabies in suits. The Joint Chiefs were not alone in trying to maneuver the United States into war over the Cuban Missile installations. The CIA also played a dangerous game during the crisis. CIA Director John McCone, who was the first administration official to charge the Soviets were inserting missiles into Cuba, made no secret of his desire for a shooting war over the new threat. In the weeks before the crisis exploded, the agency began leaking information about the missiles to friendly reporters like Hal Hendricks of the Miami News, who later won a Pulitzer for his scoops, as well as to Republican Senator Kenneth Keating of New York, who used the intelligence tips to politically embarrass the Kennedy administration. During the height of the crisis, President Kennedy instructed the CIA to immediately stop all raids against Cuba, to make sure that no flying sparks from the agency's secret operations set off a nuclear conflagration. But once again, the agency asserted its right to determine its own Cuba policy, independent of the president's will. In defiance of Kennedy's order, Bill Harvey mobilized 60 commandos, every single team and asset that we could scrape together, and dropped them into Cuba in anticipation of the U.S. invasion that the CIA hoped was soon to follow. When somebody in the JMW wave station tipped off Robert Kennedy to Harvey's reckless act, the Attorney General hit the roof, ripping into the CIA official at a mongoose meeting for risking World War III. An unrepentant Harvey shot back that if the Kennedys had taken care of the Cuba problem at the Bay of Pigs, the country would not be stuck in the current mess. The Attorney General stormed out of the room. Years later, at his appearance before the Church Committee, the CIA man was still dismissive of Kennedy's concerns, shrugging them off as persnickety. But for the Kennedys, it was one more demonstration of the intelligence agency's cowboy nature. "Of course I was furious," Bobby later said, recalling Harvey's wildly provocative act. He was astounded that a CIA official would risk nuclear doomsday with a half-baked operation like this. Watching the eruption between Kennedy and Harvey, McCone knew that the career of his Cuba point man had just imploded. "Harvey has destroyed himself today," the CIA director told an aide. The Kennedy tirade against Harvey was so severe, according to an FBI memo, that McCone felt it would be appropriate to move Harvey from Washington, D.C. for a few days. Later, Dick Helms came to Harvey's rescue, transferring him to the agency's Rome station, where he would be out of Kennedy's line of fire. The legendary spy would drink his way through his brief Roman exile until he was brought back to CIA headquarters. Before Harvey departed for Rome, his colleagues threw him a bon voyage party, where they staged a dramatization of the life and death of Julius Caesar, with Harvey in the lead role. As the sketch concluded, someone shouted,
Who was Brutus? In a flat voice, Harvey said, Bobby, a man whom by then he regarded as treasonous. His career was essentially finished. But throughout his decline and fall at the CIA, Harvey continued to stay in touch with his old mafia comrade-in-arms, Johnny Rosselli. The two men were spotted together in Florida, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C., conferring over their usual refreshments, martinis for the spy and Smirnoff on the rocks for the gangster. When Harvey retired from the agency and set up his own law firm in Washington, Rosselli dropped by to see his old friend and threw him some business. The retired spy refused to distance himself from the mobster, even under pressure from the agency. Bill Harvey never apologized for the odd relationship. Regardless of how he may have made his living in the past, Harvey would later tell Senate investigators, Johnny Rosselli was a man of integrity, as far as I was concerned. The gangster was loyal and dependable in his dealings with me, said Harvey. He had a very high estimate of the man. President Kennedy's isolation within his own government was never so glaringly apparent as it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis. During the ExComm meetings, Executive Committee of the National Security Council, where Kennedy thrashed out his strategy, he could count on only his brother and McNamara for support. Bobby, who matured from a knee-jerk hawk to a wise and restrained diplomat during the nerve-punishing crucible, played an especially critical role. Thank God for Bobby, Dave Powers heard the president remark one morning as his brother strode into another tension-filled ExComm meeting. The humanity-threatening crisis forced the younger Kennedy to confront a fundamental question about the use of power in the nuclear age.
What, if any, circumstance or do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker? Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. What, if any, circumstance or justification gives any government the moral right to bring its people and possibly all people under the shadow of nuclear destruction? He asked himself.
As Schlesinger later observed, it was a question few statesmen ever raised and few philosophers answered. Robert Kennedy was the key courier for his brother in the delicate back-channel negotiations that finally brought an end to the crisis. Secretly meeting with Georgy Bolshakov until the Kennedys realized that their old Soviet chum had been used by Moscow to deceive them, and later Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin. In his memoirs, Nikita Khrushchev offered a startling account of RFK's emotional conversations with Dobrynin, in which Kennedy stressed how fragile his brother's rule was becoming as the crisis dragged on. It was not the first time in the Kennedy presidency that Bobby had communicated this alarming message to the Russians. But in this high-stakes moment, Kennedy's plea struck Khrushchev as especially urgent. After the Attorney General paid an unofficial visit to the Soviet embassy one evening, Dobrynin reported to Moscow that Robert Kennedy looked exhausted. One could see from his eyes that he had not slept for days. He himself said that he had not been home for 6 days and nights. "The president is in a grave situation," Robert Kennedy said, "and he does not know how to get out of it. We are under very severe stress. In fact, we are under pressure from our military to use force against Cuba. President Kennedy implores Chairman Khrushchev to accept his offer and to take into consideration the peculiarities of the American system. Even though the president himself is very much against starting a war over Cuba, an irreversible chain of events could occur against his will. If the situation continues much longer, the president is not sure that the military will not overthrow him and seize power. The American army could get out of control." On another occasion, Khrushchev wrote, "Bobby Kennedy was almost crying when he phoned Dobrynin. I haven't seen my children for days now," he told the Soviet ambassador, "and the president hasn't seen his either. We're spending all day and night at the White House. I don't know how much longer we can hold out against our generals." Kennedy loyalists like Schlesinger, who prefer to see the brothers' management of the crisis as certain and masterful, which in many respects it was, suggest that Bobby Kennedy's emotional pleas to the Soviets were a tactic to win leverage in the negotiations. President Kennedy was never afflicted by doubts when it came to standing up to the Pentagon, Schlesinger observed recently. JFK had a great capacity to resist pressures from the military. He simply thought he was right. Lack of self-confidence was never one of Jap Kennedy's problems. We would have had nuclear war if Nixon had been president during the missile crisis. But Kennedy's war hero status allowed him to defy the Joint Chiefs. He dismissed them as a bunch of old men. Still, as Schlesinger has acknowledged, Kennedy was not firmly in control of his own military, and the repeated references to coups and 7 days in May scenarios that pop up in presidential transcripts and recollections about the administration make it plain that JFK himself and his closest advisors worried about the stability of the government. So did Khrushchev. "For some time, we had felt there was a danger that the president would lose control of his military," he later wrote, and now he was admitting this to us himself. Moscow's fear that Kennedy might be toppled in a coup, Khrushchev suggested in his memoirs, led the Soviets to reach a settlement of the missile crisis with the president. We could sense from the tone of the message that tension in the United States was indeed reaching a critical point. 13 days after the crisis began, Khrushchev announced that he would withdraw the missiles from Cuba. The Soviet decision was heralded as a major U.S. victory, a dramatic demonstration of American resolve. The Kennedys encouraged this media spin, though they had secretly made their own concessions to end the showdown, agreeing to quietly withdraw aging Jupiter missiles from U.S. bases in Turkey and pledging not to invade Cuba. This latter concession was particularly critical from the Soviet point of view.
since it was the military threat hanging over Cuba that had prompted Khrushchev to install the missiles. Washington officials would later insist this pledge was not binding, because Castro refused to allow U.S. weapons inspections of Cuba to make sure the missiles were gone. But Kennedy and future presidents would nonetheless honor the no-invasion pledge. It essentially ensured the survival of the Cuban Revolution, and though Castro did not see it that way at the time, Khrushchev correctly called it a great victory for the embattled island. While the Kennedy media offensive successfully sold the story that the other guy blinked, Washington hardliners saw the resolution of the crisis differently. A few days after Khrushchev's announcement, the president summoned the Joint Chiefs to the Oval Office to thank them for their role in the crisis, a particularly gracious gesture considering the friction between the commander-in-chief and his generals. But LeMay was in no mood to celebrate. "It's the greatest defeat in our history," he thundered at Kennedy. "We should invade today." The anti-Kennedy rage was widespread among the upper ranks, where it was felt the president had flinched at the perfect opportunity to dismantle Cuba's communist regime. "We had a chance to throw the communists out of Cuba," a disgusted LeMay later fumed. "But the administration was scared to death might shoot a missile at us." Daniel Ellsberg, the defense analyst who later became famous for leaking the Pentagon papers, was consulting with Air Force generals and colonels on nuclear strategy when the missile crisis ended. He was struck by the fury within the Air Force after the Kennedy-Khrushchev settlement. "There was virtually a coup atmosphere in Pentagon circles," Ellsberg recalled. "Not that I had the fear there was about to be a coup. I just thought it was a mood of hatred and rage. The atmosphere was poisonous. Poisonous." The CIA also knew the missile crisis was a turning point on Cuba. When Kennedy gave Khrushchev assurances against invasion of Cuba, CIA official George McManus wrote in a memo on November 5, "Operation Mongoose died." Mongoose had always been more for show, McManus noted, a smoke and mirrors operation designed to remove the political stain left on the president by the Bay of Pigs failure. But now, the CIA bleakly concluded, the Kennedy administration was dropping even the pretense of overthrowing Castro. For those militants who were part of the massive juggernaut organized to destroy the Castro regime, the peaceful resolution of the missile crisis was a betrayal worse than the Bay of Pigs. They watched the U.S. government go to the
Afterward, there was a shift in the world's mood, a hint of light through the iron clouds that had been darkening the planet since the start of the Cold War's long, deadly slog. Like men elated by a narrow escape from death, Kennedy and Khrushchev felt emboldened to pursue peace with a new vigor. Kennedy and Khrushchev had drawn closer to each other during the 13-day ordeal, exchanging private letters and confidential messages. JFK was especially moved by one letter, a cry from the heart, as one U.S. diplomat called it, in which Khrushchev pleaded that the Russian people were neither barbarians nor lunatics and wanted to live as much as the American people. Therefore, it was up to Kennedy and him to stop tugging on the knot of war before it became so tight that neither man could untie it. Khrushchev later said that he developed a deep respect for Kennedy during the crisis. He didn't let himself become frightened, nor did he become reckless. He showed real wisdom and statesmanship when he turned his back on right-wing forces in the United States who were trying to goad him into taking military action against Cuba. There was more understanding than ever between the two leaders. But both men were increasingly estranged from their own governments. As Khrushchev had steered his country toward a peaceful way out of the crisis, his military advisors had looked at me as though I was out of my mind, or, what was worse, a traitor. But the Soviet leader had defiantly pursued his course. What good would it have done me in the last hour of my life to know that though our great nation and the United States were in complete ruin, the national honor of the Soviet Union was intact? It was a strange and perilous turning point in the Cold War,
a time when the leaders of the two nuclear powers found themselves out of step with their own national security bureaucracies. Khrushchev was acutely aware that Soviet political history was an epic of blood and treachery, of sudden, violent exits from the stage. But he was not the only superpower leader who feared for his own safety. 1963. A thunderous roar erupted from the stadium crowd as the glamorous President and First Lady glided into the Orange Bowl in a gleaming white convertible. A sea of Cuban and American flags flapped wildly in the stands. John F. Kennedy strode briskly across the grass to the ranks of men in crisp khaki uniforms, greeting them and shaking their hands. Some of the men were on crutches, but they stood proudly erect in the dazzling Miami sunshine. It was Saturday morning, December 29, 1962. The men of Brigade 2506, survivors of the Bay of Pigs and Castro's prisons, were finally free, and Kennedy was there to welcome them home. Several of his advisors had strongly warned the president against going to the Orange Bowl ceremony, including Kenny O'Donnell, who worried about the political fallout from what would certainly be an emotionally volatile event. "Don't go there," he told Kennedy when the president phoned him from the family's Palm Beach mansion where he was spending the Christmas holidays. "After what you've been through with Castro, you can't make an appearance in the Orange Bowl and pay a tribute to those rebels. It'll look as though you're planning to back them in another invasion of Cuba." But Bobby, always more febrile on the subject of Cuba than Jack, convinced his brother to go. It turned out to be a disastrous decision. When one of the brigade leaders, Ernesto Oliva, presented Kennedy with the rebels' flag, which they had hidden during their imprisonment, the normally reserved JFK suddenly lost his cool. "Commander, I can assure you," he declaimed in a rising voice, "that this flag will be returned to this brigade in a free Havana." The brigade members, more than 1,100 strong, instantly shot to their feet, cheering lustily. Shouts of "Guerra! Guerra!" and "Libertad! Libertad!" swept the stadium. Some rebels broke down in tears. Kennedy's advisors were stunned. Goodwin, who had written the Orange Bowl speech, later said that JFK went off script. That line about bringing back the flag to a free Cuba was not in the text. He was carried away by the moment. But a declassified CIA memo dated December 28, 1962, reveals that the dramatic flag exchange was carefully choreographed in advance by Bobby Kennedy and exile leaders. In any case, JFK's warlike cry was O'Donnell's worst fear come true. The president's eruption seemed to promise that the United States would back another invasion of the island. Diplomatically, it was the worst possible gesture that a president of the United States could have made at that time, he later wrote. JFK himself soon realized his mistake. A few days later, he met with reporters in his Palm Beach house to clarify his Cuba policy. His administration had no intention of supporting another rebel invasion or imposing a new regime on Cuba, Kennedy made clear, unless Castro committed his own dramatic act of aggression. Once again, the president had blown wind into the Cuban rebel sails only to quickly deflate their billowing hopes. It was the same ambivalent pattern that had characterized administration policy since the Bay of Pigs. The Kennedys would talk tough about the Castro regime and stoke Cuban exiles' passions, and then tug sharply backwards on the reins of war. The Kennedy two-step on Cuba contained a certain political logic. It was intended to restrain Khrushchev and Castro's Latin American ambitions and diffuse right-wing pressures at home while stopping short of war. But it inflamed tempers in the Cuban exile community, where the Kennedy name became synonymous with betrayal. A violent rage began to fester in Miami's political tropics, a shadowy world where shifting alliances of exiles, gangsters, and spies plotted labyrinthine conspiracies and dreamed of revolutionary glory. During JFK's Orange Bowl appearance, a would-be assassin lurked in the crowd, carrying a duffel bag with a disassembled scoped rifle. The Secret Service and Miami police were later tipped off about the suspect, who was described as a young Cuban male with a strong muscular build, but were unable to track him down. By the summer of 1963, the whirl of intrigue in the anti-Castro underground was reaching a fever pitch. Confusion reigned as the Kennedys tried to impose control over the action-oriented Cuban exile groups like the Cuban Student Directorate, DRE, and Alpha 66, turning off and then on their raids against Cuba as it suited administration policy. The CIA claimed these anti-Castro groups were out of its control, but the rebels were heavily dependent on agency funding, and it was never certain whether the group's frequent defiance of Kennedy policy was in fact instigated by their spy masters in Langley and Miami. The DRE was a particular favorite of the CIA. Founded in 1954 as a Catholic student group militantly opposed to the dictator Batista, it later shifted its underground operations against Castro, moving its headquarters to Miami in 1960. The group's most notorious exploit, a nighttime August 1962 raid when two of its speedboats opened fire on a beachfront Havana hotel in an assassination attempt on Castro, was explained away by the State Department as an act of freelance buccaneering that was executed without the government's knowledge or support. But, in fact, the daring raid had been carefully plotted at the CIA's JMW station in Miami. These were strange days, marked by the emergence of mysterious characters. In August 1963, the DRE became entangled with a puzzling young man named Lee Harvey Oswald. He presented himself to the group's New Orleans chapter as a sympathizer with the anti-Castro cause, but then created a spectacle by handing out pro-Castro leaflets and scuffling with DRE members in the street.
Was the mysterious ex-Marine who had defected to the Soviet Union and had then returned to the United States with surprising ease, a left-wing adventurer of some sort, or was he playing out some clandestine role with the CIA-backed DRE? Once again, the truth was murky. The DRE was not the only Cuban exile group that crossed paths with Oswald that summer. According to Bay of Pigs veteran Angelo Mugato, he and a team of fellow Cuban exiles not only observed Oswald's suspicious activities in New Orleans in August 1963, they reported on him to Bobby Kennedy. Mugato was aligned with the Cuban exile faction led by Manuel Artim, the brigade's political leader. Like Mugato, Artim had fought briefly alongside Castro, but as a devout Jesuit-trained medical student, he had quickly grown alienated from Fidel's communistic initiatives, and he fled the island with the CIA's assistance. Artim was an artful operator. A conservative Catholic, he established himself as the CIA's golden boy, building a close friendship with the reactionary agent Howard Hunt. But he uttered enough liberal pieties to also win the Kennedys' support, telling one fellow brigade leader that the only way we could control the communists in Cuba was with love, and lecturing U.S. officials that the government that replaced Castro must embrace social reforms to avoid sliding backwards to the medieval cruelty of the Batista era. Our team enjoyed access to Bobby Kennedy, meeting with him in his Washington office, at Hickory Hill, and at the family's Palm Beach mansion. A secret Defense Department background sheet on the brigade leader described him as intelligent, aggressive, energetic, hot-headed, and dogmatic, a profile that also neatly fit the young Attorney General. But RFK never fully trusted our team, as he did Harry Ruiz Williams. He was too close to the CIA, and, in the end, our team was all about our team. According to Mugato, he participated with our time's group in CIA-backed raids on Cuba, contaminating sugarcane fields and livestock with toxins. Some brigade veterans enlisted in the U.S. military, but Mugato chose to join the CIA's covert war on Havana. Trained in intelligence-gathering methods, he began to detect suspicious activity among some of his fellow exiles in the Miami Cuban community, a dangerous level of chatter aimed at President Kennedy.
He took his concerns to our team, who was initially reluctant to do anything about them for fear of betraying Cuban comrades. But, said Mugado, our team finally agreed to set up a meeting with Bobby Kennedy where they could alert him to the threats against his brother. Today, Angelo Mugado is a graying, stocky man in his mid-60s with a voluble, colorful personality. The story he recounted was spiced with earthy vernacular and the rich tang of his Cuban accent. He spoke freely about his interactions with Bobby Kennedy, but abruptly closed the door on questions relating to fellow Cuban exiles and the assassination of JFK. Mugado said that he and our time first met with Bobby at the Kennedys' Mediterranean-style red tile-roofed mansion on North Ocean Boulevard. The only other person who attended this meeting was another Bay of Pigs veteran affiliated with our time named Manuel Rebozo. Our team died of cancer in 1977, and Rebozo reportedly left the United States and could not be located. At their first meeting, Mugado said he was stunned to see the Rex, the flagship of the CIA's secret war on Cuba, anchored in the Atlantic waters outside the Kennedys' home. We used to load speedboats on the Rex, get within 3 miles of Cuba, and then put the speedboats with raiders in the water, Mugado told me. I asked Manolo, what the hell is the Rex doing outside Bobby's home? To the exiles, it was one more indication of how closely RFK was trying to hold the Cuba operation. At the meeting, Mugado told the Attorney General of his alarm about the growing anti-Kennedy passions in Cuban exile circles. I told him that we have to keep a sharp look on these Cubans. I was afraid that one of our guys would go crazy. And he said, "You mean to tell me that some heat could come from the Cubans?" And I said, yes, the same way that a lot of people are trying to hit Castro, there are a lot of people trying to hit the President of the United States. We have a lot of crazy sons of bitches, and they're willing to pull anything. Our team tried to downplay the threat, according to Mugado, but Bobby fixed on it with a scorching intensity. He was a fanatic kamikaze about covering his brother's ass. You could tell that was the main thing that drove him. Nothing would be able to get to the president if Bobby was standing in the middle. I wish I could have a brother who felt 20% of what Bobby felt about his brother. I would be the happiest cat in the world. That's why I loved him so much. Even today, even right now, talking to you about him, I get very emotional. Cubans are really highly emotional. We're talking about someone with a heck of a lot of conviction and a heck of a pedigree. Mugado said that Bobby asked him to keep an eye on alarming Cuban exile activity and report back to him. We asked, why don't you tell the president and use the CIA or FBI? And he said, no, he didn't trust any of the agencies. And he didn't want to load his brother down with this situation. So we went outside the CIA, and we did this on a personal basis with Bobby. The Attorney General paid Mugado's expenses out of his own pocket, according to the Bay of Pigs veteran. He would ask us, what did you guys spend? And we'd say, $8605. Mugado could not produce any proof of these payments. But setting up private intelligence operations that he tightly controlled was a well-established practice of Bobby Kennedy's throughout his political career. In the summer of 1963, Mugado's surveillance work led him to New Orleans, where he came across a curious gringo named Lee Harvey Oswald. Mugado and his compadres watched Oswald one day as he distributed his pro-Castro propaganda on the street. They later saw stacks of Oswald's pamphlets in the office of Carlos Bringuier, one of the local DRE delegates who had confronted Oswald in a raucous shouting match that New Orleans police would report appeared staged. Bringuier was a vehemently anti-Kennedy exile leader who had vowed to defy the administration's crackdown on his group's Cuba raids. Mugado's team came to the conclusion that Oswald was an FBI informant. He was a peon in a game run by what I call the invisible government. To shed light on Oswald's murky game, Mugado said they went so far as to contemplate eliminating him to see who would take his place in the clandestine operation. But they were warned by the FBI to leave town. We were about to sanitize Oswald, kill the jerk, and the FBI stopped us. After returning to Florida, Mugado met with Bobby again at his Palm Beach house, where he reported on his surveillance targets, including the mysterious Oswald. He showed Kennedy newspaper photos taken of Oswald handing out his pro-Castro pamphlets. He told the Attorney General that as far as he could determine, Oswald was tied to the FBI. Bobby had never heard of Oswald, according to Mugado, but he did not seem concerned about him because of his apparent government role, and the conversation quickly moved on to other matters. Mugado would not think seriously about Oswald again until November 22. Mugado is indisputably a colorful character. He said that he changed his name to Angelo Kennedy in the 1960s in memory of the fallen president he had served. He admitted that after JFK's assassination, he and the rest of Manuel R. Time's band became so cynical about the U.S. government that they continued to accept CIA subsidies to overthrow Castro while running contraband liquor, tobacco, and guns out of Nicaragua.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Barnes, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Under present descriptions to the contrary. He insisted they did not traffic in drugs. After his career as a self-described mercenary came to an end, Murgado worked as a Miami building code inspector. In 1999, he was arrested for pocketing cash in return for zoning favors, later pleading guilty to the bribery charges. He struck a deal with prosecutors that kept him out of jail. All this made Murgado a controversial figure in assassination circles when he suddenly popped into the spotlight in 2005, before just as quickly disappearing back into the shadows. But the anti-Castro underworld was never the exclusive domain of Shining Knights. It had more than its share of tarnished heroes and intrepid rogues, as does any exile community in the shadow of American empire that runs on broken dreams and ruthless ambitions. Despite his checkered past, Murgado's story about Oswald and RFK has not been refuted. If Murgado's story is to be believed, it has historical significance. Assassination researchers have long speculated about whether Bobby Kennedy was already familiar with the name Oswald when it suddenly exploded on the American stage on the afternoon of November 22nd. Was this the man to whom Bobby was referring when he told anti-Castro leader Harry Ruiz Williams that afternoon, "One of your guys did it"? Did RFK immediately associate Oswald with the covert war against Castro because of Murgado's intelligence report? Or did he brush quickly past Oswald when Murgado brought him up because, as some researchers have suggested, he already connected the name to the administration's secret war? The Murgado story may provide an important key to Bobby's understanding of the crime. It could help explain why the president's brother cast his suspicions immediately towards the anti-Castro underworld on the afternoon of November 22nd. As the days dwindled down to November, the Kennedys struggled to control the sprawling operations related to Cuba. Some of these activities were sanctioned by the administration, some were not. Sometimes one arm of government subverted official government policy. Sometimes the Kennedys themselves seemed to contradict their own policy, ordering contingency plans for another Cuba invasion while opening a secret back channel to Castro to explore peace. And all the while, the CIA pursued its own agenda, with an unsavory cast of accomplices that included mobsters and the type of hot-headed exiles that gave Murgado nightmares. It was Bobby's job to stay on top of this sulfurous miasma, a task that took on a frantic urgency as the threats against his brother multiplied. Murgado shook his head in wonder at the daunting burdens that seemed piled on Bobby's shoulders. He seemed to have 20 irons in the fire at any one time. I don't know how a human being has the capability to fight on all those fronts at the same time. It was beyond my comprehension. In April 1963, 2 years after the Bay of Pigs, Cuban exiles seething frustration with the Kennedy administration burst into public view when José Miro Cardona, a distinguished Havana law professor who had briefly served as Castro's first premier, angrily resigned as president of the Miami-based Cuban Revolutionary Council, the loose coalition that tied together anti-Castro rebel groups. Miro charged that the administration's crackdown on Cuba raiding expeditions following the missile crisis proved that JFK had cut a deal with Khrushchev to coexist with Castro. The Kennedys had sold out the liberation movement, he dramatically declared. The struggle for Cuba is in the process of being liquidated by the government. On April 5, days before issuing his heated denunciation of Kennedy policy, Miro had visited the Attorney General in his office, where he found him surrounded by his rampant children and slobbering dog. The proud 60-year-old jurist told RFK that his honor was at stake. He had stood with the Kennedys because the president had promised him the previous year that the United States would launch a military invasion of Cuba, but his brother had reneged on his pledge. In the history of Cuba, no man had ever been more insulted than he, Miro told Bobby. With his high forehead, oversized spectacles, and graying mustache, Miro exuded a grave professorial intensity. He spent 4 hours in the Attorney General's office, sternly presenting his case. But Kennedy was unmoved. He told Miro that the exile groups could not continue launching raids on Cuba right under our nose, and without any control. To make matters worse, said the Attorney General, the groups brayed loudly about their exploits at press conferences. As for a military invasion of the island, Bobby continued, Miro could forget it. Doctor, we have told you from the very beginning that there is not going to be any invasion or military action.
2 days later, an outraged Miro reported back to his CIA contact about his meeting with Kennedy. After leaving the Justice Department, the exile leader told the CIA official he vented so bitterly to a Kennedy aide that he doubted the president and attorney general would ever forgive what I said. The administration tried to muzzle Miro before he could fire his anti-Kennedy blast in public. Before leaving Washington, the exile leader received a call from a White House aide who threatened Murgado would be labeled a traitor, according to a report by the CIA, which closely monitored the political storm. But Miro proudly retorted that he could never be a traitor to the United States because he was not a citizen of the United States, and that his first and only loyalty was to Cuba. Miro's public break with the administration opened the floodgates of anti-Castro fury in the Cuban exile world. Desmond Fitzgerald, the CIA official who had replaced Bill Harvey as the agency's chief Cuba man, reported to Director McCone on April 11 that there appears to be a movement within the Cuban brigade to organize a formal request for the return of the brigade flag, which was presented to President Kennedy at the Orange Bowl ceremony. This would have been a stinging political embarrassment for the administration, coming at a time when Republican critics like Richard Nixon were chiding the White House for its flip-flopping Cuba policy. Under President Kennedy, sniped Nixon that month, we had pledged the Cuban exiles that their flag would fly in Havana, then pledged ourselves not to invade. The once and future Republican standard-bearer announced that it was time to do whatever is necessary to force the Soviet beachhead in Cuba. Bobby Kennedy maneuvered on multiple fronts to defuse the Cuban political bombshell. He worked feverishly to make sure that brigade veterans, whom he called the cream of Cuba, were taken care of, pulling strings to find them jobs and legal help, and even moving 2 exile leaders into his neighborhood, renting houses for them down the road from Hickory Hill. He smoothed the way for more than 200 brigadistas to join the U.S. Army, where they underwent training at Fort Benning, Georgia, for what they hoped would be a more successful assault on Cuba. He explored the possibility of creating a special peace court unit for Cuban exiles, and investigated how the government could channel others into law enforcement careers. Brigade family members thought of Bobby as
He appalled snobbish CIA officials like Fitzgerald, who viewed the Cuban exiles with contempt by entertaining them at his home and inviting them on family skiing trips. Yes, I do think he felt a sense of guilt or obligation to them, said John Nolan, Bobby's point man on Cuba. It was not just for political reasons, though he was clearly not ignorant of that. I think he felt indebted to them. He made himself available to the brigade leaders any place, any time, day or night. While Bobby's sympathies were genuine, he was constantly on alert for how the brigade's political disgruntlement could hurt his brother. In July, the Attorney General's office was informed of a disturbing development in brigade circles. According to a confidential State Department memo sent to Kennedy's office on July 19, 1963, 2 militant, far-right Bay of Pigs veterans, identified only by their last names, Laca and Andreo, were plotting a bold gambit to compel the Kennedy administration to intervene in Cuba. These were likely Enrique Orbiz Laca and Jose Santos Andreo. The 2 men were attempting to organize an exile raid with the objective of seizing a town in Cuba, preferably one with a weak security setup but a strong radio station, and start broadcasting appeals for U.S. Marines to come to the rescue. If the Kennedy administration did not respond by sending in military forces, the rebellion would be crushed, creating a political nightmare for the White House along the lines of Moscow's bloody repression of the 1956 Hungary uprising. This, the memo pointed out, seemed to be the real goal of the plotters. After the freedom fighters were martyred by Castro's forces, Kennedy, having stood by doing nothing, would be open to the charge that he abandoned the rebels when he had a perfect pretext to act. Results? JFK would enter the lists in '64 a branded coward and traitor to his word.
The plot by Locke and Andreo, who both boycotted the Orange Bowl ceremony in protest against JFK, was sinister enough on its own terms. But what made the scheme even more unsettling was the two exiles' source of support. Locke and Andreo were backed by the same Bircher-type Republicans who figure in the Goldwater movement, according to the State Department memo. These were the same well-heeled movers and shakers, the memo further illuminated, who were also underwriting the Citizens Committee for a Free Cuba. This anti-Castro propaganda group was founded in 1962 by Paul Bethel, a former head of the U.S. Information Agency in Cuba who was close friends with David Atlee Phillips, the agency's disinformation chief for the Guatemala coup and the Bay of Pigs. Other prominent members of the group included the Kennedys' old bête noire, retired Admiral Arleigh Burke, William Pauley, a right-wing Miami businessman deeply embedded in the intelligence world, CIA-linked Miami newspaper reporter Hal Hendricks, and the formidable Claire Boot Luce, wife of Time Life media baron Henry, journalist, playwright, former ambassador to Italy, and a woman who was also closely affiliated with the intelligence agency. In other words, the Locke-Andreo plot represented a perfect political storm for the Kennedys, a dangerous convergence of the brothers' most avid enemies, coming together from the worlds of anti-Castro extremism, right-wing wealth, and U.S. intelligence to shake the White House. There is no record of how Robert Kennedy responded to this threat. Apparently, the two exiles never succeeded in taking control of a Cuban town. But this was not the only brazen enterprise that summer aimed at humiliating the Kennedys. Nor was it the only plot involving Pauley and the Luces. On a bright June morning in 1963, the Flying Tiger II, a 65-foot yacht owned by William Pauley, slipped away from its dock on fashionable Sunset Island in Miami's Biscayne Bay and headed for the Florida Straits. It was the beginning of a high-stakes expedition that its planners hoped would damage the Kennedy presidency so badly that voters would decide to terminate it in 1964. On board the boat was a collection of venomously anti-Kennedy characters who would later attract the attention of the Warren Commission and other assassination investigators. Among them were John Martino, a former security expert in the Havana casinos run by Santo Trafficante, who later hooked up with Johnny Rosselli to assemble anti-Castro hit teams. William Rip Robertson, a veteran of the CIA's Guatemala and Bay of Pigs operations who had shifted his allegiance to the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua. And Eduardo Perez, better known as Eddie Bayo, a heroic Castro guerrilla who had turned against the revolution, joining the violent exile band Alpha 66, one of the more defiantly anti-Kennedy groups. It was Bayo and Martino who had kicked off the expedition when they began circulating a letter that had supposedly been smuggled out of the anti-Castro underground in Cuba. The letter claimed that two Soviet colonels stationed in Cuba knew where Russian nuclear weapons were hidden on the island in violation of the Kennedy-Khrushchev missile crisis settlement. The two Russians wanted to defect and win asylum in America. Right-wing circles in the United States had been buzzing with rumors of Soviet treachery ever since the superpower leaders negotiated an end to the nuclear crisis. Kennedy was certain to run for re-election the next year on his act of diplomatic glory that pulled the world back from the precipice. If JFK's political enemies could produce shocking proof that he had been tricked by the Soviets, they were certain the American people would turn against his presidency. As soon as Bayo and Martino began waving around the letter, the right-wing anti-Kennedy machinery churned into gear. After hearing the story, a conservative journalist named Nathaniel Well, who had testified against Alger Hiss in the early 1950s, phoned Jay Sorwine, chief counsel for the Senate Internal Security Committee. This was the notorious witch-hunting panel chaired by Senator James O. Eastland, the powerful Mississippi racist who had clashed swords with the Kennedys over Ole Miss. If the two Soviet defectors testified before Eastland's committee, the administration would be forced to defend itself in a decidedly hostile forum. But Wells' friend, fellow conservative journalist Ralph de Toledano, had a better idea.
After Toledano conferred with Barry Goldwater, it was decided that the Russians would be immediately invited to Goldwater's ranch in Arizona, Well later recalled, that he would call a press conference, enabling them to tell their story to the world, and that he would also give them enough money so they could start a new life in America. The publicity stunt would be a stunning 1-2 punch against the Kennedy presidency. The media spectacle would not only humiliate Kennedy before the eyes of America and the world, it would rocket-propel the campaign of the man who was determined to replace him. To mount the expedition, the plotters turned to a wealthy businessman with a mysterious background, Bill Pauley. The 67-year-old Pauley had led the kind of colorful life that was the stuff of old-time dime novels, as his New York Times obituary later remarked, combining overseas financial exploits with cloak-and-dagger intrigue. After making a fortune in the Florida real estate boom of the 1920s, Pauley developed airlines in Cuba and China and sold them to Pan American Airways. In China, he helped organize the Flying Tigers, the legendary team of American pilots who fought against Japan before Pearl Harbor. After the war, he turned his attention to Latin America, buying Havana's bus system and serving as ambassador to Peru and Brazil. This was his official resume, but unofficially, Pauley was part of the CIA's Old Boy Network.
A close friend of Allen Dulles, he used his diplomatic and business covers to carry out clandestine tasks on behalf of the agency, playing a key role in the Guatemala coup and talking President Eisenhower into approving the Bay of Pigs plan. Pauley was an enthusiastic proponent of assassination as a foreign policy tool, especially when it came to Castro. He would pay any price if someone could just get close enough to eliminate the Cuban leader, Pauley mused aloud. When Eisenhower appointed him in 1954 to a CIA review panel known as the Doolittle Committee, Pauley made sure that its final report gave Dulles the full license the CIA director desired to fight the Cold War his way. In the face of an implacable enemy, the report concluded, the United States had to learn how to fight even more viciously than its opponents. There are no rules in such a game, the panel lectured, in language that reflected Pauley's black and white worldview. The American people might not like it, but they would have to grow accustomed to this fundamentally repugnant philosophy. Vociferously anti-communist, Pauley railed against alleged Castro sympathizers in the State Department, whom he blamed for losing Cuba. He chaired the Nixon presidential campaign in Florida after working closely with the vice president on the secret Cuba invasion plan. Following the Bay of Pigs, he blamed the disaster on President Kennedy's betrayal. Afterwards, Eisenhower arranged a meeting between JFK and Pauley to see if his old advisor's hawkish views might sway the young president. The encounter, which took place in the Oval Office on May 9, 1962, was a disaster. Kennedy began by asking Pauley what he should do about Cuba in the wake of the Bay of Pigs. "I think we have to drop 10,000 Marines in the environs of Havana," the brash tycoon replied. Pauley knew a sugar plantation on the outskirts of the city that would be an excellent assembly area. Afterward, another thoughtful suggestion occurred to the old Cuba hand, which he sent off in a letter to the CIA. The president might want to consider invading the sovereign country on a day when the United Nations was conveniently not in session. Kennedy, Pauley later complained, gave him the brush off, never again asking him for advice despite Eisenhower's repeated recommendations that he do so. But Pauley continued to operate his own private war on the Castro regime. After the DRE's abortive attempt to blow up the Cuban leader at the seaside hotel Icar, the millionaire soldier of fortune adopted the daring young militants. He even convinced some of his wealthy acquaintances to sponsor DRE speedboats, much the way Catholic school children used to sponsor foreign orphans whom they called pagan babies, according to one mordant observation.
One of these adoptive mothers was Claire Booth Luce, who referred to the three-man crew she sponsored as "my young Cubans," bringing them to New York on several occasions to shower them with maternal affection. Luce later claimed that the earliest revelations about Russian missile sites in Cuba, which politically embarrassed the Kennedy administration when they were fed to Senator Kenneth Keating of New York, came from her young speedboat rebels. The information they came out with was remarkably accurate, she later gushed proudly. The swashbuckling Paulie brought the same entrepreneurial gusto to his covert operations that he did to his far-flung business ventures. He was willing to carry out the high-risk jobs that the CIA, with whom he maintained close ties, thought unwise to officially undertake. He was a wildcat operator, with friends high up in the company, and he gave them a convenient cloak of deniability. At the CIA's request, he had tried to talk his old friend Fulgencio Batista into leaving his palace as Castro's guerrillas closed in on Havana, in a last-ditch effort to head off the revolution by replacing the despised despot with a military junta. He had also tried and failed to persuade the Dominican Republic's bloodthirsty Rafael Trujillo to do the same in a midnight meeting shortly before CIA armed assassins took the matter into their own hands. When Paulie got a phone call from Senator Eastland asking him to organize the secret Cuban mission that JFK's enemies hoped would bring down his presidency, the millionaire told him he would have to check with the CIA, only agreeing to undertake the high-risk mission after getting agency approval. Ever the hands-on operator, the dapper, bespectacled, gray-haired tycoon was on board the Flying Tiger II as it sailed into Cuban waters. He had frisked every man who boarded his yacht to make sure there were no Castro double agents who might hijack the boat. Just to make sure, he had the 3 CIA men on board keep their machine guns trained on Bayo and his Cuban commandos during the trip. Like the Laca Andrew affair, the Bayo-Paulie mission was a perfect convergence of Kennedy haters. In addition to the men from the anti-Kennedy trinity, the CIA, Mafia, and anti-Castro exile underworld, there were 2 representatives from the loose press, a life reporter named Richard Billings and a freelance photographer hired by the magazine, neither of whom were known for any anti-Kennedy fervor. Paulie was uncomfortable with the idea of having the media along for the ride, but his government superiors approved it. The expedition sponsors thought a spread in the Popular Picture magazine would ensure maximum political impact, and, according to Well, they were concerned that Kennedy might frustrate their plans by having the yacht intercepted and the Russian defectors whisked away to an undisclosed location on the grounds of national security. To make sure Kennedy did not spoil their plans, Whale recalled, the Russians would be photographed on board by a Life magazine cameraman. Henry Luce would see that their revelations reached the world. Sitting atop his Time Life empire, Luce was one of the country's most powerful media moguls as well as one of the most influential proponents of American global power. The son of a Presbyterian missionary, Luce believed that the United States had a messianic duty to save the world through the spread of capitalism and American values. "The American mission is to make men free," he declared, a philosophy he avidly promoted in his publications during the Cold War, which he believed should be fought not just to contain communism, but to eradicate it. Despite their sharp differences over war and intervention, Luce and Joseph P. Kennedy shared a long-term friendship, a good, tough one that both men enjoyed, in the words of Time Life political correspondent Hugh Sidey. It was the comfortable cigar-puffing accommodation of 2 powerful self-made men, and apparently it was undisturbed even when Kennedy and Claire shared intimacy during a visit the Luces made to the U.S. Embassy in London before the war. Joe Kennedy went to Luce's Waldorf Astoria apartment to watch JFK accept the Democratic nomination. "It was a memorable moment in my life," Luce later recalled. It's quite a thing to sit with an old friend and watch his son accept the nomination for President of the United States. Joe Kennedy failed to persuade Luce to support his son for president, but the Luces were both in attendance on the biting cold January afternoon when JFK was sworn in. The press lord was heartened to hear echoes of his own exuberant American theology in the new president's vow that we shall oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. His wife predicted that Kennedy would prove to be Eisenhower's equal as